wide open. The young man has failed. Two men with swords in their hands, a blonde and a brunette, practicing on the field. The blonde man has a black mask over his face, covering the lower part of his face. The eyes of an extremely distraught young man, tears in his eyes, marks of blows on his face. The young man is going through a difficult moment in his life. The hand of a man in a national Chinese robe takes out of its sheath a luminous dagger with a beautifully decorated hilt. There is a fight in progress. Two men, a blonde and a brunette, are sword fighting. The warriors have black masks on their faces, covering the lower part of their faces. The warriors' feet are on thick green grass. Nearby, the tip of a battle sword with traces of blood rests on the ground. An elderly warrior with long, gray hair growing in the wind. He holds a bloody sword and a dagger in its scabbard. The elderly warrior is Gu Qiongmen, an elder of the Manhwa sect. His face reflects the years he has lived and the battles he has fought. A young warrior with a distraught face. There are tears in his eyes, and his face bears the marks of blows. He is clutching a wound on his arm. The young warrior clearly lost the battle. Very upset face of the losing young warrior. There are tears and despair in his eyes. His mouth is twisted, and his face shows signs of wounds and blows. The main building of the demonic academy, built in traditional Chinese style. A wide staircase leads to the entrance. Above the entrance is a large skull. A young warrior sits on the grass in front of the elder, who has a naked and bloody sword in his hand. The young warrior clutches the wound on his hand. The young warrior is very disappointed with the outcome of the battle. He regrets the little time he spent preparing. He has an extremely upset face and an unhappy look on his face. The young warrior raises his face to the sky, his rock open in a cry, tears in his eyes. He laments his unfulfilled fate. The young warrior's hand with traces of blood clasps the wound on his chest. The young warrior is wounded. Tears are streaming down the young warrior's face, pain and suffering in his eyes, wounds on his face, moans coming out of his open mouth. Consciousness slowly leaves the young warrior, and a vision appears before his eyes. On a screen that looks like a computer game menu, several options with choices. Losing consciousness, the young warrior selects the restart option, his eyes slowly closing. The young warrior's body floats on the sea surface. The sea is calm. The sun is rising on the horizon. The young warrior is unconscious. The young warrior, whose name is Sol Hui, regains consciousness. The rays of the rising sun illuminate his face, his long dark hair floating on the water. Sol Hui is in the courtyard of the Demon Academy, his face half covered by a mask. Behind him, 4 people are searching for something in the thick grass. Sol Hui's face floating in the seawater, regret in his open, haggard eyes, his long dark hair illuminated by the rays of the sun. Sol Hui's eyes shut exhaustedly. He looks very tired and regretful of everything in his life. Sol Hui comes to his senses. He is lying on the bed, his hand reaching for his head, causing apparently severe pain. Sol Hui's mouth is distorted with a groan. Sol Hui opens one eye. With his hand, he holds his aching head. He clearly doesn't realize where he is. Through his ajar eyes, Sol Hui sees a white caged ceiling. Sol Hui opens his eyes and tries to realize where he is. With his hand, he holds his hurting head. Sol Hui opens his eyes wide and looks around. He begins to realize where he is. Sol Hui sits up on the bed and looks around. The surroundings are familiar. He realizes where he is now. Sol Hui sits on the bed looking around. He is in a training center that is familiar to him. There is no one around. Sol Hui has a look of bewilderment and incomprehension on his face as he tries to remember what happened to him and how he got here. Sol Hui remembers the battle, the elder, his defeat. Sol Hui holds onto the wall with one hand and presses his other hand to his head as he tries to walk. He is wearing a tracksuit, his long hair tied back in a ponytail. Sol Hui puts his hand to his head. He is trying to figure out if what he is remembering really happened or if he dreamed it. A representative man in a red judge's robe with a book in his hands. He has an elaborate hairstyle on his head. This is the Lord of the Supreme Court. Tears are streaming down Sol Hui's face. his hand pressed to the back of his head, pain and incomprehension in his eyes. Sol Hui's feet are against a light-colored wall. Someone's feet appear behind him. Two men in suits similar to his appear behind Sol Hui's back. One of the men has long dark hair, the other is bald. Sol Hui turns around and looks at the men with pained eyes. He recognizes them and calls one of them by name. The men, one of whom is named Chalk Men, look at Sol Hui in amazement. They clearly didn't expect to see him. The men look at Sol Hui carefully, seeming to have questions for him. The bald man, whose name is Chik San, is a member of the Black Moon Squad, a direct unit of the Supreme Court. He has a beef with Sol Hui. Sol Hui's eyes are full of questions. He is trying to understand what happened to him. Sol Hui bends down from the blow given to him by Chik San. There is a lot of amazement on Sol Hui's face. He doesn't understand what is happening. Sol Hui's face is distorted. There is pain, amazement, and incomprehension on it. His eyes are wide open. A scream comes out of his mouth. From Chik San's blow, Sol Hui flies aside and falls to the floor. Chik San stands firmly on his feet and looks at the fallen man. Chik San scratches the back of his bald head. He pretends to apologize to Sol Hui, and everything happened by accident. Chik San leans over Sol Hui lying on the floor and wonders if the latter is feeling well and has regained consciousness. The impenetrable face of the long-haired man is the captain of the Black Moon Squad, Chiok Meng. You can see from his face that he is not happy with Sol Hui's behavior. Sol Hui's face is twisted in pain and amazement. He doesn't realize what he owes to this treatment. Sol Hui presses his hand to the spot where he was hit. He's in pain, but it's not the pain that bothers him, it's the situation. Sol Hui sits on the floor, covering himself with his hand from the blow. Chik San, with his fists clenched, stands in front of him and unequivocally hints at inappropriate behavior. Sol Hui sits on the floor, rubbing his hand over the spot where he was hit. He realizes he's been in the same situation before. Chik Sang sits down in front of an understanding Sol Hui, who guesses what Chik Sang will say next. Sol Hui's face is full of amazement. His premonition was justified. He heard the exact phrase he was expecting. Chiok Meng looks arrogantly and haughtily at Sol Hui sitting in front of him. He clearly doesn't expect this kind of behavior from a subordinate. Chiok Meng's face shows a look of utter bewilderment and displeasure at Sol Hui's behavior, and he doesn't understand why his subordinate doesn't show him the respect he deserves. Sol Hui has tears on his face and a look of utter bewilderment. He doesn't understand what is going on and why he is being treated like this. Chiok Meng's eyes are filled with superiority and contempt as he arrogantly informs Sol Hui that he is being summoned by the Lord of the Supreme Court. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with tears and so many questions. With a nod of his head, Chiok Meng shows Sol Hui where he should go immediately. The lower part of Chiok Meng's face, he intends to say something to Sol Hui before he leaves. Demon Academy. View from the top. In front of the main large building, there are 5 small houses. Everything is engulfed in red smoke. The Lord of the Supreme Court, with burning eyes, stands in the middle of the flames raging around him. There is a fire burning on his palm that does not harm him in any way. The face of the Lord of the Supreme Court is engulfed in flames. His eyes glow with an unkind fire, a predatory expression on his face. The calm face of the Lord of the Supreme Court. He sits with a cup of tea in his hand, complete calmness in his eyes. Sol Hui, head bowed, enters the room. He doesn't trust the Lord of the Supreme Court, but he has no choice but to obey. Seated at the tea table are the Lord of the Supreme Court and a bald man in a traditional Chinese robe who looks at the man who has entered. The bald man has an expression of very deep interest on his face. He pensively brings a cup of tea to his mouth and looks at the entrant. The bald man's eyes are interested and somewhat perplexed by Sol Hui's behavior, as he feels that the latter has not bowed low enough. Sol Hui bows his head slightly as he enters the room. His eyes are cast downward. Encouraged by the remark, Sol Hui falls to his knees before the bald man and the Lord of the Supreme Court. The Lord of the Supreme Court speaks confidentially to the bald man, who is the head of the Holy Deity Court, and asks him not to go too far. Sol Hui lies down and frantically thinks of the right way to behave. The Lord of the Supreme Court, standing with a book in his hand, suggests that Sol Hui behave appropriately and not roll on the floor, but simply bow his head in a bow. Sol Hui, bowing his head, rises from the floor leaning on his hands. Sol Hui's face, on which is written surprise mixed with confusion. The Lord of the High Court, sipping his tea, looks at Sol Hui quite kindly. His aged face is calm. The Lord of the Supreme Court, sitting on a chair, asks Sol Hui what he thinks about his future fate and career. Sol Hui is surprised by the question. The offer to work in the office brings a look of surprise on Sol Hui's face. The Lord of the Supreme Court explains his job offer and awaits Sol Hui's response with interest. A tear flows from Sol Hui's eye as he imagines the office, the job he is offered, and the thousands of secret books in it. The Lord of the High Court brings a cup of tea to his mouth and intends to offer an alternative to working in the office. Sol Hui strains to listen to what he is being told. He assumes he is guessing what he is about to hear. Sol Hui's memories, he recalls his battle and defeat. Sol Hui's hand is clenched tightly into a fist. He realizes that he has experienced this situation before and knows how it will end. With his head bowed, Sol Hui stands before the Lord of the Supreme Court and the head of the Holy Deity Court, looking at him intently. There is pain and conjecture in Sol Hui's eyes. He realizes that all of this has already happened in his life and doesn't understand why this is happening to him again. Sol Hui opens his mouth. He tries to say something and explain the situation. Sol Hui makes an unsuccessful attempt to say something. There is bewilderment and some consternation in his eyes. A menu appears in front of Sol Hui's eyes, like a computer game with different choices, and he looks at it in utter bewilderment. A screen hangs in the air in front of Sol Hui, and sitting at a tea table are the Supreme Court Lord and the head of the Holy Deity Court, who suddenly turn colorless. The Supreme Court Lord, who has become colorless, pours tea into a cup. He looks frozen in a moment. The head of the Holy Deity Court becomes completely colorless and frozen. Time has stopped. Sol Hui finally realizes that he's back in time, at the moment when he has to make a decision that affects his future life. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with surprise at the realization of what has happened to him. Sol Hui stares at the screen in horror. He realizes that time is running out very quickly, and the number of options to choose from is dwindling, and he makes the choice, another assignment. There is a bright flash of light. Sol Hui is standing in front of the Lord of the Supreme Court and the head of the Holy Deity Court, who are looking at him very intently. There is consternation and some regret in Sol Hui's eyes as he answers a question that he hasn't been asked yet. The Supreme Court Lord has an extreme degree of surprise on his face. Sol Hui's answer is very unexpected to him. The head of the Holy Deity Court looks at Sol Hui with great surprise, his eyes widening in amazement. Sol Hui clamps his hand over his mouth in consternation. He said something he shouldn't have. Sol Hui's face has a look of genuine consternation on it. He clamps his hand over his mouth. His eyes widen. He scolds himself for blurting out his answer. The Lord of the Supreme Court rises menacingly from his chair and sternly asks Sol Hui how he can answer a question that hasn't been asked yet. The Lord of the Supreme Court loudly stomps his foot, shod in a red boot, on the floor. Supreme Court Lord's face and eyes are filled with anger. He is annoyed by Sol Hui's insolence. An all-encompassing flame erupts around the Lord of the Supreme Court. Sol Hui recoils from the flames in horror. The eyes of Sol Hui, who has fallen to his knees, reflect the flames raging around him as he looks up at the Lord of the Supreme Court in horror. Sol Hui's eyes have a look of fright as the flames rage behind him. He realizes the full extent of the Supreme Court Lord's cruelty. Streams of sweat trickle down Sol Hui's face. He realizes that the demonic flames he had only heard of before are spreading before his eyes. Sol Hui's face, with eyes widened in horror and pain, with a huge red snake with burning red eyes burrowing into his neck. Sol Hui rubs his hand on his neck, the site of the imaginary red snake bite. He realizes that he is in big trouble ahead. The formidable face of the Lord of the Supreme Court, with his eyes burning maliciously, he is very angry and very determined. Sol Hui, putting his hand to his throat and eyes wide open, realizes his bleak prospect. Burning with a fierce flame are the eyes of the Lord of the Supreme Court. In front of Sol Hui's face hangs a bright glowing orb in the air, which he stares at in utter bewilderment. The Supreme Court Lord's mouth opens in a loud scream. He stops Sol Hui. The tip of the sword, reflecting the bright light, approaches Sol Hui's throat. A girl in a military uniform appears in front of Sol Hui, with sharp swords strapped to her hands, one of which rests on the throat of an extremely surprised Sol Hui. Sol Hui is extremely surprised by the girl's appearance. His eyes widened, his mouth open, and a sword point at his throat. A bright glowing orb hangs in the air in front of Sol Hui's extremely surprised face. Sol Hui frantically clutches his throat with his hand. He realizes that he miraculously escaped the blow. Rubbing his hand on the spot where the sword was supposed to strike Sol, Hui stands in front of the girl warrior with the sword raised in his hand. The slender girl warrior with the lower part of her face covered by a mask. This is Hek Bi, a vassal guarding the Lord of the Supreme Court. Sol Hui, clasping his hand to his chest, stands in front of the Lord of the Supreme Court, seated and ready to listen to him, who is now quite peaceful. The Lord of the Supreme Court, thoughtfully stroking his long beard with his hand, expresses his willingness to listen to Sol Hui and then make a final decision on his fate. The pensive face of Sol Hui, who is feverishly considering what line of behavior to take to avoid hurting himself. Kneeling and bowing in a subservient manner, Sol Hui explains his sudden response. Genuine interest is written on the face of the Lord of the Supreme Court as he listens intently to Sol Hui. Sol Hui's head is bowed low, his face contorted in an attempt to portray sincerity and devotion. He speaks of the rumors that have allegedly reached him and his desire to participate in the upcoming operation. The Lord of the Supreme Court, stroking his beard, listens intently to Sol Hui, who realizes that the best thing for him is to follow the Lord of the Supreme Court's script. The Supreme Court Lord's face is tense and pensive as he listens intently, frowning his eyebrows slightly. The kneeling Sol Hui is trying to convince those sitting before him of his sincerity, loyalty, and usefulness in the upcoming operation. On his knees, Sol Hui is trying his best to be believed. Sol Hui's face, with tears streaming from his eyes and his mouth open. The pensive face of the Lord of the Supreme Court, he props his head up with his hand, reflection in his eyes. Sol Hui watches with eyes full of expectation and tense. He is anxiously waiting for the Supreme Court Lord's decision. The head of the Holy Deity Court smirks in surprise as he drinks tea. He is amused by the situation. The Supreme Court Lord and the head of the Holy Deity Court are discussing the leaked information in surprise, the Lord stroking his beard thoughtfully, the head holding a cup in his hand. The Supreme Court Lord's face is extremely pensive. He is contemplating on what decision to make. Sol Hui tensely awaits the decision, a lone tear rolling down from his eye. The face of the Lord of the Supreme Court beaming as he decides on Sol Hui's fate. The Lord of the Supreme Court explains to Sol Hui some of the nuances of the upcoming operation and orders him to go to the location with a scout. The cup of water that the Lord of the Supreme Court holds in his hand reflects his gloatingly smirking face. Sol Hui bows his head in a low bow and confirms that he understands and accepts the order, his eyes and mouth wide open. The Lord of the Supreme Court, sipping his tea thoughtfully, releases Sol Hui to carry out the order. He is thinking intensely about something. Sol Hui rises from his knees and exhales noisily. He realizes that he has succeeded. Behind him, he can see the feet of guard Hek Bi. Sol Hui stands in front of Hek Bi's guard, questions in his mind. The situation seems familiar to him. Sol Hui walks past the guard, who stares at him intently. Her eyes are somewhat strained, and a black mask covers the lower part of her face. The situation seems familiar to Sol Hui again. He has walked past the guard before, and she was watching him. Sol Hui's eyes are pensive. A menu appears in front of Sol Hui's face again, like a computer game, showing some numbers. Sol Hui looks back at Hek Bi. Hek Bi looks at Sol Hui carefully. She has very serious eyes. Above her head, Sol Hui sees a sign +4 lives. A round lake outside the gates of the Demon Academy, Sol Hui sits on the shore of the lake, scooping up water with his palms. Above him is a pink, sunset sky. Sol Hui scoops up the water with his palms and pours it over his face. He hopes the cold water will help him recover. Sol Hui remembers the face of Hyokbi's guard. He can't fully believe that what is happening in his life is real. Sol Hui looks at his reflection in the water of the lake. He thinks about everything that is happening and can hardly believe that it is real. Sol Hui's pensive face reflected in the clear lake water. Sol Hui is standing near the lake, on the shore of which stands the Demon Academy building. In the distance are the mountains behind which the sun is descending. The Lord of the Supreme Court giving orders to Sol Hui. The Lord of the Supreme Court has a very arrogant face. Sol Hui's pensive face, he ponders the consequences of following the Supreme Court Lord's order and remembers that no one returns from following orders. Sol Hui sighs deeply. He tries to find the right solution to stay alive this time. Sol Hui looks wistfully at the mountains and contemplates the possibility of escape. There is a deep thoughtfulness in Sol Hui's eyes as he realizes that the idea of escape is not a good one for him and is unlikely to succeed. Sol Hui's hands are against a background of bright red, thick smoke. This is the magical energy hidden within him. As Sol Hui looks at his hands clenched into fists, he realizes that he can't hide the magical energy hidden inside him. The fighters of Muram's Right Warrior Squad, who can sense the magical energy and fight against it. They have burning eyes and swords in their hands. Sol Hui's foot firmly on the ground, he hesitates to make the first move. Sol Hui's head is pensively bowed. He ponders what to choose and which path to take. Both decisions scare him. Sol Hui's gaze rests on something on his road. He is surprised. Sitting on the side of the road is a bald Chik-san. He smirks gloatingly while holding his sword in his hand. He realizes that Sol Hui has been given a mission and is surprised at what he has arranged in the Supreme Court Lord's room. Chik-san looks at Sol Hui furtively, as if to realize that the words had accidentally slipped out of his mouth. Sol Hui stares intently at the bald Chik-san he met, trying to figure out what he means. The sign +1 life appears above Chik-san's head, a benevolent expression on his face. Sol Hui looks up into the pink sunset sky. He ponders his next actions. In Sol Hui's memories, the elder appears with sword in hand, and how that battle ended. Sol Hui's mind flashes back to the face of guard Hyokbi. He realizes that this is the last chance of his life, and he must make the right decision. The pensive eyes of Sol Hui, who can't decide what to do next, he sighs deeply, tormented by the agony of choice. At Sol Hui's side, his battle sword hangs in its scabbard. Sol Hui calls out to Chik-san, who is sitting peacefully on the side of the road, and he responds questioningly. Sol Hui bows his head low, seemingly close to a decision, and intends to check something out. Chik-san cautiously raises his hands in a protective hold. He is trying to understand and calculate Sol Hui's intentions, and is somewhat wary. Sol Hui's face, his eyes are covered by his long bangs. He is clearly up to something. Chik-san's face is very surprised. He is trying to figure out what Sol Hui, who is standing across from him, intends to do. Sol Hui pulls his battle sword out of its sheath and rushes at Chik-sang. Sol Hui has a very determined face. Chik-sang has a look of utter bewilderment on his face as he pulls his battle sword out of its sheath, but doesn't understand why Sol Hui is throwing himself at him. Sol Hui and Chik-sang fight desperately on their swords, sparks flying in all directions. Chik-sang reflects Sol Hui's blows while trying to figure out the reason for Sol Hui's inappropriate behavior. The battle continues. The opponents strike each other. Sol Hui dodges the blow and runs behind Chik-san's back. There is a wound on Chik-san's leg. He looks at it, but intends to continue the battle. Sol Hui's face is heated from the battle. He intends to get answers to his questions. Sol Hui is engrossed in the battle. He intends to get answers to his questions, which will help him become stronger. Sol Hui's face is agitated by the battle. He is annoyed that he can't find the information he needs. The battle between Sol Hui and Chik-sang is in full swing, swords glistening, and the two men are heated. Chick Sang swings his sword to strike, a look of consternation, bewilderment, and annoyance on his face at the same time. Sol Hui stops and backs away from Chick Sang somewhat, causing him to look puzzled and ask more questions. Covered in sweat, Chick Sang clutches his battle sword tightly, holding it in front of him, extremely angered and threatened by Sol Hui's attack. Sol Hui's cold and indifferent face with burning eyes, he doesn't care what happens to him anymore. Sol Hui rushes at the defensive Chick Sang again. The opponent's swords are crossed, their faces are filled with rage, and the will to win at any cost. Chick Sang's mouth is grinning, eyes darting. The furious face of Sol Hui, who has no intention of stopping, his battle sword pointed towards his opponent. Sol Hui recalls himself sitting after the battle with the Elder. He intends to do anything to avoid the previous scenario. Chick Sang, heated from the battle fiercely and with a loud shout, draws his battle sword and lunges at his opponent. Sol Hui dodges the fierce blow of his opponent, his battle sword not hitting him. Sol Hui has a stubborn expression on his face. Sol Hui leaps to dodge a punch from his opponent, who is standing behind him with his hand behind his back. Sol Hui jumps up, and his foot lands a kick to his opponent's stomach that sends him flying off to the side with a loud scream. Chick Sang's face reflects the full force of the blow. His eyes squeeze shut painfully, and a loud scream comes out of his mouth. The strike causes Chick Sang to bend painfully and stop. He lowers his sword and clutches his stomach with his hands. Sol Hui's eyes glow with unrestrained rage. He intends to go all the way. He realizes that this is his last chance. Through the magical energy, Sol Hui sees the inscription +1 life above Chick Sang's head. Sol Hui's legs spread out to deliver what he thinks is the final blow, which he is ready for because he realizes that this is his last and only chance. Sol Hui, with his battle sword drawn in his hand, stands in a stance, ready to strike his opponent. His face expresses complete determination. Sol Hui has a look of sheer determination on his face, determined to defeat his opponent. Sensing the seriousness of his opponent's intentions, Chick Sang breathes noisily. He is tired, but he continues to defend himself and makes one last argument to stop Sol Hui. On the branch of a large green tree sits a huge black bird, watching intently the battle unfolding before his eyes. The blackbird's eyes glow with a bright and uncool fire. It is watching extremely closely. Sol Hui's foot is in the air as he prepares to give his opponent a final blow in a leap. Chick Sang's mouth is wide open in a loud cry of pain and horror. The blackbird flies away, having waited for the outcome of the furious fight. Sol Hui gives his opponent one last blow, regret and pity for his opponent on his face, but he had no other option. The battle sword falls to the ground, the bout ends. The winner is determined. Sol Hui thinks back to Chick Sang, who he just took his life. He regrets it, but he had no other option. Sol Hui stands over his defeated opponent. He looks at him with regret. He realizes that now, after what he has done, he has no turning back. The frustrated and regretful face of Sol Hui realizes that now, after what he has done, there is no turning back. The branches of thick trees against the sunset sky. A loud splash, something heavy falls into the water of the deep lake. The boat rocks on the waves of the lake. Chick Sang's rope-wrapped body sinks quickly to the bottom. Sol Hui looks at the circles on the water left by what he threw into the lake. Sol Hui stands in the boat, bobbing on the waves of the lake, and stares pensively at the water. His hair is developing in the wind. Sol Hui's pensive face, in his eyes is regret, confusion, and sorrow. He stares pensively at the water of the lake, trying to see his reflection in it. Sol Hui leans against the side of the boat, trying to see his reflection in the lake water and read the inscription that appears above his head. Sol Hui's face is reflected in the lake water, and the inscription above his head is visible. Difficult to read in the ripples of the water. Sol Hui sits pensively in a boat bobbing on the waves of the lake, his figure reflected in the water, with an inscription above his head. Sol Hui carefully reads the inscription appearing above his head. 2 coins. Last chance. 1 more coin. The bright blue waters of the river flow peacefully between the high and steep cliffs. The bow of the boat splits the waters of the fast-flowing river. In the boat rapidly descending down the mountain river sits a combat squad led by Sol Hui. The squad is on its way to fulfill a mission. The turbulent mountain river flows noisily among the high and steep cliffs. The Lord of the Supreme Court orders Sol Hui to scout and survey the area, then report back to the squad leader. Sol Hui sits in a large boat with the warband, his face tense and his hands tightly clenched into fists. The squad is preparing to carry out the mission. Sol Hui recalls the arrogant face of Commander Chiok Meng. He realizes that if he had stayed at the Demon Academy, the commander would have gotten rid of him anyway. A large boat carrying a combat squad docks at the bank of a mountain river, the bright blue sky reflected in its waters. The combat squad disembarks from the boat. Sol Hui stands with his foot on the side of the boat. The 3 men of the combat squad stand on the shore. Sol Hui's eye, which reflects pain, hope, and confusion. He is looking intently somewhere. Sol Hui scrutinizes his reflection and the inscription above his head that has changed. It now reads 2 coins, 2 chances. Sol Hui scrutinizes the changed inscription, but he doesn't understand what it means. A young, slender girl with short hair, it's Lealter Cheol Sujin, the commander of the Flying Arm Squad. Lealter Cheol Sujin stands in front of Sol Hui with his arms crossed on his chest. She warns him that she is warning him about the Huashan sect members nearby and asks him to be careful. Lealter Cheol Sujin gives Sol Hui orders to scout the area and determine the number of enemies, then return to the given location. Lealter Cheol Sujin's face, she looks very serious and determined and orders Sol Hui to get on with the mission as quickly as possible. Sol Hui commands his squad and orders the fighters to move behind him, the lieutenant crossing his arms on his chest and watching their actions. Lieutenant Chol Sujin looks after Sol Hui's men as they disappear into the thick bushes. The lieutenant has a serious and pensive look on her face as she stands with her arms crossed over her chest, thinking intensely about something. The men of the combat team, led by Sol Hui, run quickly through the dense forest. Sol Hui has a determined expression on his face, ready for the task at hand. Sol Hui quickly runs through the forest, thinking as he runs, determined not to repeat the mistake he made last time. Sol Hui's face is tense as he ponders who the traitor is and who gave up his unit. He has 2 options in his mind. One is the head of the Holy Deity Court, and the other is Lieutenant Chol Sujin. Sol Hui orders his squad to turn right. On his face is determination and eagerness to deceive his enemies and avoid the trap. Sol Hui turns around at the squad members who oppose him, and in a harsh voice orders them to turn right and move. The squad members are puzzled and do not understand why the commander is ordering them to turn the other way. The squad, led by Sol Hui, rushes through the forest. Sol Hui remembers the last time his squad fell into a trap prepared by him. Sol Hui remembers how in the past, before he entered the Demon Academy, he used to do hard labor and carry large bundles of firewood. The thought of the inscription above his head that has changed beats in Sol Hui's running mind. He tries to figure out what the inscription means after all. Sol Hui quickly runs through the forest, pondering along the way whether it means 2 chances or if this is the second and last chance. Sol Hui's face wearing a serious and determined expression. Sol Hui stops and raises his hand upward, signaling to the men of the squad. The fighters freeze behind him, their eyes wary. The soldiers of the combat squad, hiding behind bushes and trees, are watching a 2-story house standing alone on the forest lawn. On the lawn, in the middle of a dense forest, lonely stands a 2-story house. There is not a soul around the house. The doors and windows of the house are closed. The soldiers of the squad are cautiously asking their commander about his plan of action. Sol Hui is thinking about something intensely. Sol Hui's tense face and the squad members' questions seem to take him somewhat by surprise. His face is focused, looking for a way out of the situation. Sol Hui realizes that his squad members will suspect trouble if they pass by the house, so he orders the men to stay in ambush and wait for his signal. He is going to reconnoiter the situation himself. Sol Hui stealthily makes his way towards the house, his squad members watching him tensely, Sol Hui's face focused. Sol Hui creeps up to the house and freezes under its window. He fears that there is an observation post located in the house. Sol Hui cautiously peeks through the window of the lonely house. He hopes that there are no serious opponents in the house. Begging Providence to make sure the house is empty, Sol Hui cautiously peeks through the window. Convinced that there is no one in the house, Sol Hui looks out the window already less cautiously. The war band gathers in front of the door of the lonely house. Sol Hui stands with his arms crossed over his chest, the squad members looking at him very carefully. Sol Hui is talking to one of his squad members. They are discussing the fact that the house is empty, and there is no one around. The tense face of Sol Hui, who is frantically thinking about what he should do next. His eyes are focused, his lips tightly pressed together. Sol Hui looks at his feet and decides what to do next. He realizes that after the incident with Chick San, he can't go back to the Demon Academy. The combat squad members with tense faces, hands covering their mouths, discuss the strange behavior of their commander Sol Hui. One of the squad members suggests that Sol Hui survey the area before anyone arrives and report the situation to the commander. Sol Hui listens to his fighter thoughtfully. The fighter looks at his commander in surprise, discouraged by the lack of response to his suggestion. Sol Hui frowns, annoyed by the questions of the squad members that he cannot answer. The face of a combat squad member. There is genuine surprise in his gaze. He doesn't understand the strange behavior of his commander Sol Hui. The screen with the options for choosing a future scenario appears in front of Sol Hui again, and he is again faced with the dilemma of what to choose. Sol Hui's eyes go wide with surprise. He doesn't understand why the enemy should appear and what he should choose this time. Time freezes. Everything around him turns black and white. Sol Hui stands in front of the screen and is tormented by the problem of choice. He doesn't understand where the enemies he can't sense will come from. Time to make a decision is quickly running out. Sol Hui stares intently at the screen. He doesn't know what to choose. He can't see or feel the enemies. Sol Hui chooses to try to talk. Everything dies out. Sol Hui looks away thoughtfully. There is a squad fighter in front of him trying to get his attention. The squad fighters hear some sounds, but they don't see anyone. They all strain to listen. The warband members grab their swords and stand in a circle in a fighting stance. They are ready to fight, but there is no one. They see no one. By the lonely house standing in the forest, there is no one but the squad members. Sol Hui exhales a sigh of relief. No one has shown up. A light white cloud forms near the combat squad. Someone notes the squad's high degree of observation. The figure of a man with long gray hair appears in the center of the battle circle. The man's hands are locked behind his back on the hilt of his sword. Sol Hui stares at the man who appears in front of him with a look of genuine amazement and horror. He doesn't understand how he did it. The lower part of the man's face is gray-haired. He has a gray, shortly trimmed beard, long hair developing in the wind. A plum blossom is engraved on the hilt of the gray-haired man's battle sword. In front of the battle group, putting his hands behind his back, stands a very serious opponent, Huashan Elder, Gu Zhan Meng. Elder's face with traces of years lived and battles fought, fire burns in his eyes, and he is not at all surprised to be recognized. The angry face of Sol Hui, who is breathing heavily and pressing his lips tightly together. In front of him, Gu Zhan Meng is the Demon Academy's greatest enemy. Sol Hui doesn't understand how the Elder ended up in this place, despite Sol Hui doing his best not to meet him. Sol Hui is breathing heavily. He did his best to end up in a different place than where he should have been according to the order. Sol Hui looks at the Elder in amazement, asking how and why he ended up in this particular place and time. The Elder's calm face expresses no emotion. He explains that this is his patrol area, and it was the fighters who broke into his territory. Sol Hui is astonished by the Elder's answer. He doesn't understand what patrolling area Gu Zhan Meng is talking about, and he stares uncomprehendingly. The Elder puts his hand on his sword and calmly looks at Sol Hui and his fighters. He is not inclined to long conversations. The Elder slowly takes out his glowing sword from its sheath. He clearly doesn't like the Demonic Academy natives and is strongly against them. Sol Hui doesn't expect anything good to come out of his meeting with the elder. His gaze is wary as he feverishly thinks about what to do next. The elder raises his sword high and promises the fighters an unhappy prospect and a swift end. The warband members, with wary and determined looks, raise their swords and stand in a fighting stance. They prepare for battle. The men of the fighting squad prepare for battle. They are determined, but there is apprehension in their gazes because of the outcome of the battle. In Sol Hui's mind, he recalls a battle he fought in his past life. Sol Hui remembers how the past battle ended. He realizes that the outcome of the past battle and the current one will be the same and will end in his favor. Sol Hui raises his sword and gets into a fighting stance. He realizes that the outcome is a foregone conclusion, but he still has hope. Sol Hui recalls his life, the hard work, and everything he has gone through in pursuit of his goal. Without giving up hope of victory, Sol Hui stands in a fighting stance in front of the elder. He is ready to fight. The elder slowly raises his sword. On Sol Hui's face is rage, despair, fear, and hope. He is not ready for his life to end now. He is ready to fight and shouts loudly to his fighters to run. The men of the combat unit look at their commander in amazement. They don't understand why he is giving such an order. Sol Hui's eyes are astonished at Sol Hui's order. They don't understand why he is ordering them to flee and how they can leave him alone. The sand flies in different directions from someone's foot, which quickly picks up speed. The fighters of the combat squad, including Sol Hui, scatter in different directions away from the elder. Sol Hui has a determined expression on his face as he is determined to avoid his fate. The men of the battle group, led by Sol Hui, run away from the elder. They do not intend to fight. The elder stares at them in surprise, clearly not expecting such a turn and flight of the squad. The elder catches up with the fleeing fighters and kills them, the fighters falling under his blows. The calm face of the elder with burning eyes, he looks at the results of his actions. Sol Hui's sword falls to the ground as he is struck by the elder's blow. The sword with traces of blood rests with its point in the ground next to the elder's feet. The opponents were too weak for him. The elder stands over Sol Hui, lying on the ground, and expresses his low opinion of the head of the demonic academy. On the elder's face is sympathy and regret. There is no hatred for the defeated enemies. It is just a job for him. Lying on the ground, Sol Hui tries to ask the elder why he is here. The uncomprehending elder leans over Sol Hui and tries to find out what he is asking him. Out of his last strength, Sol Hui tries to find out if the elder knew that his unit would be in this place. There is incomprehension in the elder's eyes as he tries to figure out what Sol Hui is asking him and what he is trying to find out. The elder takes Sol Hui by the hair and pulls his head towards him. He really wants to know what Sol Hui wants him to do. The elder's face, with his eyes burning, is full of sympathy and understanding. He begins to guess what Sol Hui wants to know. Out of his last strength, Sol Hui asks his question. He sits on the ground. The elder drops to one knee beside him and holds Sol Hui's head by the hair. The sweat-covered face of the suffering Sol Hui. In his eyes, a complete incomprehension of how the elder knew the time and place where the battle party would arrive. The elder's eyes are compassionate and understanding, and he urges Sol Hui to think about how he could have known everything. The elder holds Sol Hui's head by the hair. They both sit on the ground. In the elder's other hand is a sword with traces of blood. The elder looks at Sol Hui with some sympathy and frankly tells him that he likes Sol Hui in general. This is the first time he meets a Demon Academy student who dares to contradict his superiors. The elder and Sol Hui are sitting side by side on the ground. The elder is very surprised that Sol Hui, who possesses demonic energy, is able to cry. The elder stands up and looks at Sol Hui and thanks him for the opportunity to improve his skills. The elder draws his sword over Sol Hui's head and warns him of his impending end. The anguished face of Sol Hui, who looks pleadingly at the elder. Sol Hui recalls the inscription appearing above his head, 2 coins, second chance. Sol Hui's face contorted with despair as he begs for another chance. Sol Hui's body lies motionless on the surface of the water. His arms are stretched out along his body. Sol Hui's face with his eyes slowly opening. He has to make a choice again. A realization appears in Sol Hui's eyes. He realizes he has a choice to make, but he doesn't know what to choose, lest it all happen again. He only has one chance left. A screen appears in front of Sol Hui's eyes with a threatening message that he has only one chance to continue talking to the Elder. The calm and confident face of Elder Guzhong Men, who possesses an impressive list of martial skills. The indignant face of Sol Hui with his mouth twisted, not liking the way the situation is unfolding. The calm and confident leader of the flying fighters, Sol Hui, who is far inferior to the Elder in terms of combat skills and unable to defeat the latter. Sol Hui's eyes are full of doom. He realizes that he has no chance to continue the scenario. He is unable to defeat the Elder, and he chooses resume. Tears flow from Sol Hui's eyes. He has no other choice. Sol Hui's blank face, his eyes are wide open, his lips are tightly pressed together, and his hair is disheveled. In front of Sol Hui's eyes is a ceiling he knows well. Sol Hui is sitting on the bed in his training room. He is back to the beginning of the story. Sol Hui's laughing face, the situation is starting to amuse him already. Sol Hui clutches his hand to his head, hoping that he was just unlucky last time and has a chance to get on with his life. A thought flashes in Sol Hui's eyes, and he begins to get the gist of what is happening. Sitting on the bed, Sol Hui begins to realize and decides that he can't leave things as they are. Sol Hui realizes that if he stays in the room now, Chik Sang and Chok Ming will soon arrive and everything will happen again. The feet of the two men who came for Sol Hui appear on the threshold of the training room. Chik Sang scratches his bald head thoughtfully, while Chok Ming, standing next to him, stares in front of him in utter bewilderment. Sol Hui, hiding around the corner, looks at the men standing in front of the empty bed who came after him and don't understand where he went. Above Chik Sang's head, there is no inscription, and Sol Hui realizes that he has already taken his life, and he can only do it once. Above Sol Hui's bowed head is the inscription, "One coin, last chance." He only has one chance to stay alive. Sol Hui clenches his hand into a fist. He makes a decision to become much stronger. The faces of Chokmen, the Lord of the Supreme Court, the head of the Holy Deity Court, are placed on top of each other. Below them all is the face of the Elder. Sol Hui holds his hand clenched into a fist against his chest. With a pensive look, he makes a decision to become stronger and survive. Sol Hui walks quickly through the deserted courtyard of the Demon Academy. He is clearly in a hurry. Sol Hui, breathing heavily, sits in front of the mirror. He looks at his reflection. Sol Hui's gaze is directed at his reflection. He stares intently. Sol Hui looks at his reflection. Above the reflection is the inscription, "One coin, last chance." Sol Hui's lips are tightly pressed together. He is thinking about his next steps. Sol Hui looks at his reflection in the mirror and breathes heavily. He is deciding what to do now. Sol Hui looks up at the roof of the Demon Academy building. He realizes that he is surrounded by enemies that he is unable to fight or avoid. Sol Hui is in a state of deep brooding amidst the thick red smoke. He is searching for a way to keep himself alive. Burdened with a variety of thoughts, Sol Hui's face, he is deciding how to proceed. Sol Hui's bare feet, he is headed somewhere. Under the vaults of a room with a beautiful and intricate ceiling, the name Sol Hui, the leader of the Flying Fighter Squad, is spoken. Sol Hui enters the room containing the Supreme Court Lord and the head of the Holy Deity Court. He immediately, from the threshold, falls down before those present. The Supreme Court Lord's face is extremely surprised. He looks at the entrant with bewilderment. Sol Hui lies on the floor and stares intently at those seated before him. He gives up on the idea of escaping and decides to look for a clue. The Lord of the Supreme Court, stroking his long beard, tells the head of the Holy Deity Court who Sol Hui is. The Lord of the Supreme Court and the head of the Holy Deity Court are talking quite peacefully and looking good-naturedly at Sol Hui lying before them. Sol Hui looks at the seated people very tensely and frantically analyzes whether this situation is different from the previous one. The Lord of the Supreme Court asks Sol Hui what he thinks about working in the office. Sol Hui realizes that the Lord of the Supreme Court is saying the same phrases as last time. Sol Hui's face contorts, and he grits his teeth. Lying on the floor, Sol Hui lowers his head, his whole figure expressing submission to the Supreme Court Lord's decision. Sol Hui's face contorted with a scream, he refuses the Supreme Court Lord's offer, reasoning that he is not worthy of such a high position. The Supreme Court Lord and the head of the Holy Deity Court stare at Sol Hui in utter amazement. His response has surprised them greatly. The Supreme Court Lord, smirking contentedly, informs them that he has a task for Sol Hui. Sol Hui raises his head, confusion on his face. He turns to the Lord of the Supreme Court to confess. There is confusion in Sol Hui's eyes. He doubts his decision, but he has no intention of backing down. A screen appears in front of Sol Hui's face. Time stops. Colors and dyes disappear. Everything becomes black and white. The number of options on the screen in front of Sol Hui is greatly reduced, and there is only one: I will cut off my right hand. Kneeling before the Lord of the Supreme Court, Sol Hui offers to punish himself and cut off his right hand. Sol Hui's face bears the marks of a difficult choice. He realizes that this is his only chance, and he simply has no other options. The Lord of the High Court has a look of bewilderment in his eyes, as he didn't expect this from Sol Hui, and ponders the reason for his offer. Sol Hui decides that if what is happening is unavoidable, he'd better do it all himself, and begins to confess his faults to the Lord of the Supreme Court. As Sol Hui kneels in front of the large table and looks through the books on the bottom shelf, he confesses that he has been interested in forbidden knowledge. Sol Hui, with tears in his eyes, confesses to the Lord of the Supreme Court all that he has done. On the Supreme Court Lord's face is extreme interest mixed with genuine surprise. He didn't expect such a turn. Kneeling on his knees, Sol Hui beats his head on the floor and confesses everything he has done and repents for what he has done. Kneeling before the Lord of the Supreme Court and the head of the Holy Deity Court, Sol Hui repents and swears the eternal loyalty he is eager to prove. The Lord of the Supreme Court and the head of the Holy Deity Court look at Sol Hui with great interest. Events are going off script, much to their amusement. The Supreme Court Lord's fingers are tapping on the table he is pondering. The Lord of the Supreme Court stops tapping his finger on the table. He has made a decision. Sol Hui kneels, his head low, a sharp dagger lies before him. He is ready to be punished. There is fear in Sol Hui's eyes, and at the same time hope that he is making the right decision. And this time he is not wrong. The Lord of the Supreme Court looks at Sol Hui thoughtfully. An unkind fire burning in his eyes, he makes the decision to see how events will unfold in Sol Hui's scenario. Sol Hui's hands rest on the floor with the sharp dagger between them. He convinces himself that he has made the right decision and reassures himself that this is a one-time thing. Sol Hui takes the dagger in his hand. He internally wrestles with himself, convincing himself that it will only have to be done once. Sol Hui brings the sharp dagger over his right hand. His face reflects a strong internal struggle. He convinces himself that this is necessary. Sol Hui gathers his strength. A deep inner struggle is reflected on his face. He is determined to see this through no matter what it costs him. There is incredible pain in Sol Hui's eyes. He is in agony, but he is going all the way. The Lord of the Supreme Court stops Sol Hui with a loud shout. A lightning swing of his sword knocks the dagger out of Sol Hui's hand. Sol Hui's face is filled with pain and surprise, his mouth open in a loud scream. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with genuine amazement. He doesn't understand what happened. He is in pain. Tears are flowing from his eyes. In front of the kneeling Sol Hui, the guard of the Lord of the Supreme Court, Hek Bi, knocks the dagger out of Sol Hui's hand with a swing of her sword. Sol Hui is kneeling in front of Hek Bi. Behind him, a dagger with traces of blood on the floor. There are traces of blood on Sol Hui's clothes near his right shoulder. Sol Hui looks at Hek Bi with eyes full of pain and gratitude. He realizes that she stopped him, obeying the order of the Lord of the Supreme Court. Hek Bi towers over Sol Hui, who is holding his hand to the wound on his shoulder. She prevented him from realizing his intention. for which he is extremely grateful to her. Above Hekbe's guarded head is the inscription +4 lives. Sol Hui continues to kneel. There are traces of blood on his clothes, but his hand is in place. He exhales deeply. It seems that the only remaining option turned out to be the right one. The head of the Holy Deity Court is chuckling merrily. He is amused by the situation. The Lord of the Supreme Court points his finger at Sol Hui. He too is enjoying everything. Sol Hui is breathing heavily. He realizes how much of a risk he took, and he still doesn't fully believe that he succeeded. A plaque dropped by the Lord of the Supreme Court falls on the floor in front of Sol Hui. The plaque reads, Yong Il. It's a new appointment. The Supreme Court Lord's face is quite calm. He explains to Sol Hui that he is now the head of Chon Il's department. Sol Hui holds the plaque in his hands and looks at it very carefully. There is some serious thinking going on in his head. Sol Hui continues to kneel and thank the Lord of the Supreme Court for his new appointment. He realizes that in 3 choices, only one allowed him to stay alive. Holding his sore shoulder with his hand, Sol Hui, deep in thought, walks out of the office. Sol Hui's hand, with traces of blood, rests on his shoulder. He realizes that only one option out of those offered can keep him alive. Sol Hui's legs as he exits the office. Sol Hui's back as he exits the office with his hand on his shoulder. Sol Hui, holding his sore shoulder, contemplating what is happening to him. The behavior and reactions of the Lord of the Supreme Court and the head of the Holy Deity Court displease him greatly, and he does not intend to forget it. A tall tower, in the traditional Chinese style, in the Demon Academy courtyard, is pointing into the blue sky. This is the Zhong Il office. Under the beautiful ceiling of the Zhong Il office, Sol Hui's name is spoken. Sol Hui stands in front of a Jian Il office official sitting at a desk, who asks him questions about his age and former occupations. The gray-haired Chan Il official scrutinizes the documents of Sol Hui standing in front of him. Sol Hui stands calmly in front of the official and answers his questions. There is concentration on his face, his eyes looking at the official intently. In the official's eyes, there is both surprise and yet deep respect due to Sol Hui's accomplishments at the Demon Academy. Sol Hui is somewhat surprised by the reception and reaction of the official of the Chong Il department. The Zhong Il department official scrutinizes Sol Hui carefully. There is an undisguised interest in his gaze. The official scrutinizing Sol Hui asks what happened to his arm, to which Sol Hui mumbles something about an accident. Sol Hui's papers, which the official scrutinizes, have a signature at the bottom of the page that piques the official's interest. Sol Hui stands near the shelves of documents and scrutinizes them, the official turning in his direction and motioning for him to follow. The back of the departing official is Yong Il's department, and he leads Sol Hui to his new duty station. Sol Hui's eyes are tense and surprised. He doesn't understand where they are going or what will happen next. Following the Zhong Il official, Sol Hui walks down a steep, dark staircase. Following the official, Sol Hui enters a large room. This is his new duty station, where he has to keep track of the records. Sol Hui lets out an exclamation of surprise. He clearly didn't expect to see such a thing. Sol Hui and the official stand in front of the bookshelves that go to the ceiling. The number of books is incalculable. There are so many of them. Surprised by Sol Hui's silence, the official turns to him and wonders why he is not answering his question. Awakened from his thoughts, Sol Hui confirms that he has understood. The official points to a table littered with books. He explains that the most important and essential things are on that table. Sol Hui looks around thoughtfully. All these books and secret knowledge in general piques his interest. Hundreds of different books are on the shelves, on the floor of the library. But Sol Hui is only interested in one. Sol Hui stares intently at the official with his back turned to him. He is very interested in one question. An inscription appears above the official's head, +1 life. Sol Hui looks closely at the departing official, and reflecting on his power, realizes that if anything happens, he has a place to take another life. The official turns around and looks at Sol Hui questioningly. Sol Hui's face shows signs of deep thoughtfulness. He is pondering the future. Sol Hui is standing behind the back of the official, going through the books on the desk. He calls out to the official. In Sol Hui's eyes is a question: will he be able to possess the official to take his life? Sol Hui looks at the official carefully. He remembers that his right arm is injured, and he ponders if he can win. The official looks at Sol Hui questioningly. He doesn't understand what the official wants from him. The official's face is surprised and pensive. His head is slightly lowered. He is seriously thinking about something. Sol Hui pulls out his dagger and attacks the expecting official. The official has a look of pain and surprise on his face. He doesn't understand why Sol Hui attacked him or what he wants from him. Clutching his wound with his hand, the stunned official tries to defend himself from Sol Hui's attacker. Heated from the battle, Sol Hui is seen with a dagger in his hand. He is ready to attack the official. He needs a victory. A dagger appears in the official's hand. He is breathing heavily. Sol Hui's behavior makes him furious. He is ready to fight. Sol Hui increases his speed. He intends to finish everything as soon as possible. He realizes that speed is his serious advantage. The official deftly dodges Sol Hui's punches. He is not inferior in speed at all. The official has a serious and determined look on his face. He has no intention of giving up. The official lunges at Sol Hui and wraps his arms around him, trying to pull him to the floor. There is confusion on Sol Hui's face, his injured arm preventing him from using his full strength. The official knocks Sol Hui down and rolls him to the floor. The official's position is advantageous. Sol Hui doesn't stand much of a chance. Sol Hui tries his best to throw the official off, but he fails. There is a huge amount of tension on his face. Sol Hui's eyes are full of tension. He doesn't understand why all his efforts are failing. The official, with a gloating expression on his face, raises his dagger over Sol Hui, who is lying on the floor. Sol Hui's eyes are horrified. He has no more chances, and he couldn't defeat the official either. Sol Hui's eyes are tightly closed. The whole battle with the official played out in his imagination. Sol Hui opens his eyes and comes back to reality. The official looks at Sol Hui questioningly. He doesn't understand why the official called him and doesn't say anything to him. Sol Hui smiles good-naturedly, trying to divert the official's attention. Sol Hui, smiling good-naturedly, holds out his hand to the official with coins on it. He really wants to placate the official and make a good impression on him. The official looks at the coins outstretched to him in utter bewilderment. He doesn't understand why Sol Hui is doing this. The official is extremely annoyed by Sol Hui's action, and his eyes are filled with misunderstanding and anger. With a friendly smile and praise for the official, Sol Hui tries to smooth over the misunderstanding. The official, softening slightly, suggests that Sol Hui seek help. The official turns to Sol Hui and kindly advises him not to stand out from the crowd if he doesn't want trouble on his head. There's a question in Sol Hui's eyes. He doesn't really understand what the official is advising him or why. As he leaves, the official warns Sol Hui, who is standing in the middle of the room, that there is a lot of seemingly invisible trouble around. Sol Hui stares thoughtfully at the official, trying to understand what he means. The faces of the Lord of the Supreme Court and the head of the Holy Deity Court come to Sol Hui's mind, and he intends to take revenge on them, and he must survive to do so. Sol Hui takes a seat in front of the stacks of books lying on the polo floor. He intends to look at them. The tall tower of Zhang-Il's office against the pink sunset sky. Sol Hui absent-mindedly examines the stacks of books that fill the library. He realizes that it's almost impossible to put all the books in order. Sol Hui picks up a book with a yellow cover and reads the title carefully. Sol Hui leafs through the book and ponders what the title might mean. The contents of the book are clearly of interest to Sol Hui, and he reads it carefully. A light glow spreads from the pages of the book. Sol Hui wrinkles his nose in pain and rubs his wound with his hand. It still continues to bother him. From the pages of the book, a screen of choices suddenly pops up in front of Sol Hui. Sol Hui is astonished. He reaches out his hand to the screen. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with consternation and surprise. He was not expecting the screen, which usually does not bode well for his life. Sitting on the stairs, Sol Hui looks at the screen with fear. He is tired of making choices and mistakes. He looks at what his options are now. Sol Hui picks up the glowing book in his hand. He realizes that this time doesn't stop and the color doesn't fade away. The glowing book is in Sol Hui's hands. He reads the inscription, 3 Basic Skills. On the screen in front of Sol Hui appears a list of martial arts he is asked to master. There are 3 in total. Sol Hui scrutinizes the list carefully and interestedly, his eyes burning with excitement, the book in his hands continuing to glow. The face of the Lord of the Supreme Court pops up in Sol Hui's thoughts, and he realizes that the martial arts listed before are considered the highest art in the demonic academy. Sol Hui holds the holy book in his hand and continues to study the list. He is very curious. Sol Hui sits on the stairs and holds the glowing book in his hand. His face expresses an extreme degree of thoughtfulness. Sol Hui's face lights up with joy as he begins to realize what kind of book he has found and how it can help him. Sol Hui looks carefully at the screen hanging in the air in front of him. He doesn't understand why some of the options are closed, and he only has to choose from the white glow art option. Sol Hui looks carefully at the screen and studies the options available to him. He couldn't read anything about the white glow art, but assumes it's cool too. Sol Hui continues to study the screen and assess his perspective and options. Sol Hui chooses an option where a demonstration is possible and clicks on it. A bright, glowing vortex appears in the room. Sol Hui stares at the vortex in utter bewilderment. He begins to realize what a demonstration is. The glowing vortex transforms into the silhouette of a man with a sword in his hand. Sol Hui realizes that it is the shadow, and it is showing him what to do and how to do it. The shadow's legs move swiftly. Sol Hui watches the shadow's actions very carefully. He realizes that she is demonstrating martial arts techniques. Sol Hui is watching Shadow's actions extremely closely. He guesses that the vapor coming from Shadow's mouth is showing him how to breathe properly. Opening his mouth in surprise and not taking his eyes off of Shadow, Sol Hui watches her actions intently. Shadow shows movement after movement of wielding the sword. Sol Hui exclaims with delight as Shadow shows him the techniques of the white glow martial art. Sol Hui, with the glowing book in his hand, studies the screen carefully, trying to figure out how to operate this program. Sol Hui realizes that the program is offering him to master the great sword art, and gives him the opportunity to do so. Sol Hui has an extremely pensive look on his face. He can't quite make sense of the program's symbols, but one thing he definitely understands. Sol Hui's legs begin to move, echoing the movements of Shadow's legs. Sol Hui's hand clutches his sword. He realizes the opportunity he has, and he's not going to miss his chance. With sword in hand, Sol Hui stands behind Shadow and begins to repeat her movements. He intends to master the martial art to perfection. Sol Hui realizes that this is his chance, and he intends to take full advantage of it. He holds the sword firmly in his hand. Sol Hui's foot is tight on the floor. He doesn't understand why this is happening to him, but he intends to use whatever he can for revenge. Sol Hui stands next to Shadow and follows exactly all of her movements. Sol Hui intends to master the art exactly and learn everything he can. Sol Hui's eyes are determined and stubborn, determined to take the chance given to him and prolong his life. The face of a Zhang-il department official, in his eyes is understanding and approval. He clearly knows more than he's saying. Sol Hui is diligently mastering the art, standing next to Shadow and repeating exactly all of her movements. The Tower of the Zhang-il Department, towering above all the buildings of the Demon Academy. The Zhang-il Library, with numerous books scattered on the floor. On the floor of the library, a large rat is sitting and eating something. The large rat's satisfied face, it looks like it is being fed very well. Sol Hui, with a glowing sword in his hand, continues to master the martial art. Sol Hui's satisfied face. He is very enthusiastic about his training. He is interested and he is getting results. Sol Hui's training. In his hands is a glowing sword, which he uses to deliver fast, strong, and precise blows. Sol Hui continues his training. He has already learned a lot. Sol Hui's training has been going on for a month. He is mastering the martial art. His movements are becoming precise and easy. Sol Hui's figure. He is standing in the library, one arm lowered along his body, the other raised at chest level, his gaze focused. Sol Hui makes a combat lunge, his gaze focused, his breathing even, his movements honed. Sol Hui's gaze is full of concentration and control of the situation. Sol Hui's training, his movements are already almost no different from shadows. He's learned a lot. Sol Hui fends off the bright flashes flying at him. Sol Hui fights off the bright flashes flying at him. Sol Hui's keen and focused face, keen on training, he was able to make significant progress. Sol Hui sits pensively in front of the screen, hanging in the air in front of him. He has been able to greatly improve his fighting skills, but he has yet to master the art of the magic sword. On Sol Hui's face, there was a degree of satisfaction at the results and extreme enthusiasm for the process. Above the head of the Zhong-il official, the inscription +1 life glows. Sol Hui is standing back, his long hair in a ponytail, his jacket slung over one shoulder. The tall tower of the Zhong-il office. There are books scattered on the floor of the library. Sol Hui is sitting on the floor of the library with a book in his hand. He intends to read a book on basic skills that he has been meaning to read for a long time, but has not been able to get his hands on. Someone enters the library. The feet of the person entering the library. The lower part of the face of the person entering the library, he clearly doesn't expect to see anyone here. Sol Hui gingerly looks back at the person who has entered, drops of sweat running down his face. There is a look of apprehension in Sol Hui's eyes. He can't believe his eyes. Sol Hui looks at Sol Hui in complete bewilderment. He doesn't understand why his arrival has caused such a reaction and wonders what is wrong with his appearance. The face of an official of Zhong-il Duhong's department, who warns Sol Hui that he better not stand out from the crowd to save his life. Sol Hui's eyes reflect the full rightness of the official who warned him. Above the head of the man who so startled Sol Hui by entering, the sign +10 lives glows. He stands perfectly still and looks at Sol Hui. Sol Hui bows intensely to the entrant, who, smiling cheerfully and raising his hand, urges him not to exert himself too much. The entrant, smiling amiably, inquires about Sol Hui's name. Sol Hui, cautiously bowing his head, gives his name. The intruder clearly intimidates him. Sol Hui's mind flashes back to the figure of Hek Bi, a female guard with the inscription +4 lives glowing above her head. He realizes that the intruder has 10 lives and he can't handle him. The intruder's face expresses friendliness. He smiles welcomingly and turns to Sol Hui with a question. The entrant stands opposite Sol Hui's bowed head and asks Sol Hui what he is doing here. Sol Hui replies that he was ordered to clean up the library. Sol Hui, clutching a book to his chest and bowing, stands in front of the entrant, who asks him for a favor and help in a matter. The entrant's gaze sharpening somewhat and becoming very attentive, he says that there is a book very dear to him. Fear appears in Sol Hui's gaze, and he tenses up a lot. The entrant is talking about the very book he has in his hands and is frantically clutching to his chest. Sol Hui's eyes are very scared and tense. He doesn't understand why fate is being so hard on him again. Sol Hui looks at the book in his hand. It is the one the entrant is looking for. Time stops. Everything around him turns black and white. Sol Hui realizes that now he will have to make a choice again, and he is very frightened by it. Sol Hui's face, with clenched teeth, expresses an extreme degree of tension as he realizes in horror that everything is happening again. Sol Hui, sweat dripping down his face, stares frantically at the screen of choices. He realizes, given the power of the Ent, that if he makes the wrong choice, it will all be over for him very quickly. Sol Hui clutches the book tightly to his chest and curses the moment he picked it up, but he realizes that he needs to look at the available options as quickly as possible. Sol Hui only has 2 options to choose from: to say he didn't see the book, or that he has mastered martial arts. Sweat is running down Sol Hui's face, and there is a lot of tension in his eyes. Very tense eyes of Sol Hui, who doesn't realize which option he should choose as they both don't suit him. The time allotted to choose one of the options is catastrophically shortening. Sol Hui, realizing this, begins to panic. Sol Hui makes the decision to choose the option he feels is the worst option for him, and he chooses that he has never seen the book. Time fades away, the colors return. Sol Hui stands, bowing before the entered one, who smiles in a friendly manner. Through force, Sol Hui says that he has never seen the book the entranced one is looking for. The entrant looks at Sol Hui with some bewilderment and interjects. He gives the impression that he doesn't quite trust Sol Hui. Sol Hui's face with extremely tense eyes and tightly pressed lips. He seems to confirm his answer. Sol Hui turns away from the ent, who is scrutinizing the bookshelves, exhaling noisily, clutching the book to his chest, and not believing his happiness. Sol Hui turns to the entrant and offers to help him find the book. Sol Hui likes Sol Hui's offer very much, smiles and replies that he doesn't remember where exactly he left the book. Sol Hui's face is extremely pleased with what is happening. He thinks that the ent believed him and he made the right choice. Sol Hui, clutching the book to his chest, stands a little ways away from the entrancer, who is examining the library. Sol Hui exhales noisily and relieved. It seems his choice is the right one. He continues to hold the book he is looking for against his chest. The entrant folds his arms at chest level. The entrant turns his back to Sol Hui and informs him that he remembers exactly where he left the book. Sol Hui freezes in surprise. Straining very hard, Sol Hui stutters in a stammering voice, wondering exactly where the book he is looking for is located. He begins to suspect something amiss. Sol Hui turns sharply and stares extremely anxiously at the back of the ent standing in front of the bookshelves. The entrant's profile is absolutely impassive, with thick smoke gathering around his face. The entrant's face suddenly changes a great deal. His eyes light up with an evil fire, and he replies in an impassive voice that the book Sol Hui is looking for is in his hands. Sol Hui's hand holds the book tightly and presses it against his chest. Sol Hui's face has a look of unconcealed horror on it, sweat dripping down his face as he realizes he's caught. Sol Hui's lips are tightly pressed together. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with fear and incomprehension as to what his mistake was and what he did wrong. Sol Hui stands in front of the ent towering over us. He continues to hold the book to his chest. Sol Hui is trying to calculate what will happen to him now. The sign +10 lives glows above the entity's head, and Sol Hui realizes that there is no escape from the entity, and what to do now is not very clear. Sol Hui, clutching the book to his chest, frantically considers his next steps. Sol Hui, not knowing what to do, stammeringly tries to give some more or less plausible version. The entrant comes up close to the stuttering Sol Hui. The entrant, standing next to Sol Hui, starts laughing merrily. Sol Hui looks at him in utter bewilderment. He wipes away the tears from his eyes and admits that he was just playing a joke on Sol Hui. Sol Hui, in complete confusion, asks again in surprise. The newcomer, who continues to laugh, says he was just playing a prank on the newcomer and introduces himself. His name is Gong Ma. Gong Ma tells Sol Hui with a friendly face that it's a pleasure to meet him. Gong Ma smiles kindly and walks past the stunned Sol Hui and heads over to the bookshelves, saying that he's going to look at books. Sol Hui tensely watches Gong Ma as he walks away, not sure if he was laughing sincerely or if he can trust him. Gong Ma reads a book from the shelf while Sol Hui wonders who he really is. On the floor of the library, 2 fat rats are peacefully dining. Gong Ma, who has been silent and browsing for hours on end, turns to Sol Hui with a question. Gong Ma wonders how Sol Hui came to be in the library and on whose recommendation. With his head humbly lowered and standing next to Gong Ma, Sol Hui tells the story of how he came to the library. Sol Hui's gaze expresses surprise and approval at the way Gong Ma speaks of the Lord of the Supreme Court. Sol Hui, smirking cheerfully, informs him that the Lord of the Supreme Court is generally quite nice to him. In a completely impassive voice, Gong Ma states the fact that the Lord of the Supreme Court was instrumental in disabling Sol Hui's much-needed right arm. Sol Hui's face shows an extreme degree of surprise. He didn't expect Gong Ma to be so aware. Gongma's face is still calm and impassive as well. Gongma, continuing to read the book, explains his awareness not by purposefully gathering information, but by simple curiosity. Continuing to hold the book in his hands, Gongma speculates about Sol Hui's life journey. Gongma has a completely impassive face that doesn't reflect any emotion. Sol Hui smiles and bows to Gongma, while at the same time a deafening wave of irritation rises within him. Gongma stands with a book in his hand near the bookshelf and pretends to read. Sol Hui, who is standing next to Gongma, is painfully trying to figure out who his interlocutor is, who is speaking unflatteringly about the Lord of the Supreme Court, and who has such information. A sly smirk on Gongma's face wonders if Sol Hui remembers who can afford to call the Lord of the Supreme Court incorrectly. On Sol Hui's face, surprise mixed with interest, the thought occurs to him that Gongma is able to read his mind. Gongma puts the book on the shelf and asks Sol Hui, who is standing next to him, a question that is very important to him. Gongma's face becomes a little less impassive and shows some interest as he asks Sol Hui how many martial arts he has mastered. Sol Hui's face shows a whole range of different emotions, from fear of exposure to extreme surprise. With great difficulty coping with the emotions engulfing him, Sol Hui squeezes out that he doesn't understand what Gongma is telling him. Gongma's feet heading towards the exit. As Gongma walks past Sol Hui, who's soaked with emotion, he wonders if he's telling the truth. Holding himself back, Sol Hui confirms that he's telling the truth and adds that he can't even use his right hand, so he can't even use his martial arts. Gongma puts a hand on Sol Hui's shoulder and laughs merrily at him. Sol Hui stands there with his eyes downcast and afraid to move, while Gongma keeps his hand on his shoulder and urges him not to be so serious. Gongma brings his head close to Sol Hui's ear and tells him in confidence that he knows he's been deceived. Large drops of sweat drip down Sol Hui's face. Gongma continues to whisper confidentially in his ear. Sweat is already streaming down Sol Hui's face and drips to the floor with a loud clatter in a ringing silence. Gongma leaves the petrified Sol Hui and walks away, telling him to keep working just as hard. Sol Hui, without changing his body position, stares after Gongma as he leaves. Sol Hui exhales noisily in great relief, pressing his hand to his chest. Sol Hui anxiously looks after Gongma and notices that he doesn't move. The choice screen reappears in front of the exhausted Sol Hui, and he looks at it with great apprehension. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with horror and confusion as to which of the three options he should choose. The first option, which assumes that Gongma is the fourth disciple of the heavenly demon, throws him into a state of shock. Sweat drips down Sol Hui's face again, and he can't come to his senses as he realizes that being the fourth disciple of the heavenly demon is very cool. In Sol Hui's eyes, there is genuine terror. He realizes that the fourth disciple of the heavenly demon is at the pinnacle of martial arts, and he is now standing in front of him. Shaking in fear, Sol Hui looks at the black figure in front of him, from which red energy is spreading. Sol Hui stares in front of him, genuine terror reflected in his eyes. Without changing his facial expression or turning his head, Sol Hui rolls his eyes at the screen in front of him. He realizes that the second option, about him mastering martial arts, he can't choose either. Gongma, smiling slyly, approves of the choice Sol Hui has made. Sol Hui is in a state of extreme bewilderment and looks at Gongma questioningly, asking how he guessed. Gongma, with a calm face and a friendly look, characterizes himself as a guy who has dropped out of the political struggle. Sol Hui falls to his knees and begins to impetuously apologize and justify that he cheated and actually did what Gongma asked him. Gongma looks at the kneeling and repentant Sol Hui in front of him in some bewilderment. The situation doesn't seem serious to him. Sol Hui's eyes, looking up and down, are full of remorse, fear, and begging for forgiveness, with tears and sweat dripping down his face. Gongma indifferently turns around and drops that it doesn't matter to him to reveal his identity, and suggests that Sol Hui continue doing what he's doing. Kneeling on his knees, Sul Hui exhales convulsively for the umpteenth time. Sol Hui looks hopefully at his feet as he walks away. Despite the generally favorable resolution of the situation, Sol Hui still has questions. A stinging male tear rolls down Sol Hui's face, exhausted by choice and doubt. The screen of choices appears before Sol Hui's eyes again, and he doesn't understand why. Sol Hui's eyes glow with unconcealed hatred for the damn screen, his teeth clenched tightly. Sol Hui's eyes ask why he has to make a choice again, because he's already made one. Through Sol Hui's tightly clenched teeth, a suppressed scream breaks out. He has no other choice. Kneeling down and looking at the departing Gong Ma, Sol Hui says out loud the second of his choices, that he has mastered martial arts. Without turning around, Gong Ma asks if Sol Hui is telling the truth. Gong Ma leans into Sol Hui's ear and clarifies if that means Sol Hui has deceived him. Gong Ma's foot turns toward Sol Hui. Wondering how Sol Hui dared to lie to him, Gong Ma slowly takes his sword out of its sheath. There is unconcealed terror on Sol Hui's face. Sol Hui sits on his knees in front of a screen hanging in the air, with one last option left to wonder if Gong Ma is in the same situation. At this point, Gong Ma swings at him with a naked sword. Gong Ma freezes, time stops, everything becomes black and white. The point of the sword freezes right in front of the face of the extremely frightened Sol Hui. The time allotted to make a decision is quickly running out. Sol Hui sits in front of the screen, right in front of a frozen in midair with his sword exposed and a discolored Gong Ma. Sol Hui stares intently at the screen, frantically deciding what he should do. Gong Ma's black and white face with a burning eye and a dark face. Sol Hui tensely stares at the screen, a tear streaming from his eye. Sol Hui stares at the screen with only one option left, and he has no choice. On the screen that Sol Hui is tensely looking at, a timer comes on that is different from the previous ones. It is a 3-digit number, and Sol Hui doesn't understand why this is happening. Sol Hui sits in front of the screen hanging in the air. The thought crosses his mind that more time is given to realize something. The black and white figure of a frozen Gong Ma hangs in the air in front of a seated Sol Hui, who is trying to make sense of and understand the meaning behind the choice. Sitting in front of the screen, Sol Hui realizes that what seemed like the worst option for him is actually the best option for him. Sol Hui's face lights up as he realizes that since all situations were resolved last time, this decision is the best one for him. Sol Hui realizes that he needs to convince Gong Ma and negotiate with him. Sol Hui finally realizes why the third option is the best, and what he should do. Sol Hui remembers Gong Ma's face when he talked about the Lord of the Supreme Court and what he called him. Sol Hui recalls Gong Ma's face when he indifferently recalled dropping out of the political struggle. Analyzing the situation and realizing that he and Gong Ma have a lot in common, Sol Hui clenches his hand tightly into a fist. He realizes that he can help Gong Ma. Sol Hui recalls Elder Gu Yongmeng's words about gaining strength. Sol Hui's mind flashes back to the Elder's answer to his question about how he knew about finding the battle group. Sol Hui recalls the arrogant face of the Lord of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court Lord's face, whose eyes light up with fire and red energy, spreads around. Sol Hui analyzes all the information popping up in his mind and draws the appropriate conclusions. He knows what he should do and why the third option is the best for him. Sol Hui has a calm and confident face. He makes a decision and really hopes that this time everything will work out. Time dies out. Gong Ma takes on color and lands on the floor. He is back in motion. Gong Ma, with his naked sword pointed at Sol Hui, stands in front of him but doesn't attack. There is a somewhat surprised expression on Gong Ma's face. Gong Ma has surprised eyes with hope in them. He interjects Sol Hui and asks him to repeat what he just said. Sol Hui's eyes are confident that he is on the right path. He says he knows who Gong Ma is. Sol Hui has an extremely convincing look, confidently telling Gong Ma his story and assuring him that he guesses his problems. Gong Ma, remembering his past, listens intently and interestedly to Sol Hui's arguments. His face looks sad and pensive. The tip of his sword moves slightly away from Sol Hui's throat as he is told to continue his narration. Without removing the sword from Sol Hui's throat, Gong Ma is nonetheless interested in what he has to say. Sol Hui is overjoyed that he is being listened to and not attacked. Gong Ma has an attentive and extremely interested face that shows emotion. Sol Hui's face shows the incredible effort he's putting in an effort to convince Gong Ma that he's right. Gong Ma's impassive and indifferent face changes a lot, with interest and some sadness in his gaze. Sol Hui's gaze is attentive, noting how much Gong Ma's gaze and expression changes. Gong Ma moves his sword away from Sol Hui, who continues to kneel and make his point. On Sol Hui's face is confidence in his words and hope that he is succeeding in convincing Gong Ma. Sol Hui explains very convincingly that he has guessed the real reason for Gong Ma's appearance in the library, and it's not a martial arts book at all. Gong Ma listens interestedly and without interrupting. His gaze expresses interest and agreement. Sol Hui does not get up from his knees and continues to talk about his conclusions and conjectures. There are rows of books on the bookshelves. Sol Hui continues to kneel opposite Gong Ma and tells him that the real reason he is talking to him is to learn about the weaknesses of the Lord of the Supreme Court. Gong Ma, standing half-turned, continues to listen without interrupting. Gong Ma asks Sol Hui, standing in front of him, on what basis he draws such conclusions. Sol Hui gets very emotional and talks about the failure of the intelligence operations and why he was kicked out of the squad. Gong Ma continues to listen with great interest, asking clarifying questions. His acquiescence confirms that Sol Hui's conclusions are correct. On Sol Hui's face is confidence that he is right in his conclusions and interest in why Gong Ma needs him. Gong Ma, who is listening attentively, towers over the kneeling Sol Hui and starts laughing gleefully, causing the latter to be bewildered. Gong Ma is impressed by the analytical conclusions and fascinating story, and he understands why Sol Hui is irritating the Lord of the Supreme Court. Gong Ma, with an interested face and pointing his finger, clarifies whether Sol Hui can tell him about the Supreme Court Lord's weaknesses. The kneeling Sol Hui, bowing his head, confirms to the extremely interested Gong Ma that his assumption is correct. Sol Hui's face reflects intense thought activity as he tries to find something to tell Gong Ma, but alas, to no avail. Gong Ma, waving his hand and smirking derisively, states Sol Hui's lack of any interesting facts. Sol Hui, bowing his head low, feverishly considers what he can get in return for the information Gong Ma has provided. Sol Hui's eyes, from which tears are streaming, are filled with tension, hope, and a keen desire to avoid defeat. He has no intention of losing this time. Gong Ma looks at his interlocutor in interested anticipation. In his slightly squinted eyes, there is calmness and reflection. Gong Ma's face tenses slightly, and his eyes widen as he considers his waiting and intends to get an answer to his question. Continuing to kneel, Sol Hui, motivated by the high degree of risk, tries to figure out what he will get in return for the information provided. Sol Hui and Gong Ma continue to talk while standing across from each other. Gong Ma wondering how highly Sol Hui views his life, to which he receives a negative response. Not changing his position, Sol Hui, realizing that this is his last chance, tries to interest his interlocutor in the value of the information provided, which could save the latter's time and effort. Gong Ma turns thoughtfully away from Sol Hui. He is evaluating his interlocutor's arguments. Sol Hui tensely awaits his decision. There is deep thoughtfulness in Gong Ma's eyes. He is evaluating the possible information and its potential effectiveness. He makes his decision. Sol Hui exhales in relief upon hearing the agreement. Tension pours tears from his eyes. Gong Ma, who has made the decision, is ready to repay Sol Hui for the information and agrees to cooperate. Sol Hui's face shows incredible relief and hope appears in his eyes. In Sol Hui's mind, wanting to fulfill his task to the best of his ability, the face of Elder Gu Zhongmeng comes to mind. Gong Ma, arms crossed over his chest and head tilted thoughtfully to the side, listens intently and inquires about the evidence. Motivated by the fact that the Lord of the Supreme Court leaves no evidence behind, Sol Hui elicits Gong Ma's natural response that it's all conjecture. Sol Hui's opinion that conjecture might be of importance to the Earth Demon causes Gong Ma's interest and mute question. Confident that he's on the right path, Sol Hui, with a passionate face, calls for a search among the immediate neighborhood. Sol Hui's words cause Gong Ma to think deeply. He tilts his head to the side, reflection in his eyes. In the background are dark silhouettes with burning eyes. A squad of stern men, in the foreground a bald man and a brunette, all of them quite determined. Sitting on his lap, Sol Hui very convincingly assures Gong Ma of the reality of his proposed arrangements. The lower part of Gong Ma's face, on which a slight smile appears to show his agreement. On Sol Hui's face is a huge relief. He exhales noisily, hope in his eyes that he has properly utilized the opportunity given to him. Gong Ma's feet, interested in Sol Hui's name, are heading towards his interlocutor. Gong Ma approaches Sol Hui and sits down next to him, the conversation moving into a trusting stage. On the face of the leaning Gong Ma, an expression of benevolence and, to some extent, trust, he intends to make a small clarification. Sol Hui, leaning forward somewhat, listens to the clarification with great interest and some tension. Sol Hui's face, on which is written a whole range of varied emotions, from fear to hope, he agrees to the task and anxiously awaits its contents. The lower part of Gong Ma's face, whose lips, with good articulation, pronounce the name Chok Men. The haughty and arrogant face of Chok Meng, the squad leader whom Sol Hui must kill in order to pass the test. As Sol Hui is surprised by the contents of the assignment and tries to mumble something in response, Gong Ma mockingly inquires as to the reason for the test. Gong Ma's face is confident in his actions, as he doesn't want to run into a double agent, which is why he intends to check and make sure Sol Hui is honest. Extreme determination is written on Sol Hui's face. Even though he's not too keen on the task, he realizes he has to do it. Sol Hui's hand clenches into a tight fist. He is ready to complete the task. Sol Hui, the commander of the Flying Fighter Squad, is extremely determined, ready to accomplish the task at hand, confidence in his eyes. Chok Meng's face, with an uncharacteristic expression of benevolence and friendly eyes. Fury and determination are written on Sol Hui's face, a loud scream erupting from his open mouth, his eyes confident he is ready for the task at hand. Above the dark buildings of the Demon Academy, the night sky. The tall tower of Zhang-Il Department against the backdrop of the night sky. Sol Hui's hand resolutely clutches the hilt of his sword. Sol Hui's feet are heading towards the task at hand. Sol Hui is extremely determined. His entire figure expresses determination and purpose. His eyes burn with faith in his own strength. Gong Ma assigns Sol Hui a place to meet after the task is completed. Gong Ma's cool and confident face as he clarifies the details of the assignment and the next steps. Sol Hui's confident and determined face, ready to complete the task and listening attentively to the final instructions. There is a deep thoughtfulness on Sol Hui's face, somewhat concerned that his new partners are not quite sure of his strength and abilities. Sol Hui looks at the screen that appears in front of him and compares his skills and potential to that of Chok Meng. They have different levels, but Sol Hui is confident in his abilities. Sol Hui recalls his training and realizes that despite the different levels, he still has a chance to defeat Chok Meng, and he intends to use it. Sol Hui walks through the deserted nighttime courtyard of the Demon Academy. Thinking as he walks, Sol Hui thinks through strategy and tactics to accomplish the task. Thinking deeply, he decides in which state a person is most relaxed. Sol Hui stops in front of a small, roughly chipped structure that serves as a restroom in the Demon Academy. Quite reasonably, Sol Hui concludes that the most relaxation a person achieves is when they are in the restroom. Sol Hui opens the restroom door ajar and remembers all the wrongs Chok Meng once inflicted on him. Sol Hui looks around the restroom and ponders the most advantageous disposition and devising attack tactics. Analyzing Chok Meng's behavior habits in the bathroom, Sol Hui ponders the most vulnerable position and timing of the strike. Looking in disgust at the hole in the floor emitting an extremely foul odor, Sol Hui concludes that this is the most effective position. Thoroughly covering his nose and mouth with a scarf, Sol Hui talks himself into doing what he has decided and descending into the hole. With the lower part of Sol Hui's face tightly wrapped in the scarf, he is determined to complete the task no matter what. Sol Hui hears the footsteps of Chok Meng approaching the restroom. He is all geared up and determined to complete the task. The figure of Chok Meng appears in front of the open restroom door. Sol Hui is extremely happy that Chok Meng's habits have not changed, and he continues to follow his schedule. Chok Meng is focused. He knows exactly what his goal is, and he is confidently heading towards it. Chok Meng doesn't expect anything bad or unforeseen. Sol Hui jumps into the foul-smelling hole in the floor. His courage and determination in completing the task can only be envied. The bottom of the hole Sol Hui jumps into is not as untidy as he had assumed, which he is naturally overjoyed about. Sol Hui freezes, listening warily. He tensely waits for the most opportune moment to attack. Chok Meng approaches the hole in the floor, and Sol Hui waits tensely below. Chok Meng is thoroughly preparing for his intended target, as shown by the changes in his clothing. Sol Hui, with his lower face covered in a scarf and his sword in his hand, is in a fighting pose, waiting very intently for the most opportune moment to launch his attack. A blue glow emanates from Sol Hui's sword. It is ready for battle. Sol Hui points his sword towards the hole. He believes that the most opportune moment will come soon. The strong deterioration of the odor caused by Chok Meng's actions stirs Sol Hui's mind, and he intends to attack. Sol Hui turns around in a leap. His sword drawn, he is ready to attack. Sol Hui's surprised eyes. He can't make up his mind to strike. Everything is ready to attack, but Sol Hui can't decide to strike and talks himself into it. Tense and wary eyes of Sol Hui on the screen that appears in front of him. The message that he has activated the feature. The screen tells Sol Hui that the position and timing he has chosen is perfect for a strike, and Sol Hui's body begins to move. Sol Hui turns around in a lightning leap. His sword flashing, he strikes. Chok Meng, who had been in a state of extreme reverie, begins to feel a sudden and unpleasant sensation. Chok Meng's unpleasant sensations become more and more unpleasant. A peaceful structure that serves as a restroom in the Demon Academy under the night sky. The peacefully standing structure that serves as a restroom in the Demon Academy is cut through by a blindingly bright flash. Sol Hui, with a determined expression on his face, and his naked glittering sword raised high, lands on both feet. Sol Hui, with the glittering sword in his hand, stands over the Chok Meng lying on the ground, to whom he had delivered a crushing blow. Mission accomplished. Sol Hui looks at the gleaming sword in his hand with extreme amazement. He begins to realize the power and energy in his hands. Chok Meng's remains slowly sink into the waters of the lake beneath the walls of the Demon Academy. Sol Hui sits on the shore of the lake, the night sky above him. Sol Hui tries to cool his face, heated by the attack. Sol Hui is breathing loudly, unable to believe that he has succeeded and completed the task at hand. In utter bewilderment, Sol Hui stares at his reflection in the waters of the lake. The sign, 3 coins, third chance, glowing above his head. Sitting on the shore of the lake under the night sky, Sol Hui tries to realize what is happening. Sol Hui puts his hand to his forehead and rejoices in his findings. He begins to realize what is happening to him. Sol Hui realizes that his life may change a lot. Analyzing the situation, he has a variety of thoughts that are reflected on his face with emotion. Sol Hui recalls what is written on the screen and realizes that he used the sword art, which in turn did not affect his stamina. There is some tension, hope, and confidence on Sol Hui's face. He realizes that being able to use the power without limits opens up a wide road before him. Sol Hui, clenching his hand into a fist, realizes that he can become much stronger. There is joy and confidence on his face. Sol Hui's gaze suddenly moves towards his right shoulder. He realizes that he still has unresolved issues. Sol Hui puts his hand to the wound on his right shoulder. He realizes that not being able to act with his right arm greatly reduces his fighting ability. Looking at his currently useless arm, Sol Hui realizes that he could really use it, especially after everyone finds out that Chok Mung has left the academy. A non-functioning right arm makes Sol Hui's life much more difficult and reduces his fighting ability, which leads Sol Hui to realize that this is a problem that needs to be solved as soon as possible. The confident and determined face of Sol Hui, who is determined to do everything he can to greatly improve the quality of his life. Sitting under the night sky on the shore of a lake, Sol Hui assesses the extent of his trust in his new partners and decides that it is not yet high enough for personal confessions. Sol Hui, with an extremely pensive face, speculates on Gong Ma's motives, which he currently doesn't fully understand. After analyzing the situation and drawing conclusions, Sol Hui heads towards the Demon Academy. Bowing his knee and resting his palm on the floor, Sol Hui bows down and says his name and new position. Sol Hui, in a deep bow, bows to the Lord of the Supreme Court and greets him. The Lord of the Supreme Court, with an unpleasant expression on his face, not very politely asks Sol Hui the reason for his such a late appearance. The Lord of the Supreme Court looms menacingly over the kneeling Sol Hui. The Lord, extremely angered by Sol Hui's sudden intrusion into his office. The Lord of the High Court's sensitive nose picks up the odor coming from Sol Hui, and it irritates him greatly. Sol Hui explains his sudden appearance by unforeseen circumstances and lack of choice. Sol Hui has a sly expression on his face as he confesses what he did to Chok Meng, and that he did it on his own. Supreme Court Lord has an extremely incredulous expression on his face. He doesn't believe that Sol Hui was able to do it on his own. A red energy rises upwards from the Supreme Court Lord's feet. The Supreme Court Lord's energy begins to affect Sol Hui. He becomes hot, sweat pouring down his face in hail. Sol Hui's mouth opens painfully. He feels the effects of the demonic flames. It becomes hard for him to breathe. Supreme Court Lord's eyes are filled with anger. He intends to find out who Sol Hui is related to and who he has met. The Lord of the Supreme Court pulls the head of a frightened and sweating Sol Hui by his hair, who is stammering and trying to understand what is being asked of him. The Lord of the Supreme Court is extremely annoyed by Sol Hui's behavior and answers and urges Sol Hui to get to his senses and answer his questions. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with fear and concentration, and he is well aware of the danger of his position and his wrong answers. The face of the Lord of the High Court is distorted by anger and the lack of answers that suit him, and his eyes are burning. Sol Hui, realizing that otherwise he will be in trouble, decides to go all in and play with the Lord of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court Lord's eyes become interested in Sol Hui's words. The enraged Lord of the High Court, clutching at Sol Hui's hair, wonders if Sol Hui is adequate and willing to be punished for his words. Sol Hui, screaming desperately, asks the Lord of the High Court about his fate and urges the Lord to tell him the truth. Sol Hui, extremely disturbed by what is happening, shouts out to the Lord of the High Court, who he has been seeing and whose assignment he is on. Sol Hui's reply leaves the Lord of the Supreme Court in a state of extreme confusion, with surprise and disbelief in his eyes. The Supreme Court Lord's hand lets go of Sol Hui's hair, and he, somewhat perplexed, interjects, clarifying what Sol Hui had said. Looking at Sol Hui in surprise, the Supreme Court Lord, not expecting such a turn, says that in that case he understands why Sol Hui did that to Chok Meng. The Supreme Court Lord, somewhat relieved, asks Sol Hui what information he needs for his patrons. Taking advantage of the situation, Sol Hui inquires about the time and place of the Supreme Court Lord's meeting with Elder Gu Zhongmeng. The kneeling Sol Hui looks warily at the Supreme Court Lord, who has turned his back to him. He realizes that such a meeting would compromise the Lord. The Lord of the High Court turns his back to Sol Hui. He seems to be thinking deeply and weighing the pros and cons before answering. The Lord of the Supreme Court, who has thought it over, finally clarifies if Sol Hui's patron was really interested in this particular meeting and if he asked about anything else. The Lord of the Supreme Court inquires about the place and time of the meeting between Sol Hui and his patron. Sol Hui stares intently at the Lord's back. Sol Hui's face is very tense, trying to figure out if his question has impressed the Lord of the Supreme Court, which he naturally hopes it has. The Lord of the Supreme Court does not turn to Sol Hui, who urges the Lord to be extremely honest with him. The Lord of the Supreme Court, without turning around, tensely ponders an answer. The Lord of the Supreme Court, without turning to Sol Hui, gives him the time and place of the next meeting. Yellow Mountain early next month. Sol Hui's face is one of genuine joy and great relief. He didn't believe until the last moment that the Lord of the Supreme Court would fall for his ruse. A screen suddenly appears on the floor between the feet of the Supreme Court Lord, standing back to back with Sol Hui. Sol Hui, taking advantage of the fact that the Lord of the Supreme Court can't see him, stoops down to the screen and looks at it carefully. There is nothing on the screen, it is blank. Some kind of sheet appears in front of Sol Hui's surprised eyes, and the screen reads, "You have received the Supreme Court Lord's secret map." Sol Hui stares at the screen without looking away, and a comment appears on the screen saying that he is now the owner of the Lord Supreme Court's secret movement card. Extremely surprised, Sol Hui finds additional options now available to him appearing on the screen. A sudden shout catches Sol Hui, who is engrossed in the information on the screen, off guard. The Lord of the High Court asks Sol Hui when his patron had time to train him in the martial arts. Sol Hui, trying to put a somewhat idiotic expression on his face, informs him that it has literally been a couple days. The Lord of the Supreme Court has a very attentive and keen eye, wondering where and when Sol Hui met his patron. But what he gets is a very one-word answer. Turning to Sol Hui, the Lord of the High Court wonders how Sol Hui managed to meet, gain trust, and receive a task from his patron in just a few days. Continuing to ask clarifying questions, the Lord of the Supreme Court approaches Sol Hui. Sol Hui's face is tense as he answers the Supreme Court Lord's questions and begins to suspect something amiss. As he approaches Sol Hui, the Lord of the Supreme Court suddenly delivers a powerful blow to him. Sol Hui's face expressing utter bewilderment, he did not expect such a turn and development of the situation. On Supreme Court Lord's face is an extreme degree of irritation. He doesn't like the fact that Sol Hui is underestimating his mental abilities. In his head, shocked by Sol Hui's blow, there is an intense thought process going on in answering the why questions. The Lord of the Supreme Court is standing close to Sol Hui. The Lord's hand has gone through Sol Hui's body. Sol Hui's face reflects pain, unanswered questions in his eyes. The Supreme Court Lord's eyes are white with rage, his petrified face expressing no emotion. Leaning down to Sol Hui's ear, the Lord of the Supreme Court inquires confidentially if he understands the reason for his loss. Sol Hui is unable to answer the question. With a very calm face, the Lord of the Supreme Court explains to Sol Hui what his mistake is. Sol Hui's exhausted face does not reflect any emotion. Sol Hui's eyes are covered by his tangled hair, and a slight smile appears on his lips. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with an extreme degree of amazement. He doesn't understand what's going on. Sol Hui blatantly laughs right in the face of the astonished Supreme Court Lord, questioning him regarding his awareness. Extreme amazement is written on the Supreme Court Lord's face. He doesn't understand what Sol Hui is telling him at all. Sol Hui's calm, confident, and determined face with brightly shining eyes. He informs the Lord of the Supreme Court with some sneer that he has lost to him. The Supreme Court Lord's burning eyes are filled with rage, incomprehension, and rejection of losing. He is in a state of complete bewilderment as to how Sol Hui was able to outplay him. Sol Hui's generally calm and confident face shows signs of some surprise. Sol Hui is sitting on his bed in the training room. He's back. Sol Hui has a pensive expression on his face as he recalls everything that has happened to him. Sol Hui checks his right arm. It's fine and functioning normally. Sol Hui slaps his forehead with his right hand. He realizes that he has 2 lives left and is somewhat discouraged by this fact. Without taking his hand away from his forehead, Sol Hui stares intently at the screen that appears before him. He analyzes his condition and skills. Looking at the screen with extreme interest, Sol Hui realizes that his health and stamina have improved somewhat, but his acquired martial arts skills are lacking. Sol Hui recalls his training from the book and realizes that in his memory, all the skills have been retained. On the screen in front of Sol Hui, martial arts appears in the skills option. Sol Hui realizes that all he has to do is remember, and the skill will appear in the options. Sol Hui, looking carefully at the screen, studies the new options and remembers the map. Sol Hui selects the C map option on the screen, and at the same moment, a scroll very much resembling a folded map falls into his hands. Sol Hui's eyes glow with joy and satisfaction. He really likes the extremely convenient feature of his screen. A very satisfied and happy Sol Hui unfolds the map with great interest. In Sol Hui's hands is the map of Yellow Mountain, the meeting at which the Lord of the Supreme Court had told him about. Sol Hui examines the map with great interest. Sol Hui continues to study the additional screen options. He selects Nutrition Bar and clicks on it. A shiny wrapped candy bar falls into Sol Hui's outstretched hands, which he examines with interest. Sol Hui removes the shiny wrapper from the candy bar. A light glow emanates from the candy bar. Sol Hui tastes the candy bar with great interest. A light glow begins to emanate from Sol Hui, the same as the candy bar. Sol Hui's face and eyes fill with energy. On the face holding the candy bar in his hand, Sol Hui's face is filled with barely contained joy. He really likes the taste of the candy bar. Sol Hui studies the information on the screen and realizes that one bite of the candy bar has added 1 unit of health. Looking at it, Sol Hui decides not to finish it. Looking carefully at the screen, Sol Hui realizes that the item can be brought back, which he does with the candy bar. The possibilities of the screen delight Sol Hui, and he clenches his hand into a fist, happy to feel his power. After playing with the screen, Sol Hui realizes that it's time for him to move on. Sol Hui, with a quick stride, moves across the Demon Academy's courtyard towards the tall tower of the Chong-il Department. Sol Hui, having ascended to the 12th floor of the high tower of the Jean-il office, introduces himself and asks for an audience. Sol Hui, with a tense face, waits for a response to his request for an audience. A clarifying question about who he is reaches Sol Hui's ears. Sol Hui introduces himself in extreme detail, explaining who he is. Gong Ma, holding back the smile on his face, absent-mindedly interjects and clarifies to Sol Hui the true reason for his visit. Sol Hui continues to stand in front of the closed door and explains that he has information that could be very useful to Gong Ma if he intends to become the new leader. Sol Hui stands in front of a closed glass door through which a large room is guessed. The door in front of Sol Hui opens and he is invited to enter. Sol Hui enters a large, beautiful room in which, next to a table, stands Gong Ma, not looking at the entrant. Gong Ma looks at Sol Hui, who has entered the room with a smile and interest. A cheerful light shines in Gong Ma's eyes. Gong Ma turns to Sol Hui, who has entered the room, and asks him what information he has that can lead him to a leadership position. Sol Hui sighs deeply, his eyes slightly closed, excited and tense. Gong Ma holds up the map Sol Hui obtained, looking at it with interest and asking what it is and why he needs it. Sol Hui, tense and anxiously awaiting Gong Ma's reaction, suggests that he read it and then he will understand. On Gong Ma's face is surprise mixed with disbelief, as he doesn't seem to believe his eyes. Sol Hui and Gong Ma stand opposite each other in the center of the large room. Gong Ma is holding a map, which he's scrutinizing. Gong Ma's face changes as he realizes what he's holding in his hands. There is a deep crease between his eyebrows, and his gaze sharpens. Sol Hui, who is standing opposite Gong Ma, is surprised to see the change in his companion's face. The very changed face of Gong Ma, who asks Sol Hui in an extremely serious voice if what he has brought is true. Sol Hui replies with extreme conviction that he can swear on his life that everything he has brought is true. Immersed in his own thoughts, Gong Ma, with some absent-mindedness, replies that he doesn't care about Sol Hui's life. Written on Sol Hui's very tense face is an extreme degree of desire to convince Gong Ma of his personal loyalty and steadfastness. In Gong Ma's gaze is surprise, doubt, and a desire to believe Sol Hui. He is thoughtful and focused. On Sol Hui's face is determination and confidence in his desire to follow his chosen path. He intends to do his best to convince Gong Ma. When asked by Gong Ma what he intends to do next, Sol Hui, slightly embarrassed and tilting his head, says that he intends to act the same way as Gong Ma. Sol Hui, eyes wide and fierce, replies, when asked by Gong Ma, that he intends to become stronger and that's his goal. In Gong Ma's gaze, there is understanding and complete agreement with his interlocutor's stance. Gong Ma and Sol Hui stand opposite each other. They understand each other, and trust is built between them. Gong Ma's feet head towards Sol Hui. He intends to shorten the distance between them. Gong Ma approaches Sol Hui, who is standing across from him. He intends to shorten the distance between them. Gong Ma carefully holds the map brought by Sol Hui. He expresses his hope that Sol Hui's information is true. Getting close to Sol Hui, Gong Ma, looking friendly, promises that Sol Hui will get everything he wants if what he brought is true. Sol Hui, feeling very nervous, walks around the room, waiting for the return of Gong Ma, who has gone to check the veracity of the information. Sol Hui is in a state of great anxiety and anticipation. He bites his nails and frowns as he ponders the situation. The Lord of the Supreme Court, with a black silhouette with burning eyes, surrounded by tongues of red energy in the background. Sol Hui, not hiding his anxiety, turns around to see Gong Ma entering the room. Sol Hui's eyes are full of questions. Gong Ma's calm face with a firm and confident look that clarifies Sol Hui's name. Answering Gong Ma's question in the affirmative, Sol Hui inwardly tenses up. He doesn't realize what he should do if he has now made a mistake with his actions. A choice screen appears in front of Sol Hui, to which he is unsurprised. He doesn't understand why it would suddenly appear now. Sol Hui, with anxiety in his eyes, carefully reads the choices offered to him this time, keeping his current progress just in case. Gong Ma's face as he offers 3 possible options for future developments. Time stops, colors and dyes disappear. Sol Hui has to make another decision. Sol Hui stares intently at the screen, anxiety and misunderstanding in his eyes. This time the options are different from before. Gong Ma and Sol Hui stand across from each other. Between them is a screen that Sol Hui looks at carefully. Each of the 3 options offered will lead to a whole new life for Sol Hui. Sol Hui's face, intently pondering the options, each option has an asterisk next to it, indicating how difficult it will be to realize. As Sol Hui ponders the first and easiest option, to become a major warrior, he weighs the pros and cons. The face of Sol Hui analyzing the second option, to become an advisor, its complexity is higher, but the teacher has an aggressive nature and can cripple. At the highest difficulty level, it is supposed to get rid of an important enemy, and Sol Hui guesses who it is about. Sol Hui's head is torn by doubt and the agony of choice. He doesn't know which option to settle on. Folding his arms across his chest and closing his eyes tightly, Sol Hui makes his decision. Sol Hui's face making a decision, he settles on the first easiest option. Sol Hui communicates his decision to Gong Ma, who approves of the chosen option, looking at Sol Hui in an extremely friendly manner. Sol Hui stares wistfully into the distance, realizing that he already knows how, with any outcome, he can get another life and go back to the beginning. Gong Ma promises to help with the enlistment and offers to wait outside the warehouse to resolve the matter, for which Sol Hui thanks him with a low bow. Gong Ma turns his back and stops Sol Hui's thanks with a wave of his hand. Turning his head slightly towards Sol Hui, Gong Ma stops him as if remembering something. Tensing slightly, Sol Hui listens to Gong Ma's wish to read a martial arts book in his remaining time before the army. With a sly smirk, Gong Ma asks Sol Hui if he knows about the martial arts book. Sol Hui realizes that Gong Ma didn't just mention the book he was looking for in the library. He knew where it was from the beginning, and now he knows where it is. In farewell, without turning around, Gong Ma advises him to prepare well for the time he has left, to which Sol Hui responds with a nod and a bow. Sol Hui's head lowered, deep thoughtfulness in his eyes, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He looks as if he has passed a very important exam. Sol Hui's feet quickly running down the stairs. Sol Hui runs down the stairs happily, his face filled with excitement and a desire to get to the book as soon as possible. Sol Hui sits on the floor of the library going through books. He is looking for a book on the 3 martial arts. A very satisfied Sol Hui clutches the glowing book of the 3 martial arts to his chest. He stares at the book without looking away. As Sol Hui holds the book in his hand, he thinks about the 2 remaining martial arts he intends to master, and the thought gives him great pleasure. Sol Hui waves his right, now healthy, hand in the air in a puzzled manner. The options on the screen have changed, and Sol Hui assumes it is because his hand is healthy. Sol Hui starts the demo mode on the screen, and Shadow reappears in front of him. An overjoyed Sol Hui greets Shadow like an old acquaintance, his eyes glowing in anticipation of new learning and training. Glimmers of bright light appear on Sol Hui's face. Sol Hui gazes excitedly before him. A bright yellow glowing ball of light bursts inside of Shadow, and Shadow's entire figure glows with bright fire. The Shadow raises his palms up with a bright fire in the center of his palms. The Shadow shows Sol Hui martial techniques, her figure accompanied by tongues of flame. Sol Hui watches intently. Sol Hui's face is illuminated by the fire, and his face is full of delight. Sol Hui watches intently, his eyes glowing with delight and happiness. Sol Hui holds the closed book in his hand. He intends to see what the 3rd art is all about. A shadow in a new appearance. Tongues of red energy spread around it. A bright star burns in the center of the figure. The red shadow rises high up and aims a bright sword-like beam, flashes of bright energy all around. Sol Hui, with rapturous eyes, watches the techniques that Shadow demonstrates. Sol Hui squints with pleasure, the thought that he can master all of the fighting techniques demonstrated by Shadow. Sol Hui's eyes light up with joy as he anticipates his training. Very determined, he is ready to practice and master the martial arts. A very determined Sol Hui, his hands gripping his battle sword, his eyes glowing with excitement, he is ready to train and learn. Stacks of numerous books on the floor and tables of the John Ill Library. A tired but satisfied Sol Hui sits on the floor of the library. A sword and scabbard lie on the floor beside him, with broken furniture all around. The training was a success. Sol Hui stares intently at his clenched hand. He is not quite satisfied with the result of his training and education. His stamina level is less than optimal. Sol Hui stands with his battle sword slung on his shoulder. Facing the bookshelves, he is ready to continue training and learning. An aerial view of the tall tower of the Jung Il office and the 2 demon academies. Enrollment day. Sol Hui, with his head slightly bowed, is scrutinizing his hand clenched into a fist. He has a very pensive look. He is seriously thinking about something. Sol Hui hears someone enter the library and starts to speak, but stops himself halfway through. A strange man with a stern and impenetrable expression appears on the threshold of the library. The man's gaze is completely impassive. The stern man introduces himself by stating his name, Ko Woon, and explains his appearance with orders to escort Sol Hui to his destination. Ko Woon holds a round capsule in the palm of his outstretched hand, which he offers to Sol Hui, who bows politely in thanks. The round, slightly smoking capsule is in the palm of Ko Woon's hand. The capsule increases stamina and guarantees survivability to whoever takes it. Sol Hui gratefully accepts the capsule. He mentally calculates how many years the capsule can help extend his life. Sol Hui holds the capsule in his hand and looks questioningly at Ko Woon. He ponders whether he can accept such a valuable gift. Sol Hui pops the capsule into his mouth. He decides to accept the gift and increase his stamina, which he will need in the army to survive. Sol Hui looks at his hands with delight. His entire figure is embraced by flashes of bright energy. His stamina level has greatly increased. Sol Hui's face is happy and satisfied, his eyes glowing with joy as he is extremely happy with the result. Sol Hui stares at the screen in surprise. He gets another extremely useful skill, mind reading, as a bonus, which seems extremely timely. Sol Hui looks at the screen very carefully. The new option has him very interested and he intends to try it out. Sol Hui decides to check on the status of Ko Woon, who is accompanying him. At first glance, the information received is completely neutral. Sol Hui continues to study the information about his escort. Further information alarms him. He has a very worried look on his face. Ko Woon's stern face with an impenetrable gaze and an extremely unfriendly expression. Sol Hui follows Ko Woon through the forest to his destination. The information he has received alarms him. He reads that Ko Woon is a spy. An inscription appears above Ko Woon's head about the high level of hostility emanating from him and the heightened level of danger. From the information on the screen, it appears that Ko Woon is a double agent, and this is extremely alarming to Sol Hui, who has a tense and worried face. Sol Hui looks at the back of Ko Woon next in front of him, concern and wariness in his gaze. Ko Woon points his finger at a tall tower in traditional Chinese style. This is the destination they were walking towards. Looking away, Ko Woon says goodbye to Sol Hui. He has completed his task, and it is time for him to go. Sol Hui looks questioningly at his escort. Sol Hui turns his head to Ko Woon's ear. He intends to ask something but hesitates. A drop of sweat runs down Sol Hui's cheek. Sol Hui looks at Ko Woon carefully. His gaze is wary and foreboding of danger. He wants to say something but hesitates. Time stops. Colors and dyes disappear. 3 choices appear on Sol Hui's screen, the first of which is to ask for the Flying Dragon Pill. Sol Hui tensely ponders the choices. He has already received the pill. The other 2 options seemingly do not cause him any concern. Sol Hui chooses the second option. Nothing you want to tell me. Time fades away. Colors return. The scenario continues. Ko Woon's expressionless face. He turns his head slightly and asks what Sol Hui wants from him. Sol Hui's face is tense. His gaze is very attentive. He repeats the question from the second option and asks Ko Woon if he has anything to say to him. You can read wariness in Ko Woon's gaze. It's the look of someone who doesn't trust anyone. He looks at Sol Hui carefully. Ko Woon puts his hands behind his back and turns his head towards Sol Hui and asks what he means. Sol Hui, somewhat confused, honestly tells Ko Woon that he's confused. A frowning and wary Ko Woon wonders why Sol Hui is confused. Dark silhouettes of strange creatures with burning eyes. Standing opposite Ko Woon and looking directly at him, Sol Hui explains that the pill given to him proves that surviving in the army won't be easy, and wonders if it alone will be enough. An anxious anticipation is written on Sol Hui's face as he waits impatiently for an answer. Ko Woon looks at his interlocutor appraisingly, deciding whether to trust Sol Hui or not. Sol Hui waits impatiently for an answer to his question. Ko Woon stands with his back to Sol Hui, who turns toward him. His face is pensive as he decides whether or not to be frank with his interlocutor. Ko Woon, having made his decision, begrudgingly drops that the one pill he gave to Sol Hui won't be enough. Ko Woon turns to Sol Hui and holds out his hand. In his hand is a short sword, which he gives to Sol Hui. Sol Hui happily clutches the short sword in his hands. He clearly likes it and is very happy with the gift. Ko Woon briefly explains to Sol Hui the principles and benefits of joining the army. Sol Hui listens attentively. Sol Hui nods in agreement with Ko Woon's words. He realizes that his patron believes he can handle it and is ready to justify his trust. Ko Woon, with a completely impassive face, offers thanks to those who have placed high trust and faith in Sol Hui's abilities. Sol Hui stands in front of the entrance to the army office. In one hand, he holds a battle sword, in the other, a short sword. Sol Hui looks carefully and warily at the entrance. He gathers his strength to enter. A drop of sweat runs down his cheek. He is very excited. Sol Hui gathers his ooze and walks resolutely into the Army Department building. In his hand, he carries a short sword. Sol Hui looks carefully at the short sword in his hand. He realizes that he possesses an amazing weapon. Sol Hui looks at his short sword. He realizes that such a unique weapon should be hidden somewhere and not shown to others. Sol Hui uses the appropriate option on the screen and hides the sword. The sword in his hand is covered with flashes of blue energy. Sol Hui presses his hands to his ears. The deed is done. The sword is hidden, a satisfied expression on his face. Sol Hui sighs deeply, a look of utter determination on his face, a healthy stubbornness in his eyes. He is ready. Sol Hui enters a large room with a high ceiling. A man sits at a table in the center of the room with his hands propping his head up. Sol Hui stares tensely in front of him, a drop of sweat running down his cheek, an anxious expectation in his eyes. Behind the empty desk, propping his head up with his hands, sits an older, balding man with a completely impassive expression. This is the instructor. The instructor's impassive face is completely devoid of any emotion. His empty eyes express nothing. Instructors have a fairly high rank in the Demon Academy. The instructor clarifies the name of the Sol Hui standing in front of him and respectfully bows his head. Sol Hui's gaze is tense, anxiously awaiting the continuation of events. 4 green bamboo shelves with different names appear on the table in front of the instructor, one of which Sol Hui is to choose. Sol Hui carefully reads the names of the sticks: torso, eloquence, writing, and judgment, and analyzes what trials the choice will entail. Standing in front of the instructor and rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Sol Hui ponders which of the wands to choose and what that choice will entail. Looking at Sol Hui without changing his expression, the instructor warns him that whatever Sol Hui chooses, he will have to pass all 4 tests. Given the newly discovered circumstances, Sol Hui, without much thought, takes the wand closest to him. The instructor, without changing his facial expression, throws the wand he chose into Sol Hui's hands, its torso. The instructor explains to Sol Hui in an impassive voice the essence of the test. He has to collect 6 more wands with the same inscription in one day and bring them back at the same time. Sol Hui's face is surprised and bewildered at the nature of the challenge. He clearly didn't expect this. Without changing his posture or facial expression, the instructor shows Sol Hui where the door is and how he will need to enter the next day. The door of entrance to the army department, behind which Sol Hui expects a mass of things to be busy and all he can use. Sol Hui's face in anticipation of new experiences. Sol Hui opens the door and quickly enters the courtyard of the army department. He is in a big hurry. Sol Hui walks away. The instructor does not turn to follow him. The instructor's face is impassive and his gaze slants slightly toward the door. Sol Hui's feet moving quickly across the courtyard of the army department. Sol Hui runs quickly across the courtyard. He realizes that a few more candidates have fielded similar assignments, from whom he will have to select wands with the right name. Sol Hui's face is extremely determined. He is up for the challenge and ready to complete the task, no matter what it costs him. Sol Hui's eyes are widened. He is somewhat wary, but there is no fear in them. Sol Hui stands in front of one of the army department buildings. He is amazed at the size of it. Sol Hui's face is surprised by what he sees. He is clearly impressed by the army buildings. Beautiful military buildings in traditional Chinese style. Sol Hui is hiding behind a large rock as he contemplates strategy and tactics for the mission. Sol Hui intends to do his best in order to accomplish the mission. Sol Hui warily peeks out from behind the rock. He has a global goal to become stronger and survive no matter what. Without moving away from the rock, Sol Hui looks around and realizes that there is no one around. He doesn't understand why he is alone. Sol Hui takes an extremely careful and wary look around. A tall, beautiful building in traditional Chinese style. Sol Hui, crouching and ducking down, decides to get to the tall building as inconspicuously as possible. There is a loud explosion behind Sol Hui's back. He rises to his full height and quickly runs towards the building. The building is in front of Sol Hui. Dust, rocks, and branches are flying around due to the explosion. Sol Hui manages to make it to the tall building unharmed. The explosion behind him stunned him, but he doesn't lose his composure. Sol Hui presses his back firmly against the wall of the tall building. He warily surveys his surroundings. Sol Hui realizes that he is not the only one on a mission, and that he has competitors who are just as serious as he is. Sol Hui exhales deeply and relieved. He got lucky this time, and he realizes that he has to be extremely careful. Sol Hui's eyes are very wary. His screen gives an alert and informs him that an unknown enemy has discovered his weak spot. Time stops, colors and dyes disappear. Sol Hui has to make choices again. He stands confused near the wall of a tall building. Sol Hui stares intently at the screen. He has three choices: face-to-face, drive the enemy away, or run away, and very little time to make a decision. Sol Hui is somewhat stressed by the screen's message that the enemy has found his weak spot. He decides what to do next. Sol Hui makes the decision to run away. The paints and colors return. Time dies out. There is an explosion with a bright flash at the spot where Sol Hui was just standing. Sol Hui jumps high and hangs in the air, looking at everything happening from above. Sol Hui realizes with great surprise that he didn't put any effort into such a high jump, his body moving on its own. A wary look on Sol Hui's face as he realizes that something is happening nearby. There is a loud explosion next to Sol Hui, hovering in the air. Sol Hui clutches his eyes tightly. The loud explosion stuns Sol Hui and he screams. Sol Hui's face crumples in pain. Sol Hui lands quite successfully, his knees bent, one hand resting on the ground. The legs and arms of Sol Hui landing. The explosion next to him did do some damage. Someone runs up to Sol Hui shouting regret. A young blonde-haired guy with a battle sword on his shoulder stands in front of Sol Hui. The guy's attitude is quite friendly and peaceful. Sol Hui checks the information on the screen. The unknown guy is quite healthy and his stamina is also fine. Sol Hui's condition has deteriorated somewhat since the explosion. He has a look of anger and irritation on his face. He is extremely annoyed by this development. Without rising from his knees, Sol Hui stands in front of the unknown guy who injured him. The guy smiles good-naturedly. Sol Hui's health has taken some damage. He looks wary, not knowing what to expect from the stranger. Sol Hui and the stranger stand opposite each other. The good-natured stranger, smiling amiably, suggests that Sol Hui not waste time and get down to business. Determined despite his wound, Sol Hui draws his sword from its sheath and agrees. The good-natured, blonde-haired stranger points a finger at Sol Hui, indicating that he'd better come closer. Sol Hui draws his sword from its sheath and attacks the stranger. The stranger tries to fend off Sol Hui's lightning-fast attack. The stranger has a look of bewilderment on his face. He didn't expect such a turn, and there are bright flashes around the stranger's face. Sol Hui's face is quite calm, with a cold breath coming out of his mouth as a result of his martial arts tactics. The stranger's movements are paralyzed by the cold. He can't move. There is fear and bewilderment on his face. He doesn't understand what is happening to him. Paralyzed by the cold, the stranger stands motionless, raising his sword upwards. Sol Hui turns around to deliver the decisive blow. The stranger, unable to move an arm or leg, realizes he has lost this fight. Behind him, Sol Hui turns around to strike. Sol Hui strikes the stranger. He wins this fight. Sol Hui exhales, cold air streaming out of his mouth, his gaze quite calm. Sol Hui's tactics have paid off, and he is very pleased with them, despite his decreased health and stamina. Thanks to the screen, Sol Hui can see the status of his health and stamina and senses the approaching unfavorable outcome. Sitting on a rock, Sol Hui ponders whether this is bad or good. Sol Hui takes the bamboo stick labeled torso from the defeated stranger. He now has two of them. Sol Hui's gaze is caught by an inscription that appears on his screen, informing him that he has a new golden tincture option. Sol Hui is holding a busy pot containing a special tincture that can heal his wounds. Sol Hui is genuinely excited about the new option. His face is ecstatic. His eyes are glowing. It's just what he desperately needs right now. An aerial view of the Army Department building. Sol Hui, having snuck inside the building, sits leaning with his back against the wall. The wound he has received makes Sol Hui uncomfortable, and he rubs it with his hand in concern. Sol Hui stares at the screen. His health and stamina have dropped significantly. This fact makes him extremely worried. In Sol Hui's gaze, there is serious concern about the state of his body. There is a lot to do, and his health is failing. Sol Hui sits leaning against the wall. He realizes that using the gold tincture would help him, but he has to be careful in this situation. Sol Hui's mind flashes back to the faces of the Lord of the Supreme Court and the head of the Holy Deity Court, whom he intends to take revenge on and is not going to give up. Sol Hui remembers that there is a healing herbs option on the screen, and he intends to see what it is and if it can help him. Sitting on the floor, Sol Hui feels much better. After using the healing herbs, his health stops deteriorating. On Sol Hui's satisfied face is complete satisfaction with the result and effect of using the healing herbs. Sol Hui tenses up and listens. He hears some sounds that alarm him greatly. Sol Hui feels the floor he is sitting on shake slightly. Someone has entered the building and is approaching where Sol Hui is sitting. Sol Hui notices that the lantern hanging from the ceiling is swaying slightly. He realizes that someone is coming. Someone's foot is standing next to a body falling to the floor. Sol Hui peeks out from behind the door of the room, trying to both realize what's going on and not find himself. Sol Hui listens and looks carefully. He guesses who has entered the room. Sol Hui recognizes the man who entered the room. His name is Chok Ho. There is a man lying on the floor of the room with his arms spread out to the sides. The other man is kneeling down and pulling something out of his pocket. Lurking outside the door is Sol Hui, watching the scene. Metal armor in the man's hands. Sol Hui watches from behind the door as Chok Ho, the commander of the Black Fire Squad, scrutinizes the metal armor. An objective Sol Hui, adequately assessing his abilities, realizes that in order to defeat Chok Ho, he needs to strike a single, sure blow. Sol Hui recalls how he was able to defeat Chok Meng when the perfect opportunity appeared on his screen. Chok Ho carefully looks at the metal armor held high in his hands, not paying attention to anything around him. Sol Hui, peeking out from behind the door, watches the engrossed Chok Ho and is very hopeful that the perfect opportunity option will appear on the screen. Chok Ho looks at the metal armor with great interest, wondering if anyone else has one just like it. The perfect opportunity option finally appears on the screen. Sol Hui tenses up, frantically thinking about what he should do now. Sol Hui stares at the screen where three choices appear: attack, use martial arts, or use an item. There is limited time to make a decision. Sol Hui tensely analyzes the options offered, deciding which one to choose. Time stops. The discolored Chok Ho freezes with the metal armor in his hands. Sol Hui has less and less time to make a decision and choose an option. Sol Hui chooses the first option, attack. The screen informs him that the scenario goes back 3 seconds. Sol Hui watches the situation carefully and warily. He realizes that he has very little time to launch an attack. Sol Hui looks at Chok Ho standing with his back to him and examining his metal armor. Sol Hui lowers his eyes. He realizes that at that moment both of Chok Ho's hands were inside the metal armor, and it would have been difficult for him to respond to the blow. Sol Hui's foot rests for a lightning-fast jump. Sol Hui draws his sword and rushes to attack the Chok Ho, standing with his back to him. The head of the unsuspecting Chok Ho, busy with his metal armor. The purposeful face of Sol Hui, rushing to attack Chok Ho. Chok Ho doesn't even have time to be surprised when he gets hit by Sol Hui. Chok Ho's health status on the screen is 0. This is the end of his thorny life journey. Sol Hui's satisfied and happy face. He's done well. He made the right decision and made the right choice. There is no limit to Sol Hui's joy. He is very happy with the result. Sol Hui searches Chok Ho's pockets, happily counting and evaluating the loot. In addition to the 5 bamboo sticks, Sol Hui gets a bunch of useful things that can make his life a lot easier. Sol Hui is very happy with the various extras he's gotten, his eyes glowing with surprise mixed with joy. Sol Hui finally uses the golden tincture, and his health is fully restored. A very satisfied Sol Hui checks his injured arm, which doesn't hurt after the golden tincture. He is in great shape and with a good booty. Sol Hui, looking at the screen, scrutinizes his booty and how to use it. Sol Hui decides to try on some metal armor. The result leaves him utterly delighted. Sol Hui continues to explore the possibilities of the screen and succeeds in making the armor invisible. Sol Hui is thrilled with the new features and realizes that he has a much better chance of surviving and becoming stronger. New information appears on the screen which alarms Sol Hui and makes him pull himself together. An unknown enemy is near, and he has discovered a weakness. Sol Hui tenses up, realizing that he has relaxed while in danger and needs to choose what to do. Time stops. Sol Hui stands in front of the screen and decides what course of action to take, not realizing who his enemy is or what his abilities are. Sol Hui goes through the options in his mind, realizing that he doesn't want to attack or run away this time. Sol Hui chooses the second option, to chase the enemy away, the screen warning him of the possible danger. Sol Hui continues to stand next to the defeated Chok Ho. Beams diverge from him in different directions, making his location visible. Someone appears behind Sol Hui's back. It's obviously a new opponent that Sol Hui has to fight. Sol Hui turns around sharply, surprise on his face and readiness to fight. Sol Hui takes a powerful punch that knocks him to the ground. Bright flashes of energy that the unknown man directs towards Sol Hui. Sol Hui is kneeling on the floor in thick smoke, through which almost nothing can be seen. The unknown man's attack has done significant damage to Sol Hui's health, and he struggles to regain consciousness. Through the thick smoke, the tall figure of the unknown man who attacked Sol Hui so effectively is barely distinguishable. Sol Hui looks at the figure of the unknown man, barely visible through the thick smoke. He realizes that if he had attacked first, it is unlikely that the outcome of the battle would have been in his favor. The feet of the unknown man, who wonders why Sol Hui was able to bear his blow, are closing in on the latter. The unknown man is very curious as to why his blow, delivered with sufficient force, did not produce the result he had hoped for. The figure of an unknown man with a sword in his hand and long blonde hair appears out of the thick smoke, wondering what Sol Hui is wearing. The stranger's calm and poised face, health, and stamina levels far surpass Sol Hui's. The stranger's name is Ma, and he is the squad leader. Sol Hui stares intently and anxiously at his opponent, who is much stronger than anyone Sol Hui has fought before. Sol Hui and Ma are facing each other at a considerable distance. Unlike Sol Hui, Ma looks awake. Ma has a calm and mocking face, with absolute confidence in his eyes. Sol Hui has a very tired and haggard look. Ma's attack has exhausted him and greatly reduced his health and stamina levels, which are already much lower than his opponent's. Above Ma's head, the inscription +1 life glows. Sol Hui tries to understand why a fighter as strong as Ma has only one spare life. Ma looks mockingly at Sol Hui and promises him a rather quick end to his lifespan. Sol Hui objectively assesses his and Ma's capabilities and realizes that he's not so wrong and tries to figure out what to do next. Sol Hui tries to start a dialogue with Ma, primarily with the purpose of delaying time and deciding what to do next. Ma tries to figure out what Sol Hui wants to tell him, not quite understanding the latter's inarticulate mumblings. Sol Hui, realizing the inevitability of defeat, laments the injustice of this life and the vicissitudes of his fate. Kneeling before Ma, Sol Hui laments the unfairness of such a turn. When he thinks he has a chance, he is facing an opponent who is much stronger than him. Ma doubts Sol Hui's adequacy. Sol Hui, generally okay with doubting his adequacy, holds tightly onto his sword. On Sol Hui's face is rage, desperation, and a determination to follow through, despite what awaits him at the end of this journey. Sol Hui intends to use the white glow martial art against his opponent, cold breath streaming from his mouth, eyes glowing with cold fire. Ma calmly and coldly looks at his opponent. He doesn't take his words seriously and is absolutely sure of his superiority. Sol Hui and Ma cross swords, and the fight begins. Sol Hui's face is full of desperation and determination. He has no intention of giving up, no matter what. Sol Hui's eyes glow with cold fury, the kind of fury that can lead to victory despite the superior strength of his opponent. Sparks fly from the opponent's crossed swords. The fighting rivals are covered by the bright light of numerous flashes, through which it is impossible to distinguish anything. Oh Ma's face is full of bewilderment and irritation, as he cannot defeat an opponent he considers much weaker than himself. Sol Hui fights desperately. He has no intention of retreating and giving up. On Sol Hui's face is confusion and determination at the same time, with some surprise in his eyes. Oh Ma's health and stamina have decreased, but still continue to be higher than Sol Hui's. Oh Ma can't defeat his opponent, which is very surprising. He doesn't understand what martial art Sol Hui is using. Sol Hui has determination on his face. He intends to try to defeat his opponent no matter what. Sol Hui's eyes burn with determination, stubbornness, and cold fury. He intends to do his best to survive and win. A beautiful dark-haired girl with eyes burning with cold fire demonstrates the techniques of cold glow martial art, based on the use of extreme cold. Although the cold glow martial art is more suited for women, many men are mastering it due to its high effectiveness. Sol Hui looks at his glowing sword with satisfaction. His training with Shadow was not in vain. He has mastered the white glow martial art quite well. A cold breath comes out of Sol Hui's mouth, his eyes glowing with confidence. Oh Ma's relaxed expression disappears from his face. He is still confident in his abilities, but realizes that he can't simply defeat his opponent. Sol Hui's stamina continues to decrease. Despite his rather successful attack, things aren't going well for him. Oh Ma throws himself into another attack with a loud shout. Sol Hui jumps up and dodges Oh Ma's attack. Oh Ma fiercely attacks. Sol Hui also fiercely fights back. Sol Hui and Oh Ma cross swords, sparks flying in all directions. The rivals do not yield to each other in battle, fury and tenacity on their faces. Oh Ma attacks, Sol Hui repels the attack. The two rivals do not yield to each other. Another powerful attack by Oh Ma forces Sol Hui to retreat. With a loud scream, Sol Hui jumps back. Sol Hui's health is still down. He has very little strength left. Oh Ma stands over Sol Hui. He smirks and does not doubt his victory at all. Sol Hui has a look of despair on his face. He was just a little short of his strength. Sol Hui looks at the screen and sees that his martial arts proficiency has increased. Sol Hui's determined face, he realizes that his health and stamina levels have not increased, but the changed proficiency level gives him hope. Sol Hui desperately rushes to attack. He intends to give his best. Sol Hui gives Oh Ma a punch he didn't expect and is surprised by what happened. Sol Hui is surprised to notice that his speed has increased significantly. Sol Hui's face lights up with hope, his eyes shining as he realizes he has a chance. With loud shouts, the opponents cross swords, sparks flying in all directions from the force of their blows. Bouncing high, Sol Hui rushes to attack the desperately defending Oh Ma. Oh Ma, in utter bewilderment, tries to realize what Sol Hui has done to him. Sol Hui stares his opponent, surprise mixed with hope in his eyes. Oh Ma's sword is cracking and losing its fighting power. Sol Hui's screen shows a message about a perfect opportunity. He realizes that the moment to attack has arrived. The screen offers Sol Hui three possible options: attack, use martial arts, or use an item. Sol Hui chooses. Time stops. A frozen and discolored Oh Ma stares at the crack on his sword in utter bewilderment. Sol Hui chooses the martial arts option, but he, due to his low stamina level, only has access to one of the three. Sol Hui's hand presses tightly against Oh Ma's body. Time is moving once again. Sol Hui brings his hand close to Oh Ma's body. Sol Hui can only use one martial art, the fire hand, his eyes reflecting flames. Sol Hui directs the full power of the firearm at Oh Ma. The stream of fire energy melts Oh Ma. The stream of fire energy directed by Sol Hui reduces Oh Ma's health to 0. Sol Hui stretches his arm forward and stares at what was just a short time ago Oh Ma. A completely exhausted Sol Hui sits on the floor with his arms down, his health and stamina greatly reduced. Streams of sweat are running down Sol Hui's face. He realizes that if it wasn't for the help of the warning screen, he wouldn't have been able to win. Sol Hui makes a decision to leave as soon as possible. He realizes that he simply cannot withstand another attack. Victory has brought him additional options. The sun sets behind the high mountains. The day is ending. The pink dawn sky, the rays of the rising sun gilding the leaves on the trees. Sol Hui manages to spend the night hiding in a burrow between the roots of a large tree. He has regained his health and stamina with a golden tincture. Sol Hui breathes deeply and calmly. He has completed the task, collected all 6 bamboo sticks. There is calmness and confidence in his eyes. Sol Hui stares intently at the screen. He tries to make sense of the items and new options he received as loot. Sol Hui realizes that the elixirs he has received only give a temporary effect, and at best will help him go back to the beginning. He wants something that will give a permanent effect. Sitting in his hole, Sol Hui deals with the forbidden book he received in options after his last victory. Sol Hui learns the skill of stealth through the study of the forbidden book. All the knowledge from the book ends up in his head. Sol Hui emerges from a burrow in the roots of a tree. The new knowledge helps him become even stronger. Sol Hui walks through the tall, thick grass. He realizes that all luck is desperately needed. Sol Hui walks through the forest at a fast pace. He analyzes the situation, his strengths and weaknesses, and what he needs in order to survive and become stronger. Sol Hui has a calm and confident look on his face, but he realizes that he still needs a lot more to fully gain his strength. Sol Hui approaches the entrance to the army office. He enters confidently, realizing that he has completed his mission. A sudden bright light causes Sol Hui to squeeze one eye shut. There is an expression of some surprise on his face. A bright, white light with rays spreading out in different directions, and the space around it shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow, hits Sol Hui directly in the eye. Sol Hui reaches out his hand towards the source of the light. He realizes that the light is not like natural light, and it is very strange. Maybe it's the light of luck. An option appears on the screen. Wish to save progress? Sol Hui looks at the screen. His first wish is to save progress, but he hesitates for a moment. Sol Hui's eyes are squeezed tightly shut. He tensely considers what he should do. He faces a difficult choice. A pensive Sol Hui stands in a brightly lit room. He chooses not to maintain progress. Sol Hui walks towards the entrance. He realizes that this opportunity may not come again, but he regrets nothing. Sol Hui's head is against the bright light. He realizes that there is a lot left to see in this place, but he doesn't question his choice. Sol Hui, turning around slightly, thinks about the fact that maybe he will still have the opportunity to come back here, in his next life. 6 bamboo sticks with identical inscriptions fall to the table with a loud clatter. Sol Hui stands in front of the table where the army official is sitting and drops 6 identical bamboo sticks on the table. An expression of some surprise appears on the official's completely impassive face. A faint interest glows in his eyes. Sol Hui looks at the official with bewilderment. He doesn't understand his reaction and asks a clarifying question. The official, without changing his expression, suggests that Sol Hui choose the next bamboo stick. The 3 remaining bamboo sticks pop up in Sol Hui's mind. He realizes that eventually he will have to choose each of them, so his choice doesn't matter. Sol Hui, seeing no point in long deliberation, chooses the bamboo stick closest to him. The official, with a wave of his hand, states Sol Hui's choice. It is a bamboo stick labeled Eloquence. Sol Hui, tilting his head forward slightly, stands in front of the table where the army official is sitting. Sol Hui realizes that despite the change in the inscription on the bamboo stick, the essence of the upcoming task does not change. Sol Hui walks away, reflecting on the fact that he is alone, and once again he meets no one. Sol Hui's feet make their way down the stairs. The thought of not meeting anyone gives him no peace. Sol Hui walks down the stairs. He heads for his next assignment. Sol Hui stands in front of a closed door. He realizes that the situation looks a bit strange, but decides that since, so far, he is doing well, not to think about why there is no one besides him. Sol Hui has a calm and confident look on his face. He's ready for his new assignment and nothing is going to stop him. Sol Hui opens the door to the courtyard of the army office. He contemplates what challenge awaits him this time. Sol Hui's gaze is one of extreme surprise. He clearly did not expect to see what appeared before his eyes. A strange, shaggy-haired man, his thick bangs covering his eyes, sits with his bare feet on the table. There is a strange light smoke around the shaggy head. No eyes are visible, and what the unpleasant face is expressing cannot be understood. Sol Hui's face is tense and wary, his hand clenched into a fist and pressed against his chest. Shaggy makes Sol Hui wary and tense. He feels a very strong energy and aura of bloodlust. A question mark +1 glows above Shaggy's head. Shaggy is extremely impolite as he greets Sol Hui. Sol Hui bows his head in a bow and informs the Shaggy man that he has appeared to take the test. His voice stutters somewhat. Sol Hui bows his head slightly and stands before the Shaggy man, who sits in a chair with his arms crossed over his chest and his bare feet on the table. Somewhat discouraged by Sol Hui's silence, he begins to repeat what he has said. Shaggy rudely interrupts Sol Hui, urging him not to repeat what he has already heard. The sight of Shaggy and his threats do not bode well for Sol Hui. Sol Hui feels the flow of aggressive energy coming from the Shaggy man, and the situation begins to stress him out. Sol Hui's hand begins to shake slightly. He doesn't realize what he should do, or if the Shaggy is also part of the ordeal. Sol Hui's hand clenches into a tight fist. He realizes that he needs to pass the test to avoid disqualification. An empty room with no one in it. The doors are open. Realizing that something must be done, Sol Hui looks around. The surroundings are empty. Sol Hui's gaze notices, lying in a bowl, a folded piece of white paper. In a bowl standing alone on the table, lies a rolled-up piece of white paper. Sol Hui makes the decision to see what the note says. Glancing warily at the Shaggy man sitting in the chair, Sol Hui cautiously makes his way over to the note. The Shaggy one pays no attention to him. Sol Hui goes behind the Shaggy man's back to the table where the bowl with the note is sitting. The Shaggy doesn't care. He sits there without turning his head. Sol Hui takes the note in his hand, unfolds it, and begins to read it carefully. Sol Hui stands with the note in his hand, his screen in front of his eyes. Sol Hui carefully reads what is written on the screen. It is the content of his assignment. Sol Hui's eyes carefully read the assignment, which describes a situation, the essence of which is an encounter with 3 people of different strength compared to Sol Hui. He needs to describe his actions. Pensively pressing his hand to his chin, Sol Hui scrutinizes the 3 choices offered: talk, wait, and do nothing. Sol Hui chooses the option of waiting. From his point of view, this option is the safest. Sol Hui's face shows some relief. Shaggy's lips curve threateningly into a wicked grin. Sol Hui's face tenses, surprise and fear in his eyes. He suddenly realizes that he has chosen the wrong option. Sol Hui turns around in alarm, fear and amazement on his face. The situation is not what he expected. With a sharp and unexpected blow, Shaggy drastically changes Sol Hui's plans for the near future. There is an expression of extreme bewilderment on Sol Hui's face. His eyes widen. Sol Hui's head ceases to form a unified whole with his body. Gong Ma's face is friendly and calm. There is attention and focus in his eyes. He offers Sol Hui 3 options. Sol Hui and Gong Ma stand opposite each other. Sol Hui's screen hangs in the air between them. Time has stopped. Colors are gone. Sol Hui stands in front of Gong Ma. He goes back to the previous scenario. Sol Hui's face. His eyes are covered by thick bangs. His lips are somewhat distorted with regret. From the beginning, Sol Hui's face. His eyes are filled with regret, frustration, and the realization that everything will have to start all over again. Sol Hui is standing in front of Gong Ma. He is making a choice to become the chief demon warrior of the land. Gong Ma looks favorably upon his choice. The situation repeats exactly like last time. The calm face of Gong Ma, who is talking to Sol Hui with the same words and gestures as last time. Sol Hui's face is completely calm and recognizing the situation. He has seen and heard it all before. Gong Ma turns his back to Sol Hui and leaves the room. Just like last time, he mentions a martial arts book. Sol Hui, rubbing his neck, remembers what happened at the army office during the last test. He realizes that he didn't even have time to realize what was happening. Sol Hui presses his hand to his neck. He realizes that he is still quite weak and needs to get stronger. Sol Hui scrutinizes the options and capabilities on his screen. He realizes that he needs to prepare himself very well. Sol Hui stands deep in thought. He mentally analyzes all the possibilities on his screen, all the options and items. Sol Hui carefully looks around Gong Ma's room. He thinks that since the screen allows him to hide items, he might be able to steal something and hide it. For the sake of his next life, Sol Hui scrutinizes the contents of the shelves and boxes in Gong Ma's room. Sol Hui scrutinizes the contents of the boxes. He intends to find something useful to him. His face is extremely focused. Sol Hui's attentive searching gaze. Sol Hui looks at his reflection in the mirror. Above his head, the sign 2 coins, second chance, glows. In Sol Hui's eyes, hope in half with confidence, he realizes that he still has a chance. Sol Hui, crouching down on one knee, turns sharply toward the door. He realizes that he is generally okay, but he needs to cheer himself up. Carefully, but to no avail, Sol Hui searches Gong Ma's room. His search is unsuccessful. He decides that he's not leaving with nothing. Sol Hui looks in the clothes closet and pushes aside the items hanging in it. Something catches his eye. As he pushes aside the clothes hanging in the closet, Sol Hui discovers a gap between the loose boards that he is extremely interested in. Sol Hui's hand probes the gap between the boards, trying to see what might be hiding there. In front of Sol Hui's amazed and attentive gaze is a screen that gives him a new signal. On the screen is information about a forbidden book. Sol Hui's eyes widen in amazement as he reads the information on the screen. There is incredible joy on his face as he realizes that he has a very important option. Sol Hui's face is filled with incredible delight as he realizes that he now has access to a form of martial arts that the Earth Demon possesses. Sol Hui, breathing noisily, rushes to the library of the Zhong-il office. He is in a big hurry. Sol Hui, with his hands on his knees, stands in the center of the Zhong-il library room, trying to catch his breath. Sol Hui looks at the screen with excitement and realizes that a new option is appearing on the screen. The main demonic art, Wind. Sol Hui stands in the library in utter delight, head held up with his eyes squeezed shut with joy and his fists clenched in a croupy manner. His whole figure expresses happiness. Unbelieving his happiness, Sol Hui presses his hand to his head, his eyes glowing with unbelievable delight. Sol Hui falls to the floor of the library, his arms spread out to the sides. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with unbelievable joy. Sol Hui's contented and happy face with his eyes glowing with joy. Cross-legged, Sol Hui sits on the floor of the library in front of a screen hanging in the air. He stares at the screen with great concentration. Rubbing his mouth thoughtfully with his fingers, Sol Hui stares at the screen. His health and stamina are at their maximum values, but they don't suit Sol Hui. Sol Hui analyzes his failure on the last test and realizes that by choosing only safe options, he risks not getting the results he wanted. With Sol Hui's attentive and focused gaze, he realizes that the brutal army rules require him to get stronger and stronger in order to win. Realizing that strength is essential to him, Sol Hui decides to take all the elixirs in his arsenal that will help him boost his health and stamina. Sol Hui's eyes glow with energy and strength, his face calm and confident. The result of taking the elixirs makes Sol Hui very happy. He realizes that not only his parameters have changed, but also his body. Sol Hui, with his body changed for the better. His muscles are getting bigger, his whole figure glows with energy. Sol Hui's face, very satisfied with the results of taking the elixirs. Sol Hui's body is awash in light green energy. He reads the message on the screen that one of the 4 major demonic martial arts, Wind, has been mastered, and decides to try it out. Sol Hui's face is full of amazement as his attempt to try the new martial art fails. The screen displays blocked. Sol Hui clutches his hands on his chest and stares at the screen in utter bewilderment. He doesn't understand why his skill is blocked. Sol Hui's eyes are very upset. The message on the screen says that his health and stamina parameters are not enough to use the martial art. Sol Hui thoughtfully scratches his head with his hand, with great regret to himself. He realizes that the required health and stamina parameters he will not reach anytime soon. Reflecting on the situation, Sol Hui decides to rely on the luck that brought him to the state he is in now. His eyes glow with determination and confidence that he will succeed. Sol Hui remembers that using the white glow martial art without using up his stamina, and realizes that this skill is one of his greatest fortunes. Sol Hui's hand tightly grips the hilt of his sword. The figure of a greatly matured Sol Hui. In his hand is a glowing sword, which he holds straight in front of him. Sol Hui realizes that this art form is very important to him, and decides to understand all its intricacies. Sol Hui's face has a determined and confident look on it. He has made his decision. His goal is clear to him, and he intends to move towards it. And once again, recruitment day arrives. Once again, Ko Woong appears and is ordered to escort Sol Hui to the army office building. In the palm of Ko Woon's hand is a round pill, which he gives to Sol Hui. Sol Hui's health and stamina parameters increase after taking the pill. Sol Hui gives a low bow and thanks Ko Woon, who turns slightly in his direction, for the pill. The information on the screen informs him that the increase in stamina changes his martial art mastery status. There is a satisfied expression on the face of the bowed Sol Hui. He is confident in his strength and that he can stand up for himself. Ko Woon's hand points toward the tall army building he and Sol Hui are heading toward. Ko Woon, with an expressionless face, announces that his mission is complete. He has taken Sol Hui to the right place. Sol Hui realizes that things are unfolding the same way they did last time. Sol Hui, slightly slanting his eyes, ponders the situation and thinks that it is completely repetitive. Carefully, Sol Hui's face, who sees on the screen a selection of options just like last time. One of the options, about the flying dragon pill. The attentive face of Sol Hui, who reads the choices on the screen and realizes that the second option is missing. Sol Hui concludes that it's not there because he's already gotten the short sword. Sol Hui turns toward the departing Ko Woon and asks him for the flying dragon pill. Ko Woon turns back to Sol Hui and clarifies his question. Sol Hui, looking directly at his traveling companion, repeats his request. Sol Hui, with a confident face, repeats his request. He wants the pill and insists on it. A mute question appears in Ko Woon's inexpressive eyes. He looks at Sol Hui in silence. Trying to get out of the situation, Sol Hui thoughtfully scratches the back of his head and begins to explain something to the silent Ko Woon. In front of Sol Hui's surprised and somewhat puzzled face, Ko Woon's hand appears with a red, round pill resting on it. Quite pleased with the result, Sol Hui looks at Ko Woon's hand appearing in front of him with a round red pill lying on it. Sol Hui happily shakes his hand in the air with the red pill clutched in it. He has a very satisfied look on his face. Ko Woon watches him silently. Sol Hui's face suddenly changes. His eyes are wary, and he realizes that he has angered Ko Woon with his actions. Ko Woon's sudden punch knocks Sol Hui off his feet, and he flies off to the side. Not expecting the blow, Sol Hui flies off to the side and falls at Ko Woon's feet. Ko Woon pushes Sol Hui's head to the ground with his foot. He is extremely annoyed by Sol Hui's behavior and has no intention of hiding his annoyance. Ko Woon stands over Sol Hui lying on the ground and expresses his displeasure. Ko Woon leans over Sol Hui, who is lying on the ground, and with an extremely displeased look, prophesies a not very happy future for him in the army. Perplexed by Ko Woon's behavior, Sol Hui lies on the ground and stares at his companion in utter bewilderment, unable to understand what caused such a reaction. On Ko Woon's face is an extremely unpleasant expression that does not bode well. His eyes burning furiously, he promises Sol Hui that they will definitely meet. Ko Woon's face expresses extreme displeasure. He spits contemptuously at Sol Hui. Ko Woon's spit lands on Sol Hui's face, a greater humiliation he hasn't experienced in a long time. A satisfied Ko Woon, grinning gloatingly, looks contemptuously at Sol Hui, who had so meanly deceived him. Ko Woon quickly moves away, leaving Sol Hui lying on the ground. Sol Hui, who had managed to keep the red pill, quickly pops it into his mouth as he continues to lie on the ground. Sol Hui lifts his head slightly off the ground, looks towards the departing Ko Woon, and says his name. He will remember the humiliation inflicted on him for a long time. The back, calmly walking away from Ko Woon. Lifting his head from the ground, Sol Hui stares at the back of the departing Ko Woon with hateful eyes. His gaze does not bode well. After taking the red pill, Sol Hui's health and stamina increase significantly. The back of the departing Ko Woon. He has no idea that Sol Hui's martial arts skills are moving to a higher level. Sol Hui stands in front of the desk of an official of the army department. The official, propping his head up with his hands, stares at him impassively. On the table in front of Sol Hui are 4 green bamboo sticks, one of which he is to choose. Sol Hui, without further thought, chooses the bamboo stick closest to him, labeled Torso. The army official, with a completely impassive face, explains to Sol Hui the nature of the task at hand. Sol Hui listens, already familiar with the information. Sol Hui decides to deviate a bit from the scenario he knows and asks the official a clarifying question. Sol Hui's hand clutches a green bamboo stick. He intends to get the information he wants from the official. Looking carefully at the official, Sol Hui, giving his face a mildly interested expression, clarifies that he is not the only one taking the test. Sol Hui explains his question by the number of bamboo sticks and is surprised that he can't see anyone around him. The army official's eyes express nothing, and he remains silent in response. Sol Hui stands in front of the desk, where the official sits with his hands folded indifferently in front of him, and still does not get an answer to his question. A somewhat worried Sol Hui looks at the official carefully and wonders if he has asked him a question for nothing. The expressionless face of the army official with a blank stare. Not waiting for an answer to his question, Sol Hui decides to go carry out the task. The silent official sits without turning his head in his direction. Suddenly, the official utters one word to Sol Hui as he walks away. That word is eyes. Without turning his head, the official says to the departing Sol Hui that the eyes are looking higher and farther away. Sol Hui looks back at the official with some bewilderment, trying to understand what he meant by his strange phrase. Sol Hui's tense face as he ponders what he said and realizes that there are others passing the test. The back of the army official's head, who still doesn't turn toward the departing Sol Hui. Sol Hui heads for the exit, pondering along the way about potential competitors who may be stronger than him, but it doesn't change anything about his intentions. Sol Hui has a determined face, moving quickly towards the exit, determined to get on with the task at hand as soon as possible. The figure of Sol Hui, quickly running into the courtyard of the army department. He intends to outrun all the competitors. Sol Hui's determined and confident face, with eyes burning with determination to win. Sol Hui approaches the tall building near which he was attacked last time very cautiously. Sol Hui hides behind a large rock and decides to attack first this time. The tall tower of a beautiful building in traditional Chinese style. Sol Hui walks around the building to no avail. He sees no one and no one attacks him. Sol Hui stops. He shakes his head and suggests that his opponent relax and get out. A message appears on Sol Hui's screen that the enemy has discovered his weak spot. The message pleases Sol Hui. Excitement appears on his face. Sol Hui remembers that last time he chose the option of running away and got stabbed in the back. Sol Hui recalls that he avoided facing his opponent last time, even realizing that his level was lower than Sol Hui's. Sol Hui chooses the option of facing the enemy this time. His blonde-haired opponent standing smilingly in front of him, someone from above is watching them. Sol Hui's eyes are attentive and serious. Sol Hui adopts a fighting stance and prepares to attack. He has a very determined and purposeful look in his eyes. Sol Hui's blonde-haired opponent, with a naked sword in his hands, leaps high and attacks Sol Hui. Sol Hui looks at his opponent mockingly. He clearly doesn't see him as a serious threat. The blonde-haired opponent flies away from Sol Hui's blow and falls to the ground. He has an extremely discouraged expression on his face. He did not expect such an outcome. The completely untired Sol Hui grins. He didn't expect it to be this easy. With his sword down, Sol Hui stands next to the blonde-haired opponent lying on the ground. The blonde-haired opponent stands opposite Sol Hui and, raising his sword, tries to attack him. The light-haired man has an expression close to despair on his face. The face of the light-haired opponent has confused eyes and an expression of despair. He is unsure of his strength and is clearly afraid of Sol Hui. Sol Hui, with his sword naked and in a fighting stance, with a determined and confident face, prepares to attack his opponent. Sol Hui's cheerful face, with the glow of the screen in his eyes, which helps him in his decision-making. Sol Hui and the blonde-haired opponent stand opposite each other with naked swords. Sol Hui has a determined and confident expression on his face, with a certain sneer in his eyes as he realizes that his abilities exceed those of his opponent. There is some confusion on the face of the blonde-haired opponent. He is not quite sure of his abilities, and his eyes reflect his fear. Sol Hui looks at the screen hanging in the air between him and his blonde-haired opponent. On the screen are options to choose from. The blonde-haired opponent looks at him warily. Sol Hui's face is calm and confident, excitement burning in his eyes, excited for the upcoming battle. His confidence betrays his courage. Sol Hui recalls using the white glow and firehand martial arts he had mastered. Sol Hui looks at his screen. The information on it has changed. He only sees two options, healing and equipment. Sol Hui looks at the screen carefully. He realizes that the screen only shows what Sol Hui can use at the moment. Sol Hui scrutinizes the information on the screen. At the moment, he can use a short sword, holding it in his right hand. This information really surprises Sol Hui. Sol Hui's blonde-haired opponent stands opposite him with a naked sword in his hand. He has a confused and worried expression on his face. He is clearly apprehensive about the upcoming battle. Sol Hui pulls out a short sword and takes it in his right hand. He understands how to use it. Mastering the short sword makes Sol Hui very happy. The blonde-haired opponent raises his sword and rushes at Sol Hui to attack with a loud shout. Sol Hui is wary of his opponent's actions. He is preparing to strike a decisive blow and does not intend to miss the right moment. The blonde-haired opponent draws his sword over Sol Hui and with a loud shout is about to bring it down on Sol Hui. Sol Hui takes advantage of the moment and strikes his opponent, who Sol Hui thinks is moving too slowly. Sol Hui, taking his sword aside, stands over his defeated opponent. The blonde-haired man's attack is unsuccessful. Sol Hui exhales in relief. He had done the best he could, and he was very happy about it. Sol Hui's eyes are full of confidence in his abilities. Sol Hui sits beside his defeated opponent. He analyzes the situation and his actions. Sol Hui holds in his hand the green bamboo stick he finds in the blonde-haired man's hand. He realizes that without trying the technique or weapon, he will not be able to understand how best to use it. Sol Hui jumps from the roof of the building to the ground. He wonders how many people are in the army. Sol Hui looks at the high knowledge with interest. He is very curious about how many useful items are inside and how they can be found. Sol Hui moves from the ground to the roof of the building in a mighty leap. Sol Hui warily peers out from behind a ledge on the roof of the building. He remembers and is glad that he has mastered the stealth skill. Sol Hui carefully navigates the roof and makes his way to the ajar door. He realizes that despite all the skills he has mastered, there is no reason to relax. Sol Hui is extremely cautious. As he makes his way into the room, he is careful not to make any sounds. Sol Hui has a wary face, with attentive eyes. He expects danger from all sides and is ready to react appropriately to what is happening. Sol Hui carefully opens the desk drawer and looks carefully inside. The drawer is completely empty. Sol Hui carefully examines the drawers looking for useful items. His inspection and search is unsuccessful. A somewhat frustrated Sol Hui stands pensively with his arms crossed over his chest. He has found nothing, but realizes that useful items are hardly lying in plain sight. Sol Hui listens warily. Some sound catches his attention. There is alarm in his eyes. Sol Hui listens warily. He hears someone's footsteps. Someone is walking through the building towards him. Sol Hui hides behind the corner of the room and warily looks in the direction where the footsteps and sounds are coming from. Hiding around the corner and looking warily at the one approaching, Sol Hui notes with satisfaction that his skills had not allowed him to hear such quiet sounds before. Sol Hui warily peeks out from around the corner and looks warily at the person approaching him. The stealth technique he has mastered not only allows him to hide, but also to sense that someone is nearby. The man who has entered the room closes the door from behind which Sol Hui was peering out with a loud bang. Left without a view, Sol Hui, sitting under the closed door, ponders how he can call out on the screen about the enemy's weakness. Sol Hui listens warily to the sounds coming from behind the closed door. Sitting under the closed door, Sol Hui can only hear the sounds coming to him, but he can't see what's going on there. Sol Hui sits in the hallway, open on all sides. He realizes that his current position is not safe and contemplates what he should do next. Sol Hui is extremely cautious when he opens the door and carefully peeks into the room. Sol Hui, believing in his abilities, peeks into the room and sees a stranger kneeling in front of a table and scrutinizing something. The stranger warily turns around at the door, having heard some sound. In his squinted eyes is the anger of a man distracted from an exciting endeavor. The man who entered the room is the head of the Ku Yom squad. His health and stamina stats are higher than Sol Hui's. Realizing that he has been spotted, Sol Hui rushes in for a lightning attack. Ku Yom, not expecting the sudden attack, is somewhat confused. Sol Hui and Ku Yom cross swords. Sparks fly in all directions. Sol Hui has a desperate expression on his face, determined to go all the way. Sol Hui's face is heated from the fight. His eyes are full of sportsmanship. Ku Yom's face reflects all his battle experience. This is not the first battle in his life, and he is quite confident in his abilities. Ku Yom rushes forward to attack. He has a healthy anger and confidence on his face. Ku Yom's leg suddenly twists and he loses his speed. Ku Yom's gaze shows that he is extremely annoyed by the sudden blunder. Confusion appears on his face. Ku Yom slips and falls at the feet of Sol Hui, who is standing next to him. Sol Hui realizes that this chance cannot be missed. He draws his sword and brings down the fallen Ku Yom with a loud cry. Sol Hui breathes heavily and looks at the defeated Ku Yom. There is confusion in his eyes, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with surprise as he doesn't understand why the enemy's weakness didn't appear on the screen this time. The badly wounded Ku Yom asks the defeated Sol Hui to end his suffering. There's a plea for compassion in his eyes. A very surprised Sol Hui realizes that the warning message appears on the screen when the will to live is strong in the opponent. Sol Hui covers his eyes and ponders the situation. Looking around, Sol Hui notices a nutrition bar lying on the table. Sol Hui approaches the table and makes sure that there is indeed a nutrition bar lying on the table. There is an extreme degree of interest in Sol Hui's gaze. He realizes all the benefits he can gain by eating the nutrition bar. Sol Hui scrutinizes the table where Ku Yom was looking for something. He is very curious as to what could have taken so long to find. Sol Hui leans over Ku Yom, who has passed out after a powerful punch. He is curious to know what the man was looking for. Realizing that he could be attacked at any moment, Sol Hui decides to deal with Ku Yom as soon as possible and brings the tip of his sword to his throat. On the screen in front of Sol Hui's eyes, two options appear to choose between ending Ku Yom's torment or finding out information from him. Sol Hui stands over Ku Yom lying on the floor, a sword in his outstretched hand pointed toward the latter. A screen hangs in the air in front of Sol Hui. Ku Yom, regaining consciousness, wonders why Sol Hui won't stop torturing him. Sol Hui ponders the situation and realizes that getting information in this case is more important to him. And he replies to Ku Yom that he knows why. Ku Yom looks at Sol Hui incomprehensibly. He doesn't understand the nature of the question or what Sol Hui wants from him. Sol Hui decides to get information from Ku Yom for which he has to use intense pressure. Sol Hui is clearly unhappy with what he has to do, but he realizes that he has no other option. His face shows signs of deep distress. Sol Hui, with a trace of some disgust on his face, tries to get information from Ku Yom, who doesn't understand what is wanted of him. Sol Hui has an extremely tense look on his face, trying to push Ku Yom to tell him everything himself without leading questions. Ku Yom is breathing heavily, pain and misery on his face, anger and misunderstanding in his eyes. Sol Hui reaches out to Ku Yom and threatens to repeat his actions. Unable to bear it any longer, Ku Yom admits that he has something. With a look full of surprise, Sol Hui stares at Ku Yom and tries to figure out what he means and what he's telling him. The exhausted Ku Yom repeats that he has something without specifying what it is. This annoys Sol Hui a lot. Ku Yom forcefully tells Sol Hui that what he's talking about is under his bandana. Sol Hui reaches over to Ku Yom's head and lifts up his bandana, curious to see what's under there. In Sol Hui's hand is an amazing map of useful items, which has all the useful items in this building labeled on it. Sol Hui has a joyful expression on his face. Ku Yom, who is going through serious difficulties, asks Sol Hui to end his torment. Sol Hui is generally okay with ending his opponent's torment. Some sympathy appears on his face, and he realizes that he can do it by pressing just one point. Sol Hui's hand reaches for Ku Yom in order to accomplish what he promised. Sol Hui's hand suddenly stops. Sol Hui stares at the screen in amazement, where information about the two options reappears, from which Sol Hui again has to choose one. Ku Yom's torment continues, which makes him irritated and angry at Sol Hui. After looking at the information on the screen, Sol Hui realizes that Ku Yom has not told him everything and he is still hiding something else. Sol Hui rubs his hands together happily. He realizes that there are still useful items ahead of him and he has no intention of missing them. Sol Hui shakes off his hands. He has collected all the map pieces that Ku Yom had hidden in various places. He's quite happy with the result, even though he didn't enjoy the process. Ku Yom has a suffering expression on his face. He is already looking forward to the moment when his torment is over. Sol Hui's eyes glow with the realization of what a treasure he now possesses, despite the fact that the process of obtaining it gave him no pleasure. Sol Hui scrutinizes the map of useful items he has collected with great interest. The results of Sol Hui's examination of the map are surprising and interesting. Sol Hui carefully examines the map and looks around. He realizes that the map will help him find useful items. Sol Hui walks over to the table. He scrutinizes it carefully. Sol Hui realizes that according to the map he has collected, there must be some useful item in the table that will definitely come in handy for him. Sol Hui scrutinizes the table looking for it. Sol Hui's search is unsuccessful, and he sits next to the table confused, wondering where the useful item has gone and who beat him to it. Sol Hui picks up the nutrient bar and examines it closely. His hunch that someone beat him to it is confirmed, and as a taunt that someone left the nutrition bar behind. Sol Hui clutches the map he found in his hand, thinking that if he wants to find something, he has to hurry up, or else it will all be sorted out before him. Searching according to the map, Sol Hui lifts up a tile in the floor and finds the first useful item. This item is a voice transmission. Sol Hui sits in front of his screen. He realizes that reading takes a lot of time, so a book is not always a useful find. Sol Hui is learning a new skill. His eyes are closed, his figure glowing with energy. He is getting stronger and stronger. Sol Hui's eyes glow with joy. He realizes that he is different from the others and realizes his ever-increasing strength. Following the map's recommendations, Sol Hui moves the cabinet away and discovers a hole in the wall containing a second useful item. Sol Hui pulls another useful item from the hole in the wall, a book on creating poisons. He realizes that he won't need this knowledge at the moment, but he may need it in the future. A beautiful building in traditional Chinese style. As the roof of a beautiful traditional Chinese-style building begins to collapse, Sol Hui continues to search for useful items. Wood and debris from the collapsed roof falls on Sol Hui's head. Sol Hui considers what came down on him from the ceiling. Appreciating the efforts of whoever hid the useful object in the ceiling, Sol Hui scrutinizes it. Sol Hui holds up a third useful item. It is a demonic handcuff that can keep him healthy in battle. Sol Hui examines the handcuffs carefully, trying to figure out why the screen in the information says they are high grade. He decides to try them on to see what makes them unusual. Sol Hui puts on the handcuffs, which give off a slight glow, and scrutinizes his hands. He has a very satisfied expression on his face. Sol Hui reads the information on the screen and realizes that his skills have greatly improved, the possession of the handcuffs having contributed to this. According to the information on the screen, the handcuffs that Sol Hui is trying on, and which is causing him great joy, is one of the favorite items of an influential person in the Demon Academy. Sol Hui excitedly looks at his handcuffs and realizes what a useful item he has gotten his hands on. Sol Hui scrutinizes the map carefully. He intends to get ahead of the competition and collect as many useful items as possible. Sol Hui folds up the map. He has an extremely determined look. He has no intention of missing anything. His goal of becoming stronger will be accomplished faster with the help of the useful items. With the map in his hand, Sol Hui resolutely heads out to find the remaining useful items. He has found 3 of the 10 items marked on the map. Sol Hui walks down the wide staircase. All around is complete emptiness. Suddenly, a scream comes to Sol Hui's ears, and he stops and listens. Alarm appears on his face. The scream that comes to Sol Hui's ears grows louder, and he begins to move cautiously towards it. Sol Hui cautiously peeks out from behind the door. He realizes that he is surrounded by danger on all sides, so he tries to be as inconspicuous as possible. Sol Hui sees 4 people standing across from each other. 2 of those standing are in military uniforms. The 2 opposite are in simple shirts. They are clearly in a state of confrontation. Sol Hui watches carefully and checks the statuses of the participants. The one in the military uniform speaks very aggressively to his opponents, suggesting that they leave the room as soon as possible and find some suitable level. The second one in military uniform is no less aggressive and convinces the opponents that the forces are on their side and the opponents have no chance to win. The opponents of the military are fighters from a rival organization. They are no less aggressive and also confident in their strength and victory. 2 buildings of the Demonic Academy, standing next to each other. The buildings contain 2 wards, the Red Demon and the Nefarious Demon. The Lord of the Supreme Court and the head of the Holy Deity Court belong to the Red Demon Chamber. Sol Hui carefully watches the battle unfolding before his eyes. In his eyes is the desire to make the most out of everything for himself. Representatives of 2 different wards are facing each other, a conflict between them that could escalate into a fierce battle at any moment. By a strange coincidence, the useful object Sol Hui intends to find is in the very room where the conflict is breaking out. Sol Hui checks his health and stamina status. They are higher than those arguing in the room, but Sol Hui realizes that it's best not to get involved in the conflict right now. Sol Hui continues to observe the situation and ponders his next move. He has a look of extreme interest on his face as he wonders what techniques the disputants are using. Sol Hui has a look of extreme interest on his face as he contemplates his next move. The argument goes further, and the disputants lash out at each other. They fight desperately, having exhausted their vocabulary and arguments. The conflicting men continue to fight, and Sol Hui watches them carefully, realizing that theoretically it would be a good idea to devise a plan first, but he has no intention of leaving empty-handed. Sol Hui, remembering his past defeats, concludes that it is impossible to get stronger without taking risks. All of his past experiences support this conclusion. One of those wearing a military uniform is hit hard and flies back to the wall where he sits, rubbing his arm. Sol Hui looks carefully at the fighter and the whole situation. He picks the most appropriate moment and makes a plan in his head. Sol Hui stares intently at the screen, which suddenly shows a selection of 4 options. The option to get close to the enemy appears on the screen for the first time. Sol Hui stares at the screen in confusion. He did not expect the screen to offer him a choice at this very moment. Time stops, colors disappear, and Sol Hui is faced with a choice he is not prepared for, as he has never fought 4 opponents at once. Sol Hui's gaze is intense, sweat dripping down his cheek, and there is little time to make a decision. Sol Hui clenches his teeth tightly, and remembering his conclusions about risk, decides to go all in and take it as it comes. All participants of the process stand still. There are no colors and paints. Sol Hui chooses the 4th option, to approach the opponent closely. Sol Hui looks at the screen carefully and extremely cautiously. Where a new option appears, he needs time to understand how to handle it. 4 arrows appear on the screen indicating positions in the room. Sol Hui realizes that with this feature, he can end up anywhere in the room. Sol Hui's hand grips the hilt of his sword tightly. He really likes the new option that appeared on the screen. It can help and make his task much easier. Sol Hui peeks out from behind the door and looks around the room. Time has stopped, and he can quietly look around and check everything out. He needs to learn how to handle the new function. One of the warriors stands in front of his opponent. Raising his sword up, he looks straight ahead. 2 warriors from different wards are sword fighting each other. Their faces are heated from the battle. Their strength is equal. Carefully looking at and analyzing the positions of the fighters in the room, Sol Hui calculates where he would be best placed. Sol Hui has a very intense and attentive gaze as he considers his plan of action and the most advantageous position. The faces of the 2 fighters from different chambers? Sol Hui realizes that he needs to take out 1 fighter from each pair, in which case the remaining ones will not attack him. Sol Hui stands with his eyes closed and inhales deeply. He understands the plan. He realizes that he has calculated everything and there should be no misfires. Sol Hui's eyes are wide open. A bright fire of excitement glows in them. He has calculated everything and is ready to attack. There is calmness and determination on his face. Sol Hui leaps behind the fighting men, sword in his hand, and he bursts into the battle with lightning speed. Sol Hui looks at the fighter in front of him, determination in his eyes, surprise in the fighter's eyes. Sol Hui throws a quick punch to the fighter opposite him, who doesn't even have time to react to the appearance of his unplanned opponent. Sol Hui's punch sent the fighter flying back against the wall, unable to not only deflect, but even react to Sol Hui's appearance and his punch. On the faces of the remaining 3 fighters is a look of utter bewilderment. They do not understand where came another, now common to all the enemy. The downed fighter lies at Sol Hui's feet, -1. Sol Hui's face is full of satisfaction with what is happening. He is happy that he has calculated everything correctly, and his plan is succeeding. On the faces of the fighters, extreme surprise. They do not understand where Sol Hui took from and why he so quickly take one of them out of action. Sol Hui is in a fighting stance with a determined face and a gleaming sword in his hand. His eyes are burning with excitement. He has calculated everything correctly and his plan has succeeded. Sol Hui's face is calm and determined. He feels himself getting stronger and more confident in his abilities. The foot of Sol Hui, who rushes into the attack with incredible speed, sparks flying from under his feet. The opponent that Sol Hui chooses is standing right in front of him with a surprised face and complete incomprehension of what is happening. Sol Hui chooses to use martial arts and rushes in to attack. Red energy flashes around him. Sol Hui's eyes burn brightly with the fire of excitement. He is confident in his abilities and the correctness of his chosen tactics. Sol Hui lunges towards his opponent, holding his sword in his outstretched hand. Smoke of red energy spreading in all directions. A fireball appears at the tip of Sol Hui's sword, with flames shooting out in all directions. Sol Hui stands in front of his opponent, a bright beam of fire coming from the tip of his sword piercing through his opponent. Sol Hui stands with his back to the wall. In his hands is a glowing sword. Right in front of him, the downed opponent falls to the floor. -2. Sol Hui's surprised face. He himself didn't expect such incredible strength and such a powerful strike. Sol Hui stands in front of his opponent with a satisfied face, with the result of the attack and a naked face in his hand. His stamina has been greatly reduced, but he believes that the result was worth it. Another opponent appears behind Sol Hui's back. He rushes at Sol Hui with a loud shout and a naked sword. Sol Hui, distracted by his second opponent, notices the attack late and barely dodges the blow. His opponent is extremely determined. Sol Hui barely avoids a punch and dodges his opponent's attack. Sol Hui moves with great speed, and that saves him. Sol Hui's face is extremely tense as he realizes that his position is not ideal, and he needs to use all available resources in this situation. Sol Hui's hand is cuffed with a demonic handcuff, and he fends off a blow from an opponent who can't land the blow he was hoping for. Sol Hui's opponent brings both hands in for a punch that he puts all his strength into, extreme tension on his face. Sol Hui's opponent has extreme surprise in his eyes, his face reflecting the blue light of Sol Hui's demonic handcuffs. He doesn't understand how Sol Hui managed to repel his blow. With the hand that is wearing the blue light handcuff, Sol Hui swings to strike his opponent. Sol Hui's powerful punch throws his opponent aside, who is slammed into the wall with incredible force. The powerful blow sends Sol Hui's opponent flying out of the room with great speed and falling to the floor. -3. Sol Hui, breathing heavily, stands half-turned towards the fourth opponent. His health is almost at normal, his stamina still somewhat reduced. The fourth opponent looks at Sol Hui with a slightly confused look. Everything is happening too fast, and he doesn't have time to orient himself to the situation. On Sol Hui's face is a smile of utter satisfaction at what is happening. He assumes that he will be the owner of all 6 bamboo sticks in the very near future. The face of Sol Hui, who is a little tired from the battle but extremely satisfied with the result, has a look of confidence in his eyes. The fourth opponent, raising his sword high above his head, rushes at Sol Hui, who is standing in front of him with a loud shout. Sol Hui's face, who is smiling cheerfully, he sees no danger from the fourth opponent. He is confident in his strength. The fourth opponent lies on the floor of the room next to Sol Hui, standing over him. The last attack didn't take Sol Hui much time or effort. -4. Sol Hui wipes the sweat from his forehead with his hand. There is satisfaction in his eyes. He realizes that the plan succeeded, and his calculations were absolutely correct. A very satisfied Sol Hui looks at his screen. The number of useful items he received after the battle with the 4 opponents exceeds his wildest expectations. Sol Hui takes a seat next to one of the defeated opponents and pulls out 6 bamboo sticks from his pocket. From one of the opponents, Sol Hui finds a pill and tests its qualities on the screen. The result is somewhat disappointing to Sol Hui, who is looking at the screen. Sol Hui is given the armor of the 8th Emperor, which he immediately tries on. He finds the armor much more attractive than the one he already has. Sol Hui stands in the 8th Emperor's armor, which glows lightly with blue energy. The new useful item makes Sol Hui very happy. Sol Hui looks carefully at the small chest standing on a beautiful stand near the wall. This is what this was all about. A small wooden chest that, according to the map Sol Hui found, contains a very useful item. Sol Hui opens the chest carefully and with great interest. He is very hopeful that another useful item is inside. Sol Hui's look of extreme disappointment seems to be that his hopes were not realized, and it was all in vain. The open chest contains yet another nutritional bar and nothing else. An extremely frustrated and disappointed Sol Hui holds the nutrition bar in his hand and looks at it with great regret. It is clearly not what he had hoped for. Sol Hui remembers finding a nutrition bar in a similar chest before. A similar situation pops up in Sol Hui's mind. He opens the chest, hoping to find something useful, with only a nutrient bar in it. Sol Hui's eyes are deep in thought as he tries to figure out if it's a coincidence that the chests contain nutrition bars instead of treasures. A dark figure appears behind Sol Hui, who is sitting in front of the chests and is extremely preoccupied with his thoughts, but he doesn't pay any attention to it. Behind Sol Hui appears Oma, who draws his large sword over Sol Hui's head, intending to strike the latter. At the last second, Sol Hui dodges Oma's powerful blow and fights back with his sword. Sparks fly from the crossed swords in different directions. Sol Hui bounces away from Oma's attacker and gets into a fighting stance. Oma is also ready to attack, holding his naked sword in his hand. Standing opposite Sol Hui, Oma is extremely disappointed by the strength and high level of his opponent. He clearly didn't expect such a turnaround. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with surprise and recognition. He realizes that he is facing Oma, his opponent from last time, who was stronger than Sol Hui that time. Oma has a very surprised face. He doesn't know Sol Hui, seeing him for the first time, and doesn't understand why Sol Hui recognizes him. Sol Hui looks questioningly at the chest he opened. He starts to guess why the chests contain nutritional bars instead of useful items. Sol Hui has a very pensive look on his face. He is pondering how the chests and nutritional bars are connected. Sol Hui is standing in front of an open chest. A hunch pops into his head that in place of the nutrient bars must be elixirs, which in this version make him stronger. Sol Hui, after looking into the situation and learning that Oma's health is lower than in the previous version, decides not to attack but to talk to Oma first. Oma isn't much inclined to talk and doesn't support Sol Hui's peaceful initiative. Sol Hui continues to insist on his option and reasons that he doesn't have anything that Oma is interested in. Sol Hui realizes that his hunch is correct. The joy of understanding shining in his eyes, he decides to make a deal with Oma. Oma looks carefully at Sol Hui, whose proposal he seems to be getting interested in, attention in his eyes. Oma's eyes are attentive and keen as he adequately assesses the capabilities and skills of his potential adversary and is reluctant to engage him in combat. Sol Hui's gaze is one of calm confidence and a desire to avoid a fight. He suggests that Oma go in different directions and never cross paths again. Oma's heavy gaze shows agreement with Sol Hui's words. He too is interested in parting peacefully and not meeting again. Oma and Sol Hui stand opposite each other and talk peacefully. Oma shares her plans to head to the building with the yellow roof and try her luck there. Sol Hui, remembering that in the last version he met Oma at the yellow roof building, shakes his head negatively. He intends to go there himself. Sol Hui's look is calm and confident. He suggests Oma go elsewhere since it's the building with the yellow roof that he intends to go to himself. Oma nods her head in agreement and turns to leave. At that moment, Sol Hui stops him with a question. Without turning his head, Oma wonders what else Sol Hui needs from him. Sol Hui's eyes glow with extreme interest. He really wants to get Oma's answer to the question of where to find strong opponents. Oma looks at him with a look of amazement, wondering if Sol Hui is joking when he asks such a question. Oma turns to Sol Hui, who is surprised by this reaction, and asks him if he realizes where he is. Oma's look is one of caution and wariness, and he tells Sol Hui that he is certainly strong and his abilities are outstanding. But as the sun sets, the situation could change dramatically. Lots of strange creatures with dark faces, burning eyes, and unkind smirks. Oma calmly and amicably warns Sol Hui that if he doesn't hurry up and gather enough useful items before nightfall, he'll have a hard time. Sol Hui listens attentively to his interlocutor, tension and thoughtfulness in his gaze as he works out a plan of preparation. Sol Hui asks the outgoing Oma somewhat anxiously about the level of those who appear at night. He receives a little comforting reply. Oma's answer that those who appear at night are very strong puts Sol Hui in a state of extreme anxiety and wariness. He realizes that he is not ready for that level yet. Oma says goodbye and quickly leaves the room. A pensive and confused Sol Hui watches him carefully. Sol Hui lifts his head up and breathes heavily. The information about the level of potential opponents confuses him. Sol Hui's eyes are closed as he tries to calm himself internally. Realizing that he is not yet strong enough to fight such strong opponents makes him very upset. Sol Hui calms himself down. He realizes he still needs to get stronger. It's his only way to survive. Accordingly, he needs to move on. Sol Hui takes all the pills and elixirs available to him and quickly sets out on his quest. There is a deep determination in his eyes. Sol Hui's health and stamina are increasing, but are not yet at their maximum levels. He realizes this and decides to prepare thoroughly. His eyes shine with determination. The yellow-roofed building in the Army Department. Sol Hui enters the building with the yellow roof. Sol Hui cautiously peeks out from behind the door and sees a picture he already knows. A defeated fighter lying on the floor, a crouched figure above him removing the armor from the one lying there. The keen face of a potential opponent that is already familiar to Sol Hui from the past version. Sol Hui carefully peeks out from behind the door. The situation is quite familiar to him. He's seen it all before. Sol Hui stares happily at the newly appeared, so tensely anticipated, information on the screen about the perfect situation for an attack. Sol Hui, this time, chooses the option of getting in close to the enemy. He has a different scenario in his mind. Utilizing his skills completely unnoticed by the engrossed opponent, Sol Hui approaches him from behind. Caught off guard, the opponent turns around sharply at Sol Hui's approach, a look of inexpressible surprise in his eyes. With a cheerful smirk, Sol Hui orders his opponent not to move. He is clearly extremely pleased with the impression he has made. With a grin in his eyes, Sol Hui cheerfully informs his opponent that he could have already solved his task, and he wouldn't even notice how he finished his journey. On the face of the opponent, and this is Chok Ho, large drops of sweat. He clearly did not expect such a turn and is very surprised and somewhat frightened. A very surprised Chok Ho is standing in front of Sol Hui. On the floor lies a defeated Chok Ho, his opponent. Sol Hui calmly observes what is happening. Sol Hui's eyes are calm and recognizing the situation. He decides to see if his guesses are correct. The defeated Chok Ho opponent is seen wearing his armor still on. Sol Hui guessed correctly that they should be in place. Chok Ho and Sol Hui are having a peaceful conversation. Chok Ho somewhat nervously wonders why Sol Hui needs him and what he wants from him. Chok Ho watches with some anticipation and tension. His health and stamina are lower than normal and less than Sol Hui, who has gotten stronger. Sol Hui has a look of calmness and confidence in his gaze. He realizes he is getting stronger and is confident in his skills. Chok Ho looks at Sol Hui carefully, trying his best to understand what Sol Hui wants from him and what he intends to do next. Sol Hui is carefully searching the pockets of Chok Ho's defeated opponent, even though he knows exactly what is in there. Chok Ho observes his actions. Sol Hui picks up his armor and is happy to have it back. Sol Hui's face expresses complete satisfaction with how the current situation is turning out. Sol Hui holds 2 bamboo sticks in his outstretched hand. Since he already has a full set, he doesn't really need them. Sol Hui turns towards Chok Ho and wonders where he's from. Sol Hui assumes that Chok Ho belongs to the Supreme Court. Sol Hui names Chok Ho's position and asks if he's right. Very surprised by this familiarity, Chok Ho answers in the affirmative. Sol Hui tosses 2 bamboo sticks to a very surprised Chok Ho, which he does not need. Chok Ho's eyes are perplexed. Sol Hui looks carefully and offers Chok Ho to answer his questions. If Chok Ho agrees, he is willing to give him what he has found. Chok Ho looks at his interlocutor in utter bewilderment. He doesn't understand who he is and why he is acting so strangely. Sol Hui and Chok Ho stand opposite each other. Chok Ho agrees to answer the questions, but the first question leaves him stunned. Sol Hui is somewhat surprised at his interlocutor's reaction. He assumed that everyone he met had gathered to take the tests. Chok Ho wonders why a strong fighter like Sol Hui is unaware of the nature of the tests and speculates that it was his ignorance that led him to choose the bamboo stick labeled Torso first. Chok Ho proposes a deal. He tells him what the tests are about, and Sol Hui lets him go. Sol Hui basically agrees. Chok Ho's face as he contemplates what to tell so that Sol Hui will be satisfied with the story and let him go. 4 bamboo sticks with different names. You can only pass the test and get into the army if you choose them in the right order. On Sol Hui's face, surprise bordering on utter amazement. He didn't expect this to happen. He realizes that without knowing the correct order, he could have made a mistake. Chokho continues his story and explains to the astonished Sol Hui that there are only 4 tests. He doesn't know the exact order, but the test called Torso should be done last. Sol Hui's face shows surprise at what he has heard. He's trying to comprehend what Chokho is telling him. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with inexpressible amazement. Realizing what he has heard, Sol Hui grabs Chokho by the pecs and begins to shake him. He realizes that he is undergoing the test of being the last one to pass. The first one to pass. Sol Hui's eyes are wide open, extremely surprised at what he has heard and realized. Sol Hui tries to find out if Chokho knows about the eloquence test. Chokho doesn't know specific details, but he's heard that the test organizer organized it so that there would only be one winner. Sol Hui agrees that there are a lot of useful items around, but he's surprised that he hasn't met any strong opponents so far, and now he realizes why. Sol Hui smacks his hand on his forehead as the complexity of the situation he finds himself in begins to dawn on him. Sol Hui recalls Ma's words that all the strongest fighters will appear after sunset. Sol Hui realizes that all the useful items he found are hidden to give the less powerful fighters a chance to defeat the stronger ones. Sol Hui, with a determined face and stubborn gaze, clenches his hand fiercely into a fist. He is disturbed by the information he has received, but he intends to follow through. With determination and courage in his eyes, Sol Hui realizes that passing the test is a fierce battle in which weak fighters have little chance. Rubbing the back of his head with his hand and sighing deeply, Sol Hui tells Chokho that he generally believes him and wonders if the latter intends to escape, given the situation, to which he replies in the affirmative. Sol Hui is somewhat surprised by Chokho's answer and asks him a clarifying question. He wonders what Chokho intends to do. Chokho is once again surprised by Sol Hui's strange questions, realizing that he is not aware of the situation at all. The fighters figure with smirking faces and eyes burning with rage. These are the fighters who have passed the previous 3 trials and those who will come tomorrow. Sol Hui has a very thoughtful look and wonders, with some trepidation, how strong the fighters who will come tomorrow are. Chokho calmly informs him that the fighter's strength is quite high, so if he doesn't find something that will help him stand by morning, he'll just leave. A blonde-haired fighter with a calm and confident look, the captain of the Black Gold Squad, Shin Bi-ran, is one of the strongest fighters. Anxiety appears in Sol Hui's gaze. He realizes how strong those he will have to fight are. A message appears on the screen that catches Sol Hui's attention. A new mission to get rid of Shin Bi-ran has been found, and a high reward is promised if it is accomplished. An extremely interested Sol Hui stares intently at the screen. He is very attracted to the promised reward, the Heavenly Dragon Pill, a blue round pill that increases health and stamina many times over. Sol Hui stares at the screen while covering his mouth with his hand. He is determined to get the pill, no matter what it costs him or what mission he has to accomplish. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with desire for the reward. He realizes the opportunities it can give him. Sol Hui agrees to the mission without hesitation. Sol Hui, who has agreed to the mission, continues to stare intently at the screen. A new option appears in his status. Combat power. Sol Hui's gaze is deeply thoughtful and interested as he contemplates the upcoming mission and his capabilities. The tense and anxious look in Sol Hui's eyes as he realizes that it will be very difficult to accomplish the mission. Shin Bi-ran is a very strong fighter. His health, stamina, and combat strength stats are much more than 10,000. Sol Hui anxiously looks at the screen and examines the status of his potential opponent. He realizes that he is much stronger than him, but still intends to fight him, despite the fact that he is sure of victory. Thinking about the situation, Sol Hui comes to the conclusion that he can succeed if he can attract all the possible luck to his side. Chokho stands in front of a deeply thoughtful Sol Hui and asks if Sol Hui has any more questions for him. Sol Hui is very pensive. He imagines that the enemy is strong, but he needs a victory and is ready to go for it at any cost. Sol Hui decides to find out from Chok Ho what else he knows about the trials, to try to gather the most information possible and be ready to go through them. Chok Ho tells him everything he knows about the tests, one of which is a test in which the subject can receive a dose of poison if he answers incorrectly or exceeds the allotted time. In the eloquence test, one can be eliminated from the game in case the test subject's answer is not to the liking of the instructor who is conducting the test. Sol Hui rubs his neck, remembering the eloquence test and the instructor's reaction to his wrong answer. Chok Ho continues his story about what he knows about passing the various tests. He is engrossed in his story. Sol Hui listens interestedly. Chok Ho finishes his story. He has laid out everything he knows to Sol Hui. He intends to leave. Chok Ho says goodbye and leaves. He intends to collect as many useful items as he can to have a chance at survival. Biting his lip, Sol Hui speaks unkindly of his companion Ko Wung, who didn't tell him anything about the ordeal. Sol Hui grins unkindly as he remembers Ko Wung, who was clearly counting on Sol Hui not passing the trials without knowing the details of the trials. Sol Hui remembers the evil Ko Wung and promises himself to become as strong as possible and deal with the treacherous chaperone. Sol Hui sits in a haze of energy on the roof of a building that he has searched long enough for useful items. Night is descending on the army establishment. Sol Hui meditates on the roof of the building. Despite his best efforts, he has only managed to find one more useful item, a grenade. Through meditation and deep breathing techniques, Sol Hui manages to significantly restore his health and increase his stamina. Sol Hui continues to sit on the roof and meditate. The sun has already dropped below the horizon. Night is approaching. Sol Hui has a tense and collected look on his face. He has prepared himself for the night and all possible encounters. It's time for him to move out. Loud shouts come to Sol Hui's ears from all directions, and he looks warily into the distance. Sol Hui, standing on the roof, can hear loud shouts from all sides. Sol Hui looks down intently. Sol Hui's focused and attentive gaze peering into the darkness. He assumes too engrossed in meditation while things have already begun. On Sol Hui's face is determination and a desire to test his strength. He is ready for a fight. Sol Hui decides it's time for him to go, and using the appropriate option, stealthily slips off the roof. Sol Hui jumps down from the roof of a building in an attempt to jump to a neighboring building. Using stealth mode, Sol Hui stealthily jumps from the roof of one building to another. Sol Hui successfully lands on the roof of the neighboring building and hides behind a ledge. Sol Hui exhales noisily. He has a very wary look on his face. He looks around carefully and cautiously. Lurking on the roof, Sol Hui watches a man running with a loud scream across the courtyard toward the pool. A bright pillar of fire catches up to and strikes the runner, who is unable to defend himself. The pillar of fire catches up to the fleeing man and strikes him. He falls into the water of the pool he had so hoped to hide in. Sol Hui watches the situation carefully. So far, he can only see the fleeing man, but he can't see the one who launched the pillar of fire at him. Sol Hui looks down carefully. On the ground, hidden behind a large rock, someone is sitting. Sol Hui is very curious about who it is. Someone is walking, putting his big sword on his shoulder. A very badly frightened stranger sits hiding behind a large rock, shaking with fear. A sword, glowing brightly, raised high in his outstretched hand. A bright red beam slices through space like a knife. The face of a stranger shaking with fear, intent on hiding from the man chasing him. A bright red beam passes exactly in the middle of the face of the fear-shaking stranger. Someone very strong, swinging his fiery sword, smashes everything around him. Sparks and flames fly in all directions. A sneering and predatory smiling face. A very strong fighter with blonde hair and a grinning face stands with his flaming sword on his shoulder. A red energy emanates from the fighter's entire figure. The face of a firefighter who sneers insolently, sneering rather low in his estimation of the mental abilities of those he hunts. Lurking on the rooftop, Sol Hui rubs his mouth thoughtfully with his hand. a drop of sweat dripping down his cheek. Sol Hui really doesn't like what he's watching. Sol Hui's face is deep in thought with his eyes widened in amazement. He realizes that what he is seeing is not a fair battle, but the unpunished destruction of the weak by the strong. Sitting on a rooftop, Sol Hui watches the bright plowing of explosions. He realizes that there are powerful attacks going on everywhere around him. Someone falls from a powerful blow. The hitman watches idly from above. All around are those injured by the blows and unable to resist the superior force. In the resulting breach in the wall, Shin Biran is standing there, absolutely calmly observing what is happening. Shin Biran has a calm and confident face. A faint red glow emanates from him, and he is indifferently watching the scene. Above Shin Biran's head, the inscription "Target" glows. Written on Sol Hui's face is the realization that he has before him the goal of his mission, which he intends to fulfill. There is some anxiety in Sol Hui's eyes. The enemy is very strong. There is a loud explosion on one floor of the building, and puffs of thick smoke billow out. Sol Hui jumps from the roof and lands on the floor of the room. Sol Hui moves around the building very quickly, trying to leave the place he landed in as quickly as possible. Sol Hui's face is tense and focused. In his eyes is confidence and determination to win. He is analyzing his strengths and weaknesses. Sol Hui carefully and cautiously peeks out from behind the door. He knows stealth is from his strongest advantages. A wary Sol Hui peeks out from behind the door as he listens. He thinks about the fact that not only his skills are his advantage, there is another reason. A careful and cautious Sol Hui looks around carefully and analyzes the situation. Sol Hui gently touches the door, nudging it slightly so that it is ajar. Someone approaches the door that Sol Hui is lurking behind, walking down the hallway. The person approaching the door asks a question loudly. He wants to know the reasons for the actions of the person he is talking to. An exhausted Chok Ho approaches the door, staggering and holding on to the wall. He has clearly lost a lot of strength in the battle. Sol Hui cautiously peeks out from behind the door, realizing that Chok Ho, driven by his lust for profit, had failed to leave the room in time and had paid the price. As the exhausted Chok Ho struggles to raise his sword with all his remaining strength, the man opposite coldly states that he just wanted to. The absolutely calm and cool-headed Shin Biran, with his arms crossed on his chest, calmly looks at his exhausted opponent. There isn't a single drop of pity in his eyes. Sol Hui watches in bewilderment. He doesn't understand why Shin Biran and Chok Ho are fighting. They are from the same court. Chok Ho's face is full of surprise and incomprehension as he threatens Shin Biran with punishment from the Lord of the Supreme Court. A completely calm Shin Biran mockingly asks his opponent if he really thinks so, and if he is sure of what he is saying. Shin Biran calmly replies that the Lord of the Supreme Court is aware of what is going on, and everything he does with the Lord's permission. Chok Ho's face is extremely astonished to hear this. There's no way he expected such meanness from his fellow court members. Shin Biran, without changing his posture and facial expression, calmly informs that the Lord of the Supreme Court gave an order to kill anyone who purposefully collects useful items. On Chok Ho's face is anger and annoyance. He clearly didn't expect his own to start fighting his own. Angry and frustrated, Chok Ho rushes to attack with the last of his strength. What he has heard adds to his strength. Chok Ho has a very strong look of surprise on his face. He comes close to Shin Biran. The distance between them is very small and very dangerous. A fireball from Shin Biran's hand throws Chok Ho against the wall, robbing him of his last strength. Chok Ho lies on the floor of the room right in front of Shin Biran, who is standing over him and assessing his capabilities and abilities unfavorably. Sol Hui cautiously peeks out from behind the door. He realizes that Chok Ho had very little chance, given the too big difference between his abilities and Shin Biran's strength and power. Shin Biran looks through Chok Ho's pockets and finds only bamboo sticks. He's not at all surprised that he didn't find anything else, as he treats Chok Ho in a very condescending manner. Sol Hui watches from behind the door, waiting for the perfect moment to appear on the screen, but it doesn't. As Sol Hui watches carefully and waits for the perfect moment, he suddenly remembers that he has a useful item. Remembering his useful item, a grenade, Sol Hui decides to use it now and divert Shin Bi-ran's attention. Sol Hui looks at the screen in utter bewilderment. The information on the screen says that he can't use the grenade now. Shin Bi-ran sits with his back to Sol Hui and is aware of his presence, though he drops his gaze as the screen informs the latter. Given the nuances of the situation, Sol Hui makes the decision to run away as soon as possible. On the face of the rapidly fleeing Sol Hui is consternation, confusion, and a keen desire to understand how, despite the stealth mode, Shin Bi-ran sensed his presence. As the fleeing Sol Hui sees Shin Bi-ran leaving the room, he realizes that the latter has spotted him and panics violently. A very frightened face of Sol Hui, who assumes that Shin Bi-ran has noticed him and will deal with him very soon. Shin Bi-ran's completely blank and expressionless look. A completely uncomprehending Sol Hui stares at the screen, which finally shows the perfect opportunity to attack. There is incredible joy on Sol Hui's face. The long-awaited information has finally appeared. The screen offers 4 options for further action. Time freezes, colors and dyes disappear. Sol Hui stands in front of the screen and tensely thinks about which option to choose now. Sol Hui chooses the option to get close to his opponent and the direction to get behind his back. Shin Bi-ran turns around and looks questioningly at Sol Hui, who is attacking him. Sol Hui furiously rushes forward to attack. He has determination and confidence on his face. Despite everything, Shin Bi-ran withstands Sol Hui's powerful punch. He couldn't even knock him down. Sol Hui is very surprised by Shin Bi-ran's endurance. He doesn't understand how he was able to withstand such a powerful punch. Shin Bi-ran turns around in a leap and rushes to attack Sol Hui. He intends to punish the insolent man who dared to attack him. Sol Hui stands in a fighting stance. He is ready to continue the battle and repel Shin Bi-ran's attack. The screen again shows the perfect opportunity to strike. Sol Hui tries to understand why now. Sol Hui looks at the screen that offers options on how to proceed and chooses the option of using martial arts. With a loud shout, Sol Hui directs a powerful fire beam at Shin Bi-ran. Shin Bi-ran reflects the attack. Flames are reflected on Shin Bi-ran's face, drops of sweat dripping down his face, but he withstands Sol Hui's powerful attack. His health and stamina decreasing, he is still quite high. With a desperate expression on his face, Sol Hui rushes into a new attack on Shin Bi-ran. He has no intention of giving up the initiative that is now on his side. Sol Hui, without losing speed, he lightning changes tactics and uses the white glow martial art. He attacks again, but Shin Bi-ran parries his strike. Sol Hui and Shin Bi-ran fight desperately. Sol Hui attacks. Shin Bi-ran deflects his blows. Putting all his strength into his punch, Sol Hui, with a loud shout, rushes at Shin Bi-ran again and again. On Sol Hui's face is an incredible will to win, mixed with rage and desperation. Sol Hui uses the white glow martial art and rushes at Shin Bi-ran, their swords crossing, sparks and flashes of energy flying in all directions. Sol Hui fiercely fights, putting all his strength, fury, and excitement into his strikes. There is incredible tension on his face. He realizes that he has no other way out. Shin Bi-ran is desperately defending himself. He has no intention of losing. He still has enough strength to fend off Sol Hui's powerful punches. Sol Hui, with a loud shout, he rushes into another attack. He strikes Shin Bi-ran with his foot, causing him to lose his balance. Shin Bi-ran's face reflects anger because of the missed kick. His health is declining significantly. He is finding it harder and harder to deflect Sol Hui's punches. Sol Hui rushes back into another attack. He has no intention of slowing down and tries to keep Shin Bi-ran from regaining his composure with his quick strikes. Sol Hui's face is fierce and heated from the battle. He has no intention of giving Shin Bi-ran the slightest chance to attack. Sol Hui puts on the demonic handcuffs. He intends to use their full power to strike the still withstanding Shin Bi-ran's attack. Sol Hui next uses the martial art Breath of Wind. The energy swirls from his sword and rains down on Shin Bi-ran. Shin Bi-ran's health is greatly reduced. but he can still reflect Sol Hui's blows even though his strength is gradually leaving him. On Sol Hui's face is excitement, rage, and the desire to win. He hasn't exhausted his arsenal yet, and he has something to surprise Shinbi Ran, who is losing his strength. As Sol Hui's passion for battle, he unleashes a combination of white glow and wind breath martial arts, the combined power of the two martial arts raining down on Shinbi Ran's head. Sol Hui shouts furiously, putting all of his power, fury, and desire for victory into the strike. There are powerful energy waves all around him. Another powerful attack by Sol Hui, he sends a whole whirlwind of powerful energy at Shinbi Ran, but still can't knock Shinbi Ran down. Shinbi Ran's health continues to decline, but he still has the strength to defend himself and fend off Sol Hui's blows. He continues to stand on his feet and hold his sword. Sol Hui is surprised by Shinbi Ran's strength and stamina. He doesn't understand how he can withstand such powerful blows, and despite his strength, he couldn't even knock Shinbi Ran off his feet. Suddenly, information about the perfect attack appears on the screen. Time stops. Colors and dyes disappear. A look of joy appears on Sol Hui's face. He is confident that he finally succeeded in his mission. The expression of joy on Sol Hui's face suddenly changes to extreme surprise. He clearly sees something he did not expect. Time stops. Colors disappear, and the screen reveals that Shinbi Ran has discovered Sol Hui's weak spot. There is bewilderment on Sol Hui's face. He doesn't understand how he should react to two pieces of information at the same time. He doesn't know what he should do. Time is still not moving. Sol Hui is standing in front of two screens with two different information and different courses of action. Shinbi Ran stands in front of him with his sword drawn to attack. Sol Hui is faced with a very difficult choice and has limited time to make a decision. There is confusion and misunderstanding in Sol Hui's eyes. Sol Hui is looking at two screens at the same time. He needs to pull himself together and make a decision, a very important decision for him. A frozen and discolored Shinbi Ran with his sword drawn to strike. Sweat drips down Sol Hui's face. He has very little time to make a decision. Sol Hui makes his decision and determines his next tactics. Time moves again. Colors and colors return. Sol Hui stands in front of Shinbi Ran attacking him. Sol Hui tries to strike Shinbi Ran, while simultaneously not setting himself up for his attack. Shinbi Ran swings his sword to strike Sol Hui, who decides to defend himself against the attack. Shinbi Ran's leg turns around to apply some sort of technique. A bright glow forms around Shinbi Ran's sword, held high in his hands. Shinbi Ran's eyes glow with demonic fire. A powerful light is reflected in Sol Hui's anxious eyes. He realizes what is happening, but there is nothing he can do anymore. A bright flash of light that makes circles go around. A bright light is reflected in Sol Hui's eyes. He is ready for the approaching end and realizes there is nothing more he can do. Sol Hui's face shows signs of injury. In his eyes is surprise and incomprehension of what is happening. But everything ended better than he expected and prepared for. Shinbi Ran's face shows signs of a fierce battle. His stamina is greatly reduced, but he is still on his feet and ready to fight. Sol Hui and Shinbi Ran, with signs of battle on their faces, are facing each other. Sol Hui realizes that his opponent has used a technique called Sword Aura. There are conflicting feelings on Sol Hui's face. He is disappointed that he couldn't defeat Shinbi Ran, but at the same time, he is happy to be alive. Sol Hui and Shinbi Ran are standing opposite each other. They are both exhausted from the battle. Sol Hui realizes that Shinbi Ran's stamina has decreased significantly. Sol Hui looks at his opponent with confidence. He knows for sure that he has advantages in strength and stamina, which adds to his optimism. On Shinbi Ran's face, there is intense irritation and anger. He doesn't understand where such a strong opponent came from in his way. Sol Hui looks at his opponent calmly and confidently. He mockingly answers Shinbi Ran's question in a way that Shinbi Ran doesn't realize who is in front of him after all. Shinbi Ran is discouraged by Sol Hui's cheeky answer. He can't understand who he's fighting. Sol Hui's eyes light up with excitement. and he is determined to go all the way, no matter what it takes. His mind is stirred by the prize for accomplishing the mission. Sol Hui launches another attack on Shin Bi-ran. His amazing tenacity is enviable. The battle continues, Sol Hui attacking passionately, Shin Bi-ran defending vigorously. Energy flashes around them. Sol Hui's health remains almost normal, but his stamina has decreased significantly. An icy breath comes from his mouth. Sol Hui uses the cold glow martial art in another attack. Shin Bi-ran still has the strength to defend himself effectively. Shin Bi-ran continues to reflect the blows, but his health and stamina are decreasing more and more. Sol Hui has more health than Shin Bi-ran, but his stamina is already lacking. Sol Hui realizes that he could be in danger if he allows his opponent to land a single blow. Assessing his options in the situation, Sol Hui realizes that he needs to rush to the attack, which he does. Shin Bi-ran deflects Sol Hui's furious attack, whose health and stamina are reduced to almost nothing. Despite everything, Sol Hui continues to furiously attack his opponent. He is breathing heavily, but he has no intention of giving up. Shin Bi-ran's health and stamina are also at their lowest, but he too is far from thinking of surrendering to the mercy of the victor. Sol Hui has a very determined face. He realizes that the longer he and Shin Bi-ran fight, the closer their health and stamina numbers get. Shin Bi-ran looks at his opponent with anger. Not being able to defeat him makes him furious. Taking advantage of Sol Hui's distraction, Shin Bi-ran makes a desperate lunge towards him, trying to strike him. Sol Hui, realizing his mistake, defends himself and fights back. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with astonishment as he can't understand how Shin Bi-ran has the strength to continue the fierce battle. Shin Bi-ran makes a powerful lunge towards his opponent, forcing the latter to change tactics and go on the defense. Shin Bi-ran has a look of satisfaction on his face as he is pleased with his maneuver and manages to slow down Sol Hui's attack and force him to change tactics. On Sol Hui's face is frustration and annoyance at himself. He let Shin Bi-ran fool himself, and now the course of the battle may not be in his favor. Realizing his mistake and fiercely wanting to correct it, Sol Hui attacks his opponent, who tries to fend off the attack. Sol Hui attacks his opponent, who avoids the lunge with great speed and dodges, parrying the blow. Sol Hui looks at his opponent with surprise. He didn't expect such speed in his movements. Shin Bi-ran is very pleased with the effect he has had. In his eyes is satisfaction and willingness to continue the battle. Suddenly, time stops. On Sol Hui's screen, it appears that Shin Bi-ran has discovered his weak point. On Sol Hui's face is complete incomprehension. He, as usual, has to choose between 3 options for further action. Sol Hui feverishly analyzes the situation. He realizes that in this situation, his distance to the enemy is crucial. Sol Hui, realizing that the choice of tactics and the right option is critical for him in this situation, tries to take into account all the nuances. Sol Hui continues to think intensely and analyze the situation, trying to find the best course of action for him. Sol Hui's eyes become determined and confident. He makes a decision and determines the tactics of further battle. Sol Hui chooses the option to chase away, and the moment time dies out, there is a loud explosion and a flash of energy in front of him. Shin Bi-ran attacks his opponent with a whole cascade of energy flashes. Sol Hui fights them off with great difficulty while defending himself. Sol Hui manages to withstand his opponent's attack with great difficulty, his health and stamina decreasing even more and almost approaching 0. Sol Hui breathes heavily, catching his breath after Shin Bi-ran's powerful attack. Sol Hui had not expected such speed from his opponent. Despite the significant decrease in health and stamina, Shin Bi-ran looks quite alert and ready to continue the battle. Shin Bi-ran mockingly towers over the heavily breathing Sol Hui. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Shin Bi-ran looks down at his opponent from above. Shin Bi-ran points out the difference in their levels to Sol Hui with a sense of superiority. He intends to humiliate Sol Hui and show him that he is weaker. Sol Hui is annoyed by Shin Bi-ran's words, but doesn't intend to take them to heart. He realizes that his opponent is strong, but he doesn't intend to give up. Sol Hui bites his lip and listens to Shin Bi-ran. He realizes that there is some truth in his opponent's words, and he is quite strong, but Sol Hui has no intention of giving up. Shin Bi-ran's face expresses complete satisfaction with himself and his words. He is absolutely confident in himself and his superiority. Sol Hui tries to object to Shin Bi-ran. Even though he is on his knees in front of his opponent, he still has the strength to resist. Sol Hui's face is slumped low. Thick bangs cover his eyes. No matter what, he intends to continue resisting. An incredible smugness is written on Shin Bi-ran's face. He is absolutely confident in his victory and doesn't take his opponent seriously. Shin Bi-ran's hand draws his sword to strike. Standing over Sol Hui, Shin Bi-ran raises his sword, on which a bright energy ball forms. Shin Bi-ran prepares to deliver the final blow. Sol Hui's face. He realizes the gravity of his situation and Shin Bi-ran's superiority. But he has no intention of asking for mercy. Shin Bi-ran brings the full power and strength of his sword down on Sol Hui's head. Sol Hui's eyes reflect the fire of the sword above his head. Sol Hui manages to dodge the fiery sword with great difficulty, as its blade flies just a few centimeters past his face. Sol Hui's eyes are anxious and tense as he realizes that his opponent has once again used a technique called sword aura. Sol Hui manages to avoid the attack, but with great difficulty. The sword blade grazes his shoulder, leaving its mark on it. Shin Bi-ran's satisfied face. He promises Sol Hui that this is not all, and he has techniques in store to help him win. Sol Hui's face with his eyes tightly shut and his mouth open in a loud scream. Shin Bi-ran gives him the final and decisive blow. Sol Hui, completely exhausted, stands leaning against the wall and clasping the wound on his shoulder with his hand. Sol Hui's health and stamina stats are approaching 0. Shin Bi-ran's legs that are approaching Sol Hui standing near the wall. Shin Bi-ran is standing in front of Sol Hui, who is having trouble opening his eyes and is very fuzzy-eyed as he approaches. Shin Bi-ran has a very satisfied look on his face. Sol Hui, extremely exhausted, can hardly stand on his feet. His face is haggard and his eyes are blurry. Standing in front of Sol Hui is Shin Bi-ran, blurred in his eyes, but still, Sol Hui sees his extremely satisfied face. Sol Hui struggles to keep his eyes open, eating extremely poorly, but the fire of stubbornness and will to win burns in his very tired eyes. Sol Hui, struggling to stay on his feet and clasping his wound with his hand, stands leaning heavily on the wall. In front of him stands Shin Bi-ran calmly, completely pleased with himself. Shaking his sword in the air, Shin Bi-ran pays tribute to Sol Hui's skills and capabilities, who has been able to fight with it for so long. Sol Hui listens carefully to his opponent. He realizes that this version of his life is most likely coming to an end, and he has no intention of submissively waiting for him. There is incredible surprise in Shin Bi-ran's eyes. Sol Hui's back pushes through the wall he's leaning on, and he tumbles outward. Sol Hui flies towards the ground. He makes a decision to use every possible chance to achieve victory. Shin Bi-ran's enraged face, there's no way he expected this turn of events. He was already anticipating to deliver the final blow, but his opponent escaped. Shin Bi-ran jumps into the opening on the wall. After Sol Hui, he intends to catch up with him. There is no way Shin Bi-ran wants to miss his opportunity. Shin Bi-ran, with his sword drawn, flies after Sol Hui, trying to catch his opponent in midair with his hand and intending to let him go. Sol Hui has the expression of the eyes of a man who has nothing more to lose and is capable of going to any lengths to get what he wants. A maddening joy appears in Sol Hui's eyes. On his screen, he reads the information that the perfect time to attack has arrived. Time stops. Colors and colors disappear. Sol Hui needs to choose the right tactics and the right way forward. Sol Hui stares at the screen. He analyzes the information and situation and chooses the most appropriate course of action. Sol Hui's eyes glow with joy. The moment he needs is finally coming. He can use it and win after all. Time continues its course once again. Colors and colors return. Sol Hui has made a choice. He intends to use the gold tincture to regain his strength and the grenade to attack. Sol Hui continues his fall. His health is gradually recovering. Shin Biran in the air, with a loud shout, tries to attack the enemy. Sol Hui in the air reflects the opponent's attack. On his face, the determination of a man capable of following his chosen path to the end. On Sol Hui's face is the satisfaction of the effect he has produced. A cheerful light dances in his eyes. Sol Hui lands on both feet and attacks the opponent who didn't land as well as Sol Hui. Shin Biran's face is incredibly surprised. He doesn't understand how Sol Hui, who was just very weak, has suddenly gained strength. Not hiding his surprise, Shin Biran tries to understand the reason for Sol Hui's transformation so quickly and incredibly. Sol Hui calmly answers Shin Biran's questions, citing his chosenness and high survival rate. Calm and confident in his strength, Sol Hui looks mockingly at his opponent, clutching his sword in his firm hand. He is ready for the battle to continue. Once again, the fight continues. Shin Biran attacks. Sol Hui deflects the attack. Shin Biran is very strong and determined. Sol Hui's face is gambling and fiercely repulsing his opponent's attacks. His eyes are calmly confident of victory. Shin Biran looks at his hands and his sword in utter bewilderment. He doesn't understand what's going on and why he can't defeat his opponent. Shin Biran's eyes are half bewildered as he begins to realize his inevitable defeat. He doesn't believe it's possible, but he realizes that it will happen. Sol Hui directs a powerful stream of bright glowing energy towards Shin Biran, which hits him. There is incredible surprise on Shin Biran's face. On Shin Biran's face is incredible agony and a desire to end his torment as soon as possible. Sol Hui confidently rushes forward to attack. In his eyes is incredible determination and will to win. He believes in himself and his luck. With incredible fury, putting all his strength and desire to win, Sol Hui rushes to attack his opponent. At any cost, he is ready to fulfill his mission. The defeated Shin Biran falls at Sol Hui's feet. Shin Biran's health level is at 0. Not yet believing in his victory, Sol Hui exhales noisily. He has won an incredible victory. An exhausted Sol Hui sits on the floor next to the Shin Biran he defeated. He has almost no health or stamina left. Sol Hui is a little feverish, drops of sweat dripping down his face. He realizes that objectively, Shin Biran is stronger than him, but he was helped by his confidence and luck. Sol Hui tries to calm his shaking hands. His excitement is replaced by the realization of what he's been through. Sol Hui stares intently at the screen, which shows that the mission has been accomplished, and Sol Hui is waiting for the promised reward. Sol Hui looks at the screen with satisfied and cheerful eyes. He is endlessly happy because he is receiving such a long-awaited reward. The Heavenly Dragon Pill, which greatly increases his health and stamina. Sol Hui presses his hand to his forehead. He still can't believe it all worked out. He intends to search Shin Biran and take all the useful items. A look of surprise appears on Sol Hui's face, and someone's voice reaches his ears, asking what happened here. Sol Hui turns sharply at the voice. He wasn't expecting to see anyone and is somewhat startled by the stranger's appearance. Sol Hui looks in surprise at the person whose voice he hears. A slender and very pretty girl with long dark hair and a kind expression in her large eyes. There is a benevolent expression on the face of the girl who suddenly appeared, and admiration in her eyes for Sol Hui's incredible skill. Sol Hui looks at the girl with eyes full of amazement. The last thing he was prepared to see in front of him was such a marvelous creature. Sol Hui looks at the girl in utter amazement, who is somewhat surprised at the impression he has made. Sol Hui continues to stare in utter bewilderment at the stranger, who inquires about his origins and relationship to the High Court. The laughing face of the stranger, who cheerfully prophesies a not-so-happy future for Sol Hui. The stranger, without looking at the stunned Sol Hui, quickly runs away. With eyes full of amazement, Sol Hui, unable to move or say anything, stares after the stranger. When she turns around, the stranger also cheerfully tells Sol Hui that she would like to meet the person who defeated Shin Biran again. Citing her busyness, the stranger walks away from Sol Hui, who continues to stare at her. Sol Hui continues to sit on the ground and stare at the stranger. Sol Hui's face, unable to do anything but stare at the stranger as she walks away. The departing stranger, who had so shocked Sol Hui with her appearance, is a member of the Red Demon Seo Ryung's ward, with a level of health, stamina, and fighting strength that exceeds Shin Biran's. The bright moon in the night sky above the army department. Sol Hui finds a burrow in the roots of a large tree where he slept in the last version and hides in it. He intends to wait it out until morning. Sol Hui's face is extremely pensive. He is analyzing the current state of affairs and his condition. Sol Hui, with a pensive face, is pondering about the pill he received, and when is the best time to drink it, now and become stronger, or wait for a better time. Immersed in his thoughts, Sol Hui comes to the conclusion that taking the pill right now will not help him stand up to those who hunt in the night. Closing his eyes tightly, Sol Hui realizes that going back to square one will severely undermine his abilities, and that defeating Shin Biran will be a dream come true. A very well-fed rabbit appears in front of a deeply thoughtful Sol Hui sitting in his burrow. The rabbit looks at Sol Hui with very intelligent eyes. Sol Hui looks at the rabbit with sad eyes in which the future is puzzled. Dark silhouettes of night hunters with predatory smiles and burning eyes. Sol Hui remembers how in the last version he was able to just escape through the main gate without anyone getting in his way. Sol Hui tensely recalls the past version and ponders how he managed to escape. Unable to come to any conclusion, Sol Hui rubs the hair on his head thoughtfully and decides to think about it later. But for now, he removes and hides the handcuffs, the most valuable thing he found. Sol Hui scrutinizes his clenched fist hand with the handcuffs on it. He realizes that this useful item has been very helpful in keeping him alive. Sol Hui tries to open his screen, but fails, which scares him very much, and he doesn't understand what's going on. Sol Hui's attempts to activate the screen are unsuccessful. He doesn't understand what is happening and what he should do. Sol Hui's face is confused and anxious. He doesn't understand why the screen isn't responding. He remains virtually unarmed and helpless. Sol Hui's eyes are very anxious. He looks at the screen hopefully, but nothing happens, and he is completely confused. He doesn't know what to do now. A voice comes to the extremely worried Sol Hui, which makes him even more anxious. The enemy is approaching, and he is unarmed. A strong blow throws Sol Hui back inside his hole. He has a sword in his hand, but he doesn't have time to use it. Sol Hui is extremely pissed off by another attack that he is not prepared for in any sense at all. Someone's feet approach the burrow Sol Hui is hiding in. A blonde-haired night hunter with a cheerful grin, evil eyes, and a sword on his shoulder. The night hunter and its Kovel, a member of the Red Demon Chamber, high status, health, stamina, and combat strength, is looking at Sol Hui cheerfully. Sol Hui has a very anxious expression on his face. He realizes that he is in great danger, and that's probably why he can't activate the screen. Sol Hui looks carefully at Kovel standing in front of him. He realizes that the latter is much stronger than him, especially considering Sol Hui's current condition. Sol Hui pensively ponders his perspective. He is sorry to see it end so miserably. Kovel, not seeing Sol Hui as a serious opponent, chuckles mockingly, predicting a less than happy ending to the event. Kovel raises his sword high and points it at Sol Hui. Sol Hui, already tired of everyone predicting a bleak future for him, realizes that he has little chance, but he has no intention of giving up without a fight. Sol Hui leisurely draws his sword from its sheath. He is not going to leave without a fight. Drawing his sword with a loud shout, Sol Hui desperately rushes to attack his opponent, who is calmly waiting for him to approach, absolutely sure of his superiority. The desperately screaming Sol Hui, with eyes full of rage, rushes towards Kovel. Sol Hui's screen suddenly informs him that the enemy has discovered his weak spot and offers, as usual, options for possible actions. A disconsolate Kovel freezes with his sword raised in his hand. Time stands still. Sol Hui must decide how to proceed. Looking at the screen, Sol Hui frantically makes a decision, realizing that he has only one course of action. The option Sol Hui chooses is to drive the enemy away. He stands right in front of a smirking Ko Vel, slinging his sword on his shoulder and calmly waiting for further developments. Ko Vel's feet head towards Sol Hui. Ko Vel attacks Sol Hui with lightning speed. The latter tries to somehow defend himself and fend off the attack. Ko Vel's powerful punch knocks Sol Hui off his feet and he flies off to the side, unable to deflect the attack. Sol Hui flies off to the side from the powerful blow. There is confusion on his face. There is helplessness and confusion on Sol Hui's face. One of his eyes is closed, the other is watching carefully, trying to assess the situation. Another blow from Ko Vel throws Sol Hui aside. Ko Vel smirks gloatingly. Sol Hui lies helplessly on the ground. Another blow from Ko Vel and Sol Hui again flies helplessly to the ground, unable to fend off his blows or fight back. A gloating, smirking Ko Vel stands over a completely helpless Sol Hui lying on the ground. Sol Hui lies on the ground with his arms spread out, face down. A wildly grinning Ko Vel, towering over the Sol Hui lying on the ground, delivers another, very powerful blow to him. Sol Hui, with eyes widened in pain, tries to recover from the blow. Ko Vel's attack has done significant damage to Sol Hui's health, which is approaching zero. Trembling in pain, Sol Hui lies on the ground, face down. His arms are spread out, holding a sword in one hand. Ko Vel stands over him. Sol Hui's hand, out of his last strength, clutches the sword. Ko Vel leans towards Sol Hui, a look of surprise on his face. He didn't expect Sol Hui to last this long and his desire not to give up. Absolutely confident in his superiority, Ko Vel looks at Sol Hui lying on the ground and asks him what he intends and can do. Ko Vel leans over to Sol Hui and looks at him with a certain amount of sympathy. He is impressed with Sol Hui's persistence. Ko Vel lifts Sol Hui's head by the hair and, in an admonishing tone, explains to the latter the basic rules of behavior with a strong warrior like Ko Vel. Sol Hui can hardly stand Ko Vel's treatment and thinks that it is this kind of treatment and humiliation that makes him go to the end and become stronger. Ko Vel's eyes glow with incredible superiority. He doesn't even consider Sol Hui as an opponent. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with cold fury. He hates the likes of Ko Vel, and that's why he intends to grow stronger and stronger to deal with the likes of Ko Vel. Sol Hui's eyes burn with the fire of thirst to survive, to become stronger, and to teach the likes of Ko Vel the proper way to treat those who are weaker. With his last strength, Sol Hui draws his sword and strikes the expectant Ko Vel with a blow. There is incredible surprise on Ko Vel's face. He didn't expect the blow and doesn't realize what happened. Sol Hui stabs Ko Vel with his sword. A cold fury burns in Sol Hui's eyes. He continues on his path. Sol Hui, with his sword in his hand, looks at his opponent carefully. He dealt a serious blow to him and greatly reduced Ko Vel's health and stamina. Having received a serious blow from Sol Hui's sword, Ko Vel sits on the ground leaning on his sword and tries to recover. Sol Hui stands at a distance. Sweat drips down Ko Vel's face, his eyes filled with inexpressible amazement. He doesn't understand how come he got such a blow. Sol Hui, whose health is practically at zero, stands in front of an uncomprehending Ko Vel, rage glowing in his eyes. Sol Hui looks mockingly at his opponent. He regrets not stopping him sooner, but as it happens, so it happens. There is incredible irritation on Ko Vel's face. He resents Sol Hui's behavior about how dare he talk to him. Sol Hui blatantly laughs in Ko Vel's face. He is very pleased that he was able to at least get Ko Vel on his knees. Sol Hui takes a seat in front of Ko Vel and explains to him, not hiding his pleasure, that now Ko Vel is doomed and he won't be able to escape. Sol Hui, not hiding his joy, explains to Ko Vel that his own comrade in arms will not let him get away when they learn that he is injured and will not fail to take advantage of the situation. Ko Vel's face is filled with unbelievable hatred and rage as he realizes that Sol Hui is right and has little chance of escape. Enraged by Sol Hui's words, Kovel rises up and draws his sword against Sol Hui. Kovel's eyes burn with anger. Sol Hui looks at his opponent with amusement. He realizes that this version is ending, but he regrets nothing. He has the pill and knows how to use the sword. Time stops. A screen appears in front of Sol Hui with a message about the perfect situation to strike. Sol Hui stares at the screen doomedly. He realizes that he simply doesn't have the strength to strike and won't even be able to raise his weapon. Suddenly, Sol Hui thinks of a useful item he has that he can use now. Sol Hui looks at the screen and realizes that he has a grenade in stock that he can use right now. Kovel draws his sword over Sol Hui. He intends to deal with his stubborn opponent. There is rage and hatred on Kovel's face. In Sol Hui's eyes narrowed with anger, a keen desire not to miss what appears to be his last chance. He intends to act for sure, as he will have no other opportunity. The lit grenade flies toward Kovel. Kovel stares in horror at the grenade flying towards him. He doesn't have time to dodge or hide from it, and he realizes how this is all going to end. A powerful explosion throws Sol Hui aside. Illuminated by the explosion and contorted with horror is Kovel's face, whose interesting story ends there. Sol Hui sits in the middle of the puffs of smoke. Kovel's story ends here. Sol Hui is very tired, but is generally okay. There is a satisfied smile on Sol Hui's tired face. He realizes that he won this time. Sol Hui's eyes have a glimmer of explosion in them. He still doesn't fully believe that he got lucky again. A completely exhausted Sol Hui falls to the ground. His health level is almost at 0. He needs to do something to stay alive. With his last strength, Sol Hui tries to get to what's left of Kovel and take whatever he can find. Sol Hui tries to get to and maintain his strength, realizing that otherwise, all his sacrifices and efforts will be in vain. Hope appears in Sol Hui's eyes. He remembers that he has a nutrition bar that can help him a lot to maintain his strength right now. Sol Hui's health improves slightly, and he also receives elixirs and useful items for defeating Kovel. Sol Hui exhales in relief. It looks like he succeeded this time too. Sol Hui's eyes are covered. He lies on the ground trying to regain consciousness. Sol Hui remembers about Kovel's sword. He really wants that sword. Sol Hui's hand reaches for the sword, and he uses up all of his remaining health on this effort. The current version ends. Sol Hui stands in front of Gongma in the latter's room and chooses one of the 3 options offered. Sol Hui tuts his head and chooses the option of becoming the chief warrior of the Earth Demon. Sol Hui smiles slyly, looking like he's up to something. Gongma nods in agreement, approving of Sol Hui's choice. Gongma turns to leave, and with a wave of his hand he lets Sol Hui go. Sol Hui's turn stops Gongma, ready to listen, but he doesn't turn around. Humbly lowering his head, Sol Hui turns to Gongma standing with his back to him. Sol Hui's eyes glow with the hope that Gongma will listen and understand him, and that Sol Hui's story will interest Gongma. Gongma turns around interestedly, ready to listen to Sol Hui. Sol Hui stands in front of Gongma, who turns to him and listens interestedly. Sol Hui tries to overcome his eloquence and convey useful information to Gongma. Gongma listens patiently, trying to encourage Sol Hui, who is gathering his thoughts and trying to formulate a thought. Gathering his thoughts and sweating profusely, Sol Hui finally tells Gongma that he knows that the latter has been followed by a spy all along. Gongma has a wary but not really surprised face. He gives the impression of a man who has gotten confirmation of his long-held hunch. Gongma puts his hands behind his back and turns his back to Sol Hui. The always impassive Gongma doesn't want Sol Hui to see his slightly upset face. Gongma's face reflects all the hardships of his difficult life, which includes battles and betrayal. In Sol Hui's eyes is the realization that his information has upset Gongma somewhat, but overall was not new to him. Gongma adopts his usual impassive appearance of a 4th heavenly demon disciple, a martial artist who has no influence. Turning his head slightly towards Sol Hui, Gongma clarifies his name, to which Sol Hui replies in the affirmative. Heading for the exit, Gongma asks Sol Hui to immediately give him any information and spy he knows, and names his location. A tense Sol Hui realizes that he can't enter the residence Gong Ma has identified, as not everyone is allowed to enter. The beautiful building of Yu Wan's residence, where only heavenly demon disciples are allowed to enter, ends badly for everyone else. Lastly, smiling, Gong Ma says that it would have been much better if Sol Hui had greeted the spy alive. Bowing politely, Sol Hui confirms that he understands the order and is ready to carry it out. Deep in thought, Sol Hui mentally repeats Gong Ma's words that it would be better to bring the spy in alive. Sol Hui sits cross-legged in his favorite posture in the library of the Jeon-il office and ponders how he can best carry out Gong Ma's order and what he should do this time. Sol Hui recalls all the useful items he found during the trial, but at the same time, he remembers the night hunters and realizes that this option is extremely dangerous for him. Sol Hui remembers the spy Ko Woon and thinks about how to capture him more effectively, and more importantly, bring him back to Gong Ma alive. Sol Hui looks sadly at the screen, at his health and stamina stats, and realizes that he can't beat Ko Woon with those stats. With his arms folded across his chest, Sol Hui looks at the screen and scrutinizes the inheritance he inherited from Ku Wul. Sol Hui takes the elixirs he inherited. His body is being infused with energy. His health and stamina levels increase significantly. Sol Hui, sitting on the floor of the library, finally decides to take the Heavenly Dragon Pill, after which his body begins to glow with energy and he feels incredibly strong. Sol Hui's health and stamina stats are as high as they have ever been. Sol Hui's eyes glow with energy and his entire body radiates energy. Sol Hui listens intently. Thanks to his heightened senses, he can hear footsteps and sounds in the room above him. Having greatly improved his skills and status in the 3 martial arts, a confident Sol Hui, confident in himself and his strength, begins to master the Great Sword. Sol Hui takes the Great Sword out of its sheath. He is confident. He has long waited for this moment when he can master the Great Sword to use all its advantages. Sol Hui's face with his eyes glowing with energy and a calm and confident face. After several training sessions, he has learned how to use the Great Sword. He is ready. Sol Hui stands in a fighting stance. He is practicing the use of the Great Sword. His eyes are glowing with excitement and energy. The glowing figure of Sol Hui with the Great Sword in his hand, with streams of energy flowing in circles from him in all directions. On Sol Hui's face is the joy and satisfaction of using the Great Sword. He is pleased and confident that this version will be better than all the previous ones. The face of Sol Hui, who has changed a lot. He has become stronger. In his eyes is confidence and realization of his strength, his skills and abilities. The tall tower of the Jeon-il office against the night sky. The library of the Jeon-il office, where the energy from Sol Hui's training is exploding. Sol Hui stands in the middle of the library with a sword in his hand. He is breathing heavily after his training, but he has no intention of stopping. Sol Hui scrutinizes the sword in his hand carefully and slightly skeptically. He intends to learn how to use the sword as quickly and efficiently as possible. There is a deep thoughtfulness on Sol Hui's face as he analyzes his strengths, weaknesses, and the capabilities of the Great Sword. Sol Hui holds the sword in his right hand and looks at it carefully. He realizes that in order to become more effective, he needs to wield both hands equally. Gazing at the Great Sword, Sol Hui decides the problem of how to activate its functions so that it takes as little time as possible. Behind Sol Hui's back as he ponders the situation, the figure of Chon-il, the secretary of the office, appears. Sol Hui silently turns his head toward the entrant and looks at him questioningly. Secretary Jong-il, who is holding an apple in one hand and a knife in the other, asks Sol Hui why the library is so noisy. Sol Hui respectfully bows his head to the secretary and apologizes, explaining the origin of the noise with his training. Sol Hui, scratching the back of his head and smiling foolishly, stands in front of the secretary of the office, munching an apple, and answers his questions, trying not to draw attention to his training. Sol Hui, squinting his eyes slightly, looks at Office Secretary Jong-il carefully. Above the head of Office Secretary Jong-il, who continues to chew on an apple, the inscription "Life +1" glows. Sol-hui stares at the screen in utter bewilderment as a new task appears on the screen, the meaning of which he cannot comprehend. The office secretary has a piece of apple in his mouth, which he is about to spit out. Sol-hui looks at the secretary in surprise, not understanding what he's about to do and not knowing what's going on. Jong-il spits the apple at Sol-hui, who manages to dodge it. The office secretary's face shows extreme irritation at the disrespectful behavior of Sol-hui, who dares to dodge his spit. Sol-hui's eyes are coldly furious. The office secretary's insolent behavior brings him to a state of barely contained rage. The office secretary spits at Sol-hui again, hitting him in the chest, Sol-hui's eyes darkening with anger and hatred. Sol-hui's hand clenches violently into a fist. He can barely contain the urge to end the secretary's life right here and now. Making an incredible inner effort, Sol-hui calms himself. Realizing that now is not the time to deal with the secretary, his hand unclenches. The office secretary chuckles nastily, looking at the barely restrained Sol-hui with completely blank eyes. The extremely unpleasant face of the office secretary, who continues to smirk and chew on his apple. Sol-hui obediently bows his head to the secretary, apologizing and promising to clean it up, while thinking that there's no way he can make any changes to his plans right now. The next bite of apple flies right into Sol-hui's face as he bows his head. Sol-hui's stamina is enviable. There is a piece of apple on Sol-hui's cheek, and in his fiercely burning eyes you can read the unhappy fate of the office secretary. Smiling sneakily, the office secretary looks at Sol-hui, whose changed behavior puts the secretary in a good mood. The office secretary bends his head toward Sol-hui, who is frozen in a bow, and invites him to get to know him better. Sol-hui's face stiffens with rage and the desire to end the office secretary's life right now, but he urges himself to be patient. Sol-hui recalls the faces of Cheok-meng and Chik-sang, who once caused him a lot of trouble. Sol-hui recalls the faces of the Lord of the Supreme Court and the Elder, who is used to oppressing the weak. A wooden low-rise building made of roughly hewn planks, serving as a restroom in the Demon Academy. Sol-hui's foot is resting on a shovel, which he is using to clean up the area. Sol-hui, with the lower part of his face bandaged and the shovel in his hand, is cleaning the toilet under the orders of the secretary of the office, to whom he is mentally preparing an extremely exciting future. Sol-hui, cursing everything in the world, continues to perform a strange task that appears on the screen and explains his loyal, for the time of the task, attitude to the secretary of the office. Sol-hui, pondering the irony that he ends up in the restroom in every version, continues his work. On Sol-hui's face is annoyance at the work he is doing, and contemplating what the reward for completing the strange task on the screen is. Sol-hui turns his head, listening. Someone is walking in his direction. Someone's feet are approaching the restroom. Sol-hui's screen shows who is approaching and entering the restroom. It's another secretary of the Jong-il office. Sol-hui loudly warns of his presence downstairs and the work being done. The entrant reacts quite recognizably to Sol-hui's words, making it clear that he knows who Sol-hui is and what he's doing now. Sol-hui, playing the idiot, nods his head in agreement, agreeing with what he says. Sol-hui's eyes widened in horror as he watches the intruder's actions, realizing exactly what he is about to do. A lake surrounded by mountains near the walls of the Demon Academy. On the shore of the lake stands Sol-hui, who just needs a bath. Sol-hui is thoroughly washing himself in the lake water from the aftermath of his strange task. Standing in the water, Sol-hui pours a basin of water over his head, unable to wash off everything he wants to wash off. Sol-hui sighs deeply, holding his hand on his head. It seems that he is finally satisfied with the result. Smiling contentedly, Sol-hui mentally paints, in great detail, pictures of the extremely exciting future of the secretaries of the Jong-il office. Sol-hui is overwhelmed with feelings and emotions towards the secretaries of the Jong-il office. Standing knee-deep in water, Sol-hui's loud cry expresses his not-so-simple attitude towards the entire Demon Academy leadership in general, and the secretaries of the Jeonil office in particular. The tall tower of the Jeonil office is against the backdrop of a bright blue sky. Sol Hui stands in front of the secretary of the Jeonil office, who sneeringly asks Sol Hui if he has finished his work. Both of the Jeonil office secretaries sit next to each other at the table and openly laugh at Sol Hui. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with barely concealed contempt for the office secretaries, and he has already thought of an exciting future for them. Sol Hui, eyes downcast so as not to give himself away, stands in front of the office secretaries, realizing that they have deliberately planned everything to humiliate him. Sol Hui's hand clenches into a tight fist, but he forces himself to hold back, realizing that he has a strange task to complete. Restraining himself and smiling idiotically, Sol Hui cheerfully reports the completion of the errand. Continuing to sneer, the office secretary orders Sol Hui to fetch water for the two of them. Nodding in agreement, Sol Hui sets off to fulfill the new assignment. Without changing his facial expression and holding himself back, Sol Hui parries all the taunts of the hated office secretaries. The two secretaries sit at the table laughing, very happy with the entertainment they have come up with. Someone's feet appear on the doorstep of the office. The two secretaries of the office jump up from their chairs in fear. They are clearly frightened by whoever has come. The two, quite alarmed secretaries quickly run past a surprised Sol Hui. Sol Hui looks at the fleeing secretaries in surprise and wariness, wondering who has come too. Bowing dutifully, the secretaries greet the entrant. Sol Hui looks at the door with interest. Sol Hui's face is very surprised. With a glow of interest in his eyes, he is clearly pleased to see who has entered. Long dark hair that resembles someone very much. On the doorstep of Jeonil's office is the beautiful Seo Ryung, who Sol Hui didn't expect to be here. Seo Ryung's beautiful and very calm face, watching carefully with her large eyes. The surprised face of Sol Hui, who was frozen like a stone. Standing calmly with her hands behind her back, Seo Ryung asks a question to the secretaries standing in front of her and receives a full answer. Satisfied with her answer, Seo Ryung notices Sol Hui standing nearby and asks him a question. Sol Hui, hands down and frozen, stands at a distance with his eyes fixed on Seo Ryung. The secretary of the department tells Seo Ryung that Sol Hui is not worth her attention. Seo Hui stares at Seo Ryung without changing his expression or body posture and without reacting. Seo Ryung, not agreeing with the office secretary's comments, stares at Seo Hui with great interest. Seo Ryung giggles embarrassedly, lowering her eyes and covering her mouth with her hand, clearly liking Sol Hui. Sol Hui's face keeps his eyes on the girl. Seo Ryung is standing in front of Sol Hui, who is staring at her. Behind the girl are the secretaries with unpleasant and perplexed faces. Seo Ryung approaches the stunned Sol Hui, clearly interested in him and wanting to talk to him. The extremely surprised, unpleasant faces of the office secretaries, who don't understand what's going on, and why Sol Hui is so interested in the girl. The friendly face of Seo Ryung, who smilingly asks Sol Hui for his name. Unable to respond adequately, Sol Hui stutters and says his name. Seo Ryung is extremely friendly, looking at Sol Hui with a smile and clearly interested in continuing the conversation. Seo Ryung's eyes are clearly interested, and she thoughtfully covers her mouth with her hand and tries to continue chatting with the very taciturn Sol Hui. The face of Sol Hui, who can only shake his head silently. The beautiful Seo Ryung tries her best, but unsuccessfully, to get Sol Hui to talk, inquiring about his background. Sol Hui continues to remain silent, biting his lips, and the only thought bouncing around in his head is whether he smells foul. Seo Ryung looks at Sol Hui with a smile and waves goodbye to him, hoping to see him again soon. Without changing his expression, Sol Hui raises his hand in farewell. Sol Hui's attention is drawn to the screen that has come to life. Suddenly, time stops, and the screen prompts him to choose one of three options. Sol Hui, not realizing what is happening, stares at the screen in alarm. Sol Hui stares at the screen in utter bewilderment. The options offered to choose from, date, spend the night, or touch my abs, drive him into a frenzy. Sol Hui stares at the screen and tensely thinks about the fact that every time he makes a choice, his life changes dramatically. Staring at the screen, Sol Hui realizes that his choices not only affect the current version, but the next one too. And there is limited time to make a decision. Sol Hui's tense face, evaluating the options and pondering his choice. Sol Hui chooses the option of dating and asks Seo Ryung to give him some time. Seo Ryung calmly accepts his request. Sol Hui courageously makes his offer. There's some surprise in Seo Ryung's eyes. The secretaries of the office freeze in bewilderment. Seo Ryung smiles cheerfully at Sol Hui's proposal. Sol Hui's eyes widen, horrified at what he just said and at his own audacity. Seo Ryung smiles cheerfully. Sol Hui's suggestion doesn't shock her. Sol Hui wipes the sweat from his forehead, somewhat reassured by Seo Ryung's appropriate response and sensing hostility from her. The screen continues to taunt Sol Hui, insisting on choosing one of the options about the night and abs. Sol Hui's brain begins to smoke, not knowing which one to choose or what to do. There is confusion in Sol Hui's eyes. He has no time at all to choose, and he still hasn't decided anything. Suddenly, a thought comes into Sol Hui's mind that he has always tried to choose better options, and maybe he was wrong. Time hasn't moved yet. Seo Ryung stands frozen. Sol Hui stands in front of the screen and remembers all of his experiences with his choices in past versions. Bleeding sweat and breathing heavily, Sol Hui makes his decision. Time moves again. Sol Hui makes a decision and chooses the option. Night. He stands in front of Seo Ryung and is about to do what he has decided to do. Sol Hui's eyes narrow at his determination. There is surprise on Seo Ryung's face, but she listens intently to Sol Hui, not reacting in any way yet. Sol Hui, starting from a distance, tries to tell Seo Ryung how he feels, how he's trying to become stronger, and about his difficult life. Seo Ryung listens attentively, without interrupting or reacting to Sol Hui's revelations. Sol Hui's eyes are hidden by thick bangs and it's not clear what they are expressing. Sol Hui and Seo Ryung's faces are spiritualized, with their eyes glowing with joy and interest and a spark between them. Seo Ryung and Sol Hui stand opposite each other. The world around them has disappeared. Sol Hui's hand is clenched into a tight fist. He fearfully awaits Seo Ryung's reaction to everything he said. Not believing his ears, Sol Hui hears Seo Ryung reply that Sol Hui's words did not offend her. A very surprised Sol Hui interjects and hears the same thing. Seo Ryung looks on with a very friendly and slightly embarrassed look. Sol Hui's words made her a little confused, but not outraged. Seo Ryung's reaction really surprises Sol Hui, who looks at her warily but with great hope. The office secretaries, shaking with indignation, hurl threats and curses at Sol Hui. The reaction and interference of the office secretaries in their conversation displeases Seo Ryung very much. Seo Ryung's legs turn around towards the office secretaries. The faces of the office secretaries shake with fear, eyes darting out. The office secretaries fall to the floor with a clear and quick kick. Sol Hui watches the situation with surprise. Seo Ryung easily turns around and turns her back to the lying secretaries. Seo Ryung's face has a slight smile and cheerful eyes. Seo Hui has a surprised face, with eyes that glow with hope and joy. The long dark hair of the fleeing beauty Seo Ryung. Sol Hui with a surprised yet hopeful face, with eyes that glow with hope and joy as beauty Seo Ryung runs toward him, waving her long dark hair. Seo Ryung, her head slightly lowered, walks past Sol Hui, who looks at her with surprise, telling him goodbye that if he follows his dream and grows stronger, anything is possible. The calm and very friendly face of Seo Ryung, who promises Sol Hui an incredible future outside of the Demon Academy. Sol Hui stares at Seo Ryung's face, without taking his eyes off. Something new in his gaze that he himself doesn't understand or realize yet. Sol Hui, frozen like a pillar, stares at Seo Ryung as she runs away. Seo Ryung smiles and turns around slightly, cheerfully suggesting to Sol Hui that they meet again at the first opportunity. Sol Hui, unable to come to his senses after everything that has happened, stares at the fleeing girl, not understanding who she is and what is happening to him. Sol Hui, thinking about the importance of the decision he made and its impact on his life and destiny, stares at Seo Ryong as she runs away. Sol Hui, looking after Seo Ryong, begins to realize that this moment, this meeting, and the decision he made have changed his life dramatically. The sign Love +3 glows above Seo Ryong's head as she walks away. Sol Hui hangs large pieces of gray cloth on ropes. It's a process he's been doing for a long time, and it's wearing him out. Sol Hui anxiously touches his cheekbone, which is clearly giving him discomfort. One of Sol Hui's eyes is slightly squinted, the other one regretful. Standing by the rope of washed laundry and rubbing his cheekbone, Sol Hui recalls the revenge of the secretaries who gave him a lot of unpleasant feelings. Looking in front of him and chuckling slightly, Sol Hui recalls what has happened to him recently. Sol Hui stands in front of the screen and scrutinizes the information about the useful items he could theoretically take from the two elderly secretaries. Looking at the screen and sighing heavily, Sol Hui realizes that there are still 2 days left to complete the strange task. As Sol Hui thinks deeply about the recent events, his eyes reflect a whole range of emotions, from surprise to timid hope. Sol Hui recalls Seo Ryong's beautiful face, and what surprises him the most is that the girl doesn't like where they both are now either. Silhouettes of strange, dark creatures with burning eyes and predatory, smiling mouths, in whom mastering martial arts has awakened an irrepressible thirst for power. A dark creature with burning eyes, whose main goal is to master techniques, become stronger, and gain power. Nothing else interests him. Sol Hui's hands furiously wring out the laundry, while he thinks about the fact that people like him are suspicious. Thinking unceasingly of the beautiful Seo Ryong, Sol Hui is surprised that she thinks the same way he does, and furiously wrings and hangs the laundry. The purposeful and determined face of Sol Hui, who knows exactly what he wants, to become stronger, and is determined to go for his goal. Standing in front of the laundry hung on ropes, Sol Hui ponders his goal, the path to it, and what awaits him as a prize. In Sol Hui's dreams, he is running away from the hated Demon Academy while firmly holding the hand of the beautiful Seo Ryong, his ultimate prize on the path to gaining power. There is a dreamy expression in Sol Hui's rag-wringing eyes. He believes that all his dreams will come true someday, and this adds to his strength. The tall tower of the Jonil office, from which loud shouts are coming from. One of the Yonil office secretaries is sitting on the floor of the room. Cross-legged and with his hands raised into fists, he is practicing. The office secretary's fist strikes with a loud shout at what is a training target for him. The office secretary, with a loud shout, throws a series of punches. His training is in full swing. The office secretary, tired, wipes the sweat from his forehead. Sol Hui stands, tied with strong ropes to a wooden cross, the secretaries of the department standing nearby, talking merrily. It is on Sol Hui that they practice their blows. Sol Hui has the expression of a man who is trying his best to persuade himself to be patient. The secretary of the office is practicing his blows on Sol Hui, who is tied to a cross. The second secretary stands nearby, giving advice. The cross-bound Sol Hui clenches his teeth and tells himself to be patient, as there is only 1 day left to complete the strange task. The secretary of the office gives Sol Hui a final, very tangible blow. Sol Hui bravely endures, comforting himself with the thought that it will all be over soon. The frightened Sol Hui, realizing where the office secretary is going to hit him, tries unsuccessfully to stop the latter. The office secretary kicks Sol Hui, who is tied to the cross, between the legs with all his might. It's a very mean kick. Sol Hui, gasping in pain, screams loudly. Exhausted by the mean blow, Sol Hui hangs on the cross. The secretaries of the office stand in front of him and discuss the merits and demerits of the last blow. One of the secretaries explains to the other that he is hitting wrong and intends to show him exactly how the punch should be thrown. The office secretary raises his hand to strike and urges the other to watch carefully to see how to strike correctly. The office secretary strikes, Sol Hui dodges, and the secretary's hand hits the wood with all his might, causing the latter great pain. On the faces of the office secretaries are irritation and anger at Sol Hui's behavior. They are not used to him dodging. Sol Hui, who has long endured and restrained himself, grins gloatingly. The bewildered secretaries of the office look at the laughing Sol Hui with surprise. They don't understand what caused such a drastic change in his behavior. Sol Hui's eyes light up with a wickedly cheerful fire. The strange screen assignment is completely accomplished, and he laughs merrily in anticipation. The office secretaries lean towards Sol Hui, who gets a bonus for completing the strange screen task and can now choose the type of combat: turn-based or intelligent. The office secretary, angered by Sol Hui's behavior, swings in for a strike. The torn ropes used to bind Sol Hui fly into the air. The office secretary's fist, which was aimed for a punch, hits Sol Hui's outstretched arm. The eyes of the office secretary are very surprised. He doesn't understand why Sol Hui, who has been so submissive and obedient, has suddenly rebelled. Sol Hui stops the office secretary's fist with his hand. He intends to settle accounts with both of them for everything they did to him. On Sol Hui's calm face, bright, cold fury glows in his eyes. He thinks of the exciting future he has devised for the secretaries of the office. Sol Hui swings around and strikes the office secretary with great pleasure, putting all of his emotions into it. The office secretary's teeth fly out of his mouth, due to Sol Hui's not the strongest punch. Sol Hui stares at the results of his punch without hiding his pleasure. There is unconcealed joy in his eyes. Not yet realizing what is happening, the secretary of the department lunges at Sol Hui, raising his clenched fist to strike. Sol Hui looks mockingly at the office secretary, surprised at his slowness. Sol Hui grabs the office secretary and strikes him. From Sol Hui's blow, the office secretary falls to the floor with his arms spread wide. Sol Hui looks at the fallen Sol Hui in surprise and concern. The office secretary, with his eyes closed, lies on the floor, foam coming out of his mouth. A very disappointed Sol Hui, still not believing in the reality of what has happened, shakes the office secretary, whose life's journey ends here. Somewhat disappointed by the quick ending of the proceedings with the office secretary, Sol Hui stares intently at the screen, mastering the bonus he has been given. Sol Hui stares thoughtfully at the screen, studying the two different types of combat, turn-based and intelligent, comparing the pros and cons of each. Sol Hui has an extremely thoughtful expression on his face, realizing that in order to figure out which type of combat suits him better, he needs to put them into practice. The second secretary of the office comes from behind, eager to punish him severely. Sol Hui turns toward the office secretary with interest and decides that this is the perfect opportunity to try out what he has learned in theory. Looking thoughtfully at the screen, Sol Hui chooses the intelligent type of combat. He wonders how it works. His avatar appears before Sol Hui's eyes, ready for battle. Sol Hui's avatar hangs in the air and screams loudly, unable to feel the solid ground beneath his feet. Sol Hui's avatar hangs in the air above Sol Hui himself and the office secretary running up to him. Avatar Sol Hui, bewildered, notes that he can fly. Sol Hui doesn't realize what's happening. He sees himself and the office secretary running up to him from above, while being able to fly. Sol Hui's figure stands, not moving or reacting to the office secretary running up to it. The office secretary strikes the completely unresponsive Sol Hui figure. Sol Hui's avatar is in the air by all means, trying to somehow activate the figure standing on the ground. The Sol Hui figure's eyes light up with fire. Something is happening inside her. The office secretary's head twitches from the impact. The Sol Hui figure does a somersault, stands on its hands, and kicks the office secretary's head. Sol Hui's avatar, from above, watches in amazement as the situation unfolds. Sol Hui's figure does a backflip and gets to his feet over the office secretary lying on the floor. That's it. The fight is over. Avatar Sol Hui watches the fight closely from above. He realizes that this type of fight is based on physical strength and not fighting techniques. Avatar Sol Hui is surprised that Sol Hui's figure has not finished the fight, and he wonders what is going on there. Avatar Sol Hui, from above, watches as the office secretary lying near Sol Hui's figure is approached from behind by someone. The unpleasant, frowning face of Pyo Kam, the chief administrator of the Jeon-il office, who has a fairly high level of health, stamina, and fighting strength. The approaching Pyo Kam looks around carefully and assesses the situation. On the whole, everything is clear to him. Pyo Kam's unpleasant face with a scar on his left eye, looking carefully at Sol Hui's figure, asks a rhetorical question. Sol Hui's figure remains silent, not reacting in any way to Pyo Kam's question. Pyo Kam correctly interprets Sol Hui's silence and realizes that further questioning will get him nowhere. Sol Hui's figure does not react. Sol Hui's avatar watches with interest. He realizes that Pyo Kam is not a very dangerous enemy. Pyo Kam draws his sword from its sheath. He has an impassive expression on his face. The figure of Sol Hui rushes towards Pyo Kam. The Sol Hui figure does not have any weapons in his hands. Pyo Kam looks at the Sol Hui figure attacking him very calmly and without moving. No emotion is reflected on Pyo Kam's impassive face. He calmly raises his sword, waiting for the attack to begin. Pyo Kam lunges, and Sol Hui's figure successfully dodges. The Sol Hui figure still has no weapon in his hands. There is extreme interest on Sol Hui's avatar's face. Sol Hui's avatar is watching the battle closely from above, noting all the nuances in Sol Hui's behavior and moves. The Sol Hui avatar is somewhat frightened. He is so engrossed in the course of the fight that he has forgotten that his body is down there. Sol Hui's figure, eyes burning with bright fire, rushes at Pyo Kam to attack again, which enrages Sol Hui's avatar. Pyo Kam is ready for the attack and with sword in hand rushes towards it. Sol Hui's figure attacks. Pyo Kam deflects the attack and defends himself. Pyo Kam fights back. Sol Hui flies away and does a somersault in the air, landing on his feet with his hand on the floor. The Sol Hui figure's face has a completely impassive expression and a blank stare. The Sol Hui avatar hovering in the air is extremely angered by the Sol Hui figure's actions and the battle tactics it chooses. The Sol Hui figure, with its head lowered, freezes in front of its opponent. The Sol Hui figure once again rushes to attack Pyo Kam. Enraged by the Sol Hui figure's attacks, Pyo Kam desperately swings his sword to strike. Pyo Kam attacks, but Sol Hui deftly dodges the blow. The Sol Hui figure dodges the blow and does another somersault in the air and lands on the floor. Sol Hui's actions are not very varied. Sol Hui's leg in a swift turn is brought in for a kick. Sol Hui's leg swings around and lands a powerful kick on Pyo Kam's leg. Pyo Kam's face shows the full effects of the powerful kick he received to the chest. His mouth is wide open and he screams loudly. The Sol Hui figure's foot once again turns around at high speed, preparing for a powerful kick. Sol Hui's leg reverses and strikes Pyo Kam again, causing him to collapse. Pyo Kam sits helplessly on the floor near Sol Hui's feet. Sol Hui's avatar watches in utter amazement at the outcome of the fight, which his figure fought with his bare feet. Avatar Sol Hui stares at the screen with surprised eyes, but with great interest, as he is asked to choose what to do with Pyo Kam. Time stops, colors and dyes disappear, and Sol Hui's figure stands over Pyo Kam, kneeling before him. The Sol Hui avatar chooses an option on the screen to finish with Pyo Kam, and the Sol Hui figure completes the process. The Sol Hui figure has a completely impassive face with a complete lack of emotion, its eyes glowing with bright fire. The Sol Hui avatar looks at the Sol Hui figure in some amazement. Sol Hui's avatar studies the results of the battle on the screen with great interest. The opponents are incapacitated. Sol Hui's health has only decreased by 12 units, and her stamina has remained at the same level. Great results. Sol Hui's chosen battle type. Intelligent. Ends. Sol Hui's avatar blurring into thin air. There is also some sort of change happening to Sol Hui's figure. Sol Hui falls to the floor, face down, spreading his arms out to the sides. Sol Hui stands on the floor, looking at his hands in surprise. He has returned to himself. Sol Hui's face reflects the incredible pleasure of the experience. There is a deep thoughtfulness on Sol Hui's face as he analyzes the results of the fight in which he received 1 scratch, and realizes that further training will help him become more skilled. Sol Hui sits in his favorite pose on a chair in the library of the Jeon-il office, holding a mirror in one hand, into which he gazes thoughtfully. Sol Hui stares at his reflection in the mirror. Above his head, the inscription 2 coins glows, meaning that he now has 2 lives to spare. Sol Hui reflects on his abilities, his increased strength, and remembers Ko Wung, whom he intends to deal with as soon as possible. Gongma's face pops up in Sol Hui's mind, whose favor Sol Hui is eager to win. Sol Hui stares at the screen intently as he prepares to fight Ko Woon and analyzes the resources he has at his disposal. Sol Hui, with great pleasure, puts on his heavenly silver armor and checks his martial arts proficiency status on the screen. Standing in front of the screen, Sol Hui checks his level of health, stamina, and combat strength. The results of the check are quite satisfactory to him. The type of combat, Sol Hui changes to turn-based combat. All of Sol Hui's preparations to meet Ko Woon are complete. Sol Hui is fully prepared. The tall tower of the Jeon-il office against the blue sky. The day of the army test is coming. Sol Hui sits on a chair in the library and waits patiently. There is a deep thoughtfulness on Sol Hui's face as he analyzes whether he has prepared well for the long-awaited meeting. Sol Hui tenses and waits impatiently for Ko Woon to appear. Information appears on the screen, which Sol Hui reads with interest. The screen suggests keeping the current progress as Sol Hui has reached an important point in the story. Sol Hui sits in front of the screen, studying the information and thinking that nothing much has happened in this version, and deciding to save the current progress just in case. Sol Hui has a very focused face. He recalls that the screen always prompts him to make some kind of choice that always affects his life. While Sol Hui is studying the information on the screen, the figure of Ko Woon, whom Sol Hui has been waiting for so impatiently, appears on the threshold of the library. Sol Hui raises his eyes from the screen and rubs his chin thoughtfully, absent-mindedly looking at the entrant. The stern and very unpleasant face of Ko Woon, whom Sol Hui suspects of espionage and whom he intends to deal with. Ko Woon holds out a white round pill of immortality in his outstretched hand. A satisfied Sol Hui drinks the pill, his health and stamina stats improving slightly. As if remembering something, Sol Hui turns to Ko Woon without calling him by name. Sol Hui's gaze grows heavy, an evil fire in his eyes, and he offers Ko Woon to give him the Flying Dragon pill. There's a look of bewilderment on Ko Woon's face, and he's somewhat bewildered by Sol Hui's brazen and unexpected behavior. Referring to the information received from the Earth Demon, Sol Hui quite confidently demands what he intends to get from Ko Woon, who is not in a position to answer. Very calmly and confidently, Sol Hui demands a pill from Ko Woon. Ko Woon has an angry and tense look on his face. He doesn't want to give up the pill, but he doesn't know what to say to Sol Hui. Yielding to Sol Hui's insistence, Ko Woon tosses him the required pill. Sol Hui catches it and holds the round red pill in his hands, speculating what will happen next. Just as Sol Hui assumes, Ko Woon swings for a punch and lunges at him. Sol Hui mentally notes that in the last version, he didn't even notice Ko Woon's attack. Sol Hui avoids the expected strike. Sol Hui swallows the pill quickly. Sol Hui stops Ko Woon's fist with his hand, almost effortlessly. Sol Hui's health and stamina parameters have improved greatly. Bowing his head slightly, Sol Hui asks Ko Woon the reason for his sudden attack. Ko Woon looks with a very unkind look, not answering Sol Hui's question directly. Sol Hui continues to ask Ko Woon questions, trying to get some information. Ko Woon looks at Sol Hui with an expressionless look and avoids direct answers, not wanting to share information. Sol Hui, restraining Ko Woon's hand, stands in front of him. Sol Hui's health and stamina parameters have increased significantly, and he assumes he can beat Ko Woon. Sol Hui looks at Ko Woon and weighs his chances and possibilities. He analyzes his perspective. Suddenly, Sol Hui's capabilities change, and he sees Ko Woon's level of fighting strength. Standing in front of Ko Woon, Sol Hui realizes that Ko Woon's combat strength level is much higher than his. Sol Hui's, even now that Sol Hui's score has increased significantly. Anxiously looking at the screen, Sol Hui, realizing that a warrior's abilities directly depend on the level of combat strength, notes that this level of Ko Wung's is even higher than Shin Biran's. Ko Wun's calm and confident face with burning eyes, whose level of fighting strength makes Sol Hui confused. Sol Hui has a very worried look on his face. The screen reveals that Ko Wung has discovered his weak spot. In the current situation, considering all the nuances, Sol Hui chooses to defend himself. Ko Wun, with eyes burning with rage, attacks Sol Hui, who tries to defend himself. Sol Hui dodges and tries to avoid Ko Wun's punches and attacks. Ko Wun continues to attack. Sol Hui tries his best to fend off the attacks and defend himself. Sol Hui has a look of exasperation and rage on his face. It's getting harder and harder for him to fend off Ko Wun's attacks. Sol Hui is desperately defending himself. He has no intention of retreating, but he can't turn the tide of the battle. Sol Hui and Ko Wun are facing each other in battle positions. The battle continues. Sol Hui's eyes narrow with anger, his teeth clenched tightly, determination on his face. The screen reveals that Ko Wung has discovered Sol Hui's weak spot, much to Sol Hui's dismay, and he frantically thinks of what to do about the situation. Sol Hui clenches his teeth furiously. Ko Wun continues to attack furiously, and Sol Hui chooses to run away. Sol Hui tries to dodge another attack from Ko Wun, but he still manages to reach out and graze him. Sol Hui is hit hard, and his health is damaged, which is immediately reported to Sol Hui on the screen. From Ko Wun's blow, Sol Hui falls to the floor. Ko Wun, with sword in hand, towers over Sol Hui, who is lying on the floor. Clenching his teeth and breathing heavily, Sol Hui tries to figure out what to do next. Since, due to the large difference in combat power levels, he can't anticipate Ko Wun's actions. Sol Hui's arm is injured, and he is no longer able to use the great sword. Ko Wung's dark face with eyes burning with rage, Sol Hui stands in front of Ko Wun. Clasping his wounded arm, he decides what he should do next. Sol Hui, with his healthy hand, clutches the hilt of his sword tightly. He seems to know what he should do next. Sol Hui has a glowing sword in his hand. He decides to use the white glow martial art. Sol Hui has a determined face and burning eyes. He is confident in this skill of his. Sol Hui's eyes light up with cold determination. He is confident in his strength and his victory. The face of an angry Ko Wung, who also has no intention of giving up, and Sol Hui is very annoyed with him. In Sol Hui's eyes, there is confidence in his victory and an overwhelming desire to defeat Ko Wun. Using the white glow martial art, Sol Hui rushes to attack Ko Wun, who is now forced to defend himself. On Ko Wun's face is surprise and annoyance. He clearly didn't expect Sol Hui to lunge at him like that. Sol Hui's face is furious and eager to win. He is confident in his abilities. Sol Hui continues to attack furiously. He has the determined face of a man who can tear down all obstacles to his goal. Sol Hui, using white glow martial art techniques, manages to slow down the pace of Ko Wung's attack and force him to defend himself. Sol Hui actively and excitedly attacks using his skills. The advantage in the battle is already on his side. Sol Hui uses the tactic of cold weather, surrounding his opponent with a ring of ice. Ko Wun is already finding it increasingly difficult to repel Sol Hui's attacks. Sol Hui is satisfied with the results of his technique and decides to continue his attacks. Suddenly, a message appears on the screen saying that Ko Wung has discovered Sol Hui's weakness, and Sol Hui is offered 3 options to choose from. Sol Hui clenches his teeth furiously, not understanding why this information is appearing now that he is defeating his opponent. Sol Hui chooses to face his opponent face to face and furiously rushes to attack. The tip of the sword in Ko Wung's outstretched hand. A bright beam of glowing fiery energy bursts out from Ko Wung's sword. Ko Wung's fiery sword reaches its target and inflicts serious damage on Sol Hui. There is bewilderment on Sol Hui's face. He didn't expect this blow. There is pain and suffering on Sol Hui's face. His health level is greatly reduced. Ko Wung, with a flaming sword in his hand, towers over the kneeling Sol Hui. Sol Hui's face darkens in pain, large drops of sweat dripping down his forehead and cheeks. Sol Hui struggles to keep his eyes open. He has no strength at all. Ko Woon brings his mighty fist over Sol Hui's head and strikes him. Sol Hui's eyes close and he loses consciousness. A drop of water comes off the plant and falls down. Sol Hui sits tied hand and foot to a wooden chair. Water drips right under his feet. Someone's hand slaps Sol Hui in the face, trying to bring him back to consciousness. Sol Hui struggles to open his eyes and sees someone's hand in front of him. Sol Hui regains consciousness, his eyes wide open. Standing in front of Sol Hui's eyes is Ko Woon. He is the one bringing him back to consciousness. Sol Hui looks carefully at the screen and realizes that his health indicator leaves much to be desired. Sol Hui, as much as possible, tries to look around and realize where he is. Standing in front of Sol Hui is Ko Woon, who states that he has regained consciousness. Someone's figure looms next to Ko Woon. Sol Hui takes a close look at the figure standing next to Ko Woon and recognizes who it is. The instructor from the Army Department who administered the eloquence test. The inscription Insight +1 glowing above his head. Sol Hui sits tied to a chair, with Ko Woon and the instructor standing next to him. The instructor realizes that Sol Hui recognizes him. The instructor, looking at Sol Hui carefully, tries to figure out what Sol Hui knows and what he needs. Sol Hui looks at the instructor incomprehensibly. The instructor finds out from the bound Sol Hui who sent him and what he is going to find out. Sol Hui pretends not to understand what is wanted of him. The instructor is clearly not satisfied with Sol Hui's answer or his lack of understanding. The instructor puts his hand on Sol Hui's shoulder. Sol Hui's eyes are anxious. He guesses what will follow next. The instructor, in order to obtain the information he is interested in, applies intense pressure to Sol Hui, which causes Sol Hui incredible distress. The instructor releases Sol Hui, whose head falls on his chest, and continues to ask questions of interest. Sol Hui struggles to regain consciousness. Sweat streams down his face. The instructor, picking his finger in his ear, continues to ask Sol Hui his questions. First of all, he is interested in who actually sent Sol Hui to spy on them. The extremely unpleasant face of an instructor who really wants to find out who is behind Sol Hui, having such powers. Sol Hui, smiling through the force, confirms that someone is indeed behind him. Sol Hui, smiling and breathing heavily, confesses that he was directed by the Lord of the Supreme Court. Sol Hui's answer in no way satisfies the instructor, who makes a dismissive sound that shows he doesn't believe Sol Hui's words. The instructor, coming close to Sol Hui, repeats his measures of intensity, causing the latter to scream loudly. Sol Hui's face is pulled back, and he screams loudly in pain. The instructor brings the unconscious Sol Hui back to his senses, assuring him that they have plenty of time for a thoughtful conversation. Sol Hui, drenched in sweat, forcefully replies to the instructor that he is very wrong about there being enough time. Trying to get the instructor and Ko Woon's attention, Sol Hui tells them that if he doesn't show up by the end of the army trials, they'll start looking for him. The instructor shakes his head in bewilderment, not understanding what Sol Hui means. Ko Woon and the instructor stand in front of the chair-bound Sol Hui, trying to figure out what he's talking about and what problems he's promising them. A perfectly calm Sol Hui explains to his dumbfounded tormentors that he will be sought out by the Earth Demon, which is the reason he's being held. The uncomprehending instructor looks at Sol Hui in utter bewilderment. Sol Hui's eyes light up with fun, and he continues to fool the instructor and Ko Woon by telling them that he knows the secret of the Lord of the Supreme Court. The instructor isn't particularly impressed by Sol Hui's words and doesn't understand why he should be interested in the secret of the Lord of the Supreme Court, to which Sol Hui continues to intrigue him. A mocking smile plays on Sol Hui's face. He enjoys fooling the instructor, making him strain his stale brain. Sol Hui mentions the spies of the Heavenly Demon's first apprentice, causing a welcome reaction on the faces of the instructor and Ko Woon standing in front of him. The instructor and Ko Woon stand in front of Sol Hui, interest appearing on their faces. Sol Hui realizes that he has chosen the right tactic. Ko Woon and the instructor have anger and annoyance on their faces, and they try their best to refute Sol Hui's guess. Sol Hui looks cheerfully at his tormentors and wonders at the reason for their panic. He guesses the real reason he is here. Sol Hui's memories flash back to the elder's face and connects all the facts into a coherent chain, realizing who and what he wants from him. The instructor lifts Sol Hui's head by the hair and reminds him that he attacked Ko Woon first, and it doesn't fit with the speculation of trying to stop Sol Hui from passing the army tests. Sol Hui furiously shouts his speculation in the instructor's face regarding their devious plan to get rid of him. The instructor stares at Sol Hui in utter bewilderment, amazed at his correct guesses regarding Ko Woon's true task and his spying activities. Interest appears on the instructor's face as Sol Hui states his guesses. He clearly did not expect Sol Hui to be so insightful. Sol Hui recalls his ordeal and the fact that there was no one there when he arrived. Giving all the facts and arguments, he proves his point. On Sol Hui's face is absolute confidence in his rightness and the validity of his guesses. Ko Woon looks intently at Sol Hui, proving his point. There is genuine interest on his face. The instructor continues to hold Sol Hui by the hair, and Sol Hui urges those standing in front of him to tell the truth, what the real reason is for being held back. A bright fire burns in Sol Hui's eyes, satisfaction on his face, and by the reactions of those around him, he realizes that he has guessed everything and gotten it right. The information on the screen informs Sol Hui that thanks to his insight and correct guesses, he gets another useful item. The number of Sol Hui's tormentors suddenly increases by one more person, and among them appears a girl with the lower part of her face covered by a mask. The girl who suddenly appeared is standing behind Ko Woon and the instructor. She was listening to everything Sol Hui was saying. The girl's legs come closer to the seated Sol Hui, a slender warrior girl with the lower part of her face covered by a mask. This is Hek Bi, a vassal guarding the Lord of the Supreme Court. There is incredible surprise in Sol Hui's eyes. He recognizes Hek Bi. With a completely calm face, Hek Bi informs him that anyone who threatens the blood demon must be destroyed no matter what. Sol Hui's eyes are filled with terror and realization of what is about to happen, and that there is nothing he can do to stop it. Hyok Bi swings his flaming sword, looking Sol Hui straight in the eye. The current version ends. Sol Hui returns to the saved moment. Sol Hui is sitting on a chair in the library of the Jeon-il office. From the past version, he realizes that he can't pass the tests at the army office. Sol Hui clasps his hands tightly together. He realizes that he has no choice but to fight Ko Woon. Sol Hui's face is pensive as he contemplates what to do now and what strategy to choose. Sol Hui rises from his chair as he continues to ponder what he should do next. Sol Hui recalls how his figure fought when he chose the intelligent type of battle. In that battle, he was stronger than himself. Sol Hui looks at the screen carefully, studying his resources and pondering his next actions. Sol Hui puts on the armor of the Great King and picks up the warrior spirit blade. He prepares in earnest for a fight with Ko Woon. In Sol Hui's secret pocket lies a hidden dagger. On the library table lies a bomb. Sol Hui's attentive gaze scrutinizes whether he is doing everything right to prepare himself as best as possible for the battle with Ko Woon. Sol Hui's serious and focused face, with the sign Coin 1 glowing above his head. Sol Hui has only one life left. Sol Hui stands in front of his screen. He checks everything carefully once more and exhales noisily. The preparations are done. Looking at his screen, Sol Hui remembers a useful item he recently received and decides to master its operation. Sol Hui, engrossed in learning the new useful item, doesn't notice someone entering the library. Sol Hui is awakened by a loud voice wondering why he is holding a sword. Sol Hui chooses the intelligent type of combat, and his avatar hangs in the air, looking at the situation from above. Sol Hui's avatar watches as the Sol Hui figure below stands in front of Ko Woon, who repeats his question regarding the sword in Sol Hui's hands. The Sol Hui figure replies that it's a training exercise. throwing Sol Hui's avatar, who didn't realize the figure could speak, into a state of bewilderment. Ko Woon stares silently and surprised, looking straight ahead. Ko Woon holds out a white round pill to Sol Hui's figure on his outstretched hand. Ko Woon turns around and motions for the Sol Hui figure to follow him. The Sol Hui figure takes the pill and obediently follows Ko Woon. The Sol Hui figure has a calm and confident face. She calmly follows Ko Woon. The Sol Hui figure calmly turns to Ko Woon and politely offers to give her the flying dragon pill. Sol Hui's avatar is very surprised that Sol Hui's figure can behave in such a manner. Ko Woon, with an unkind look, interrogates Sol Hui's figure, and Sol Hui's avatar, watching from above, marvels at her cleverness. The Sol Hui figure, looking calmly and confidently in front of her, in an impassive voice, repeats that she wants the flying dragon pill. Avatar Sol Hui, crossing his legs and arms, observes the situation from above and realizes that Ko Woon's strike is about to follow. Sol Hui's avatar's eyes are anxious and interested, trying to anticipate what Sol Hui's figure will do next. Sol Hui's figure rushes to attack, and Ko Woon barely manages to dodge the lightning-fast strike. Ko Woon, struggling to stay on his feet, rises up and lunges at Sol Hui's figure. Ko Woon's eyes are filled with utter incomprehension of the situation and why Sol Hui's figure is suddenly rushing at him in a powerful attack. The Sol Hui figure, using the white glow martial art, powerfully attacks Ko Woon, who fiercely defends himself. Avatar Sol Hui, seeing no logic in Sol Hui's actions, anxiously watches the battle, believing that such tactics will not succeed. Again and again, Sol Hui launches a lightning attack, which Ko Woon successfully deflects. The Sol Hui figure continues to attack Ko Woon using different battle tactics. The Sol Hui figure suddenly has the great sword in his hands, and he attacks Ko Woon again. The Sol Hui figure's eyes are confident and calm. There is not even a shadow of doubt in his gaze. Ko Woon's face is filled with intense anxiety as he fails to track and anticipate the actions and attacks of Sol Hui's figure. The great sword in Sol Hui's hand swings lightning fast, and Ko Woon's hand takes on a life of its own. With his injury, Ko Woon is unable to continue the battle and sits on the floor, not quite realizing what has happened. Sol Hui's avatar watches the actions of Sol Hui's figure, realizing that her martial arts proficiency is quite high. In Sol Hui's avatar's gaze, there is surprise and admiration for Sol Hui's actions. The Sol Hui figure stands calmly with his sword slung on his shoulder, with the look of a man who has done his job well and quickly. Sitting on the floor and rather badly injured, Ko Woon comments on Sol Hui's fighting skills quite calmly, expressing restrained praise. Sol Hui's figure and Sol Hui's avatar hanging in the air stare intently at Ko Woon, who is sitting on the floor, continuing to comment on all the nuances of the past battle as if nothing had happened. The completely impassive face of Ko Woon, who unbelievably, despite everything, continues to stay in formation. Avatar Sol Hui, anticipating a not-so-simple continuation of the story, tensely looks down, realizing that nothing is over yet. A flaming sword appears in Ko Woon's remaining hand, ready to continue the battle. Ko Woon calmly looks at the Sol Hui figure standing in front of him and draws his sword, ready to continue the battle. The Sol Hui figure has a calm, cold-blooded confidence in his eyes. The Sol Hui figure attacks, Ko Woon defends, and it's a second round. The Sol Hui figure changes tactics and uses, instead of ice, flames, fighting with a flaming sword. There is a very strong surprise on Ko Woon's face. He clearly didn't expect this yet. The figure of Sol Hui, using the tactic of harsh peaks, cuts through the space with a fire beam, from which Ko Woon barely manages to jump back. Ko Woon barely dodges Sol Hui's flaming sword and jumps aside, crouching down and resting his only hand on the floor. Ko Woon is extremely surprised by the sudden change in tactics and tries to figure out what will happen next. Ko Woon increases his speed and tries to attack Sol Hui's figure. There is unconcealed rage on Ko Woon's face. Sol Hui is starting to really piss him off. The Sol Hui figure evades the attack and does a somersault in the air with a strong deflection, and Ko Woon's sword doesn't even touch it. Sol Hui's figure moves swiftly. Ko Woonge tries to catch up to her in order to try and attack her. The Sol Hui figure that Ko Woong is trying to attack, and who was just in front of him, is suddenly at his back, making a dizzying leap. Sol Hui's figure lands behind the back of Ko Woong, who can't turn around in time, traveling at a very high speed and all the while ending up in the wrong place where Ko Woong expects it to be. The enraged Ko Woon has no time to follow the movements of Sol Hui's figure and cannot catch it in order to attack. Sol Hui's avatar is watching from above. Ko Woon and the Sol Hui figure are facing each other. The Sol Hui avatar grabs his head with his hand in delight at what the Sol Hui figure is doing. He is shocked by her speed and improvisation. Ko Woon is amazed at Sol Hui's martial skills and speed. Sol Hui's figure is incredibly annoyed with him. Sol Hui's figure stands calmly as it prepares for its next move. Cracks appear on Sol Hui's sword. Sol Hui's avatar is in anxious surprise. He doesn't understand how this is possible. The sword in Sol Hui's hands falls to pieces, her impassive face lacking emotion as she calculates her options. Avatar Sol Hui, seeing what is happening to the sword in Sol Hui's hand, clutches his head. The sword fails, and what to do next is not clear. Ko Woong, looking at the collapsed sword, gloatingly expresses sympathy. Ko Woon has a gloating grin on his face as he remembers that he didn't give Sol Hui the sword like he should have, and is very happy about it. Sol Hui's avatar realizes that he didn't take the sword from Ko Woon, and he's bemoaning himself for it now. Sol Hui's figure turns to Ko Woon in an extremely unflattering manner and tells him what she thinks of him. Ko Woon's eyes are filled with surprise at Sol Hui's words even more than from the speed of Sol Hui's figure. There is no less surprise on Sol Hui's avatar's face. There's no way he expected Sol Hui's figure to be so quick and brazen. A very surprised Ko Woon, with his mouth open, freezes in front of Sol Hui's figure. There is such incomprehension in Ko Woon's eyes that he can be touched with his hands. Sol Hui's figure continues to mock Ko Woon, showering him with insults. It seems that the figure has chosen another tactic to drive Ko Woon to a white-hot frenzy. Ko Woon naively falls for the new tactic and turns white with rage. Sol Hui continues to abuse Ko Woon, while Sol Hui's avatar watches in horror, not realizing what is happening. Driven into a frenzy by the Sol Hui figure's insults, Ko Woon violently lashes out at the calmly standing figure. Ko Woon attacks, but the Sol Hui figure, with a broken sword in his hand, retreats, deftly dodging his opponent's blows. Ko Woong's face is contorted with tearing rage. He assumes that his opponent intends to escape and suggests that he does not. Ko Woon tries to get his sword strikes to the gradually retreating figure of Sol Hui, who calmly dodges the blows. The Sol Hui figure turns its head slightly and looks back, checking to see how much more room it has before it reaches the wall it is moving towards. Sol Hui's back is against the wall, and Ko Woon, standing opposite, grins gloatingly and informs him that there's nowhere else to go. Sol Hui's figure looks at Ko Woong with extreme condescension, as if he were a complete idiot. The enraged Ko Woong, assuming he has his opponent pinned down, literally swings to strike. Ko Woon swings in and strikes. The Sol Hui figure deftly dodges and falls to the floor, swinging his arm with the sword fragment. Cold fire burns in Sol Hui's eyes as she insults Ko Woong again and throws a grenade at him. Finding himself nose to nose with the grenade, Ko Woong stares at it in utter amazement, unable to believe his eyes. Sitting on the floor, the figure of Sol Hui covers himself with his hand from the bright flames of the powerful explosion, which leaves Ko Woon in its wake. The incredibly resilient Ko Woon crawls out of the puffs of smoke, coughing and trying to realize what's happening. As a final chord, Sol Hui's figure, very aptly, throws a dagger hidden in a hidden pocket at the infinitely surprised Ko Woon. Sol Hui's avatar looks at Sol Hui's figure with delight and surprise. There's no way he expected her to be so spunky and clever. Ko Woon sits on the floor, resting against the wall. The dagger that hit him is impregnated with a special substance that can only be avoided by taking an antidote. The figure of Sol Hui is extremely determined to go through with it and put an end to the story of Ko Woon. Ko Woon raises his hand and tries to stop Sol Hui's figure from advancing on him. Ko Woon's eyes are filled with fear, rage, and incomprehension as to how some boy got the upper hand on him. The Sol Hui figure's eyes glow with an unkind light, and she intends to see the task through to the end, picking up the glowing sword fragment. Sol Hui's avatar tries to stop Sol Hui's figure, intent on following through. The avatar has other plans for Ko Woon, but the figure does not support them. A fragment of a sword in the Sol Hui figure's hand. Avatar Sol Hui, in a panic, trying his best to make it in time, chooses the right option in order to stop the rampaging figure and leave Ko Woon in relative safety. Hovering in the air in front of the screen, Sol Hui's avatar exhales in relief that he made it in time and can now transport Ko Woon to Gongma as he intended. Satisfied with the result, Sol Hui's avatar smiles weakly and minimizes the program. The fragment of sword that Sol Hui's figure had been waving for quite some time falls to the floor. Sol Hui's avatar merges with Sol Hui's figure, and Sol Hui becomes himself. Sol Hui not so subtly lets Ko Woon take the antidote. The beautiful Yuan residence building where Gongma promised to wait for Sol Hui. A cup of tea in his hand. Looking at it, one feels calm and relaxed. Gongma, his face as impassive as ever, sits with a cup of tea in his hand, contemplating the beautiful view from the window of the Yuan residence. Gongma leisurely brings the cup of tea to his mouth and calmly asks the black-clad figure standing nearby how the situation is developing. The figure in black informs the leader that there is a problem. Bowing respectfully, the figure in black informs the supervisor that the surveillance being conducted has been detected. The impassive Gongma asks if the work was done cleanly enough, to which he receives an affirmative answer. The figure in black, bowing his head respectfully, confirms that all the work was done according to regulations. Gongma and the figure in black peacefully discuss the current situation. Two birds perched on a branch are watching their conversation. Gongma ponders the unenviable fate of the uncovered spies, whose professional training did not seem questionable at first glance. The scowling men with stern faces are professional spies from the Silver Spirit Squad. Gongma and the figure in black were actively discussing the recent events and the possible information leak that had resulted in the reinforcement of the Supreme Court Lord's guards. The figure in black with an impenetrable gaze actively refutes the possible information leak, citing extreme caution. Gongma, grinning, expresses his doubts about his subordinate's caution. A slightly pensive Gongma asks his aide, the figure in black, if he knows anything about the number of his supporters. Gongma, looking at his reflection in a cup of tea and lamenting his hard fate and waning influence. Gongma, with a slight smile, apologizes for his weakness. In his sad eyes are regret, fatigue, and disappointment. Respectfully bowing, Gongma's aide assures the latter that she trusts him and believes in the realization of his long-term plans. Without looking at the aide, Gongma sadly reminisces about the time when he made great long-term plans. Dark creatures with burning eyes who are bowed to subserviently by squads of officials with elaborate hairstyles. Suddenly turning to face an aide, Gongma inquires about Sol Hui's fate, to which the aide gives the current state of affairs. The aide, a figure in black, draws Gongma's attention to the map brought by Sol Hui and expresses doubts about its validity. Gongma turns to face the window and asks the assistant if he knows Sol Hui personally, to which he replies in the negative. Gongma, gazing thoughtfully into the distance, tells the aide the story of Sol Hui and why the Lord of the Supreme Court hates him so much. Sol Hui, sneaking into the Supreme Court Lord's office and rummaging through his papers with a passion. The face of a laughing Gongma, who talks about Sol Hui's adventures with interest. Gongma's pensive eyes ask why the Lord of the Supreme Court hasn't taken any action after hearing about Sol Hui's shenanigans. Gongma continues to sit, the aide standing beside him. The conversation continues, the topic of conversation being the events with the squad led by Sol Hui. The aide, shaking his head intensely and expressing deep devotion with his whole face and figure, reports the information he has. Gongma continues to drink tea while sitting in his chair, while the aide, standing up, continues to report on what has happened to Sol Hui's unit. The situation is not very dynamic. Gongma recalls that on the map Sol Hui handed over to him, he saw notes made by the hand of the Lord of the Supreme Court, and this is the information leak. As they continue to sit and stand, Gongma and his assistant discuss the vicissitudes of Sol Hui's fate and what he has yet to experience. Gongma recalls Sol Hui's desperate plea for a chance to be stronger, his promise, and his hope to find strength too. Gongma, who is walking somewhere in the rain, puts his hands behind his back. He patiently carries his burden and tries not to miss any opportunity. The aide and Gongma listen and turn their heads towards the entrance. It looks like they have some unexpected guests. 2 guys and 1 girl are walking on the terrace of a tall building. They are very different, but they seem to be united by a single common goal. The face is that of a pretty young girl with long dark hair pulled back into a high ponytail. There is a deep thoughtfulness in the girl's gaze. A cheerful young guy with a mop of disheveled blonde hair. The guy has a sly look and round glasses. A serious young man with a stern look. He has red hair and a short, originally trimmed beard. Sol Hui, slinging a heavy sack on his shoulder, heads towards the Yuan residence. The sack on Sol Hui's shoulder makes strange noises. Sol Hui looks at it anxiously. Sol Hui strikes out, trying to silence the mooing bag on his shoulder, and enters Yuan's residence. Sol Hui has an anxious expression on his face, tensely thinking about how he will be received. A sword-wielding guard stops Sol Hui, wondering where he's going and for what purpose. Sol Hui, with a mooing and thrashing sack on his shoulder, stands in front of the guard with a fairly high level of health, stamina, and combat strength for a guard. Slightly sweating from tension and excitement, Sol Hui explains the purpose of his visit. A look of surprise appears on the guard's face as he wonders if Gongma is aware of and expects Sol Hui's visit. Sol Hui, somewhat calmed down, scratching his ear cheerfully, informs the guard that he is most likely expected. The guard looks at Sol Hui carefully and warily, deciding in his mind the difficult task of whether to trust a stranger with a bag on his shoulder. After pondering, the guard turns and walks away, asking Sol Hui to wait. Sol Hui stares warily at the departing guard, his surroundings unsettling. The guard's stern and impenetrable face as he leaves promises Sol Hui a difficult fate if he gives false information. The tense and anxious face of Sol Hui, who realizes what awaits him if someone doesn't like him. The returning guard invites the tense Sol Hui to pass, while the situation seems calm enough. Sol Hui, with a bag on his shoulder, walks past the guard and heads towards the entrance of the Yuan residence. Sol Hui, with the bag on his shoulder silenced and calmed down, walks through the outdoor terrace of the Yuan residence, heading for Gongma's chambers. Suddenly, something catches Sol Hui's attention, who senses danger, anxiety appearing in his eyes. The red-haired young man and his companions position themselves behind one of the ledges of the terrace, which Sol Hui walks past, carrying his bag. The red-haired young man, whom Sol Hui recognizes as the Red Demon, the first apprentice of the Sky Demon, with unscannable levels of health, stamina, and fighting strength, stares sternly into the distance. The guy with glasses turns his head interestedly. A pretty girl with a long ponytail yelps or yawns loudly with her mouth wide open. Sol Hui finally reaches Gongma's apartment and greets him cheerfully with a respectful tilt of his head. Sol Hui tensely thinks about what he should do in this situation. On his shoulder, bagged by the Red Demon spy who is sitting in the room he just entered. The Red Demon, aka the First Apprentice, has his arms crossed on his chest and is looking at the entrant very carefully. His gaze does not bode well. Gongma's face tenses, irritation appears in his eyes, and he persistently asks Sol Hui the reason for his visit. Sol Hui is frantically trying to find a way out of this very difficult situation. His eyes are anxiously dilated, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. The blonde-haired man with glasses asks interestedly what the reason for Gongma's irritation and nervous behavior is. Sol Hui's face is tense with a feverish glint in his eyes. He doesn't know how he should act. Suddenly, Sol Hui's screen makes itself known and offers to choose one of the three options offered. Sol Hui, who is always stressed by the screen's suggestions to choose any of the options offered, looks at it anxiously. Gongma's frozen and discolored face. The first option of further action suggested by the screen concerns him directly. The frozen and discolored face of the blonde-haired guy with glasses, he may be affected by the choice of the second option. Time stops, colors and dyes disappear. Sol Hui needs to make a choice of one of the three options. On Sol Hui's face is anger, annoyance, and anxiety, all at the same time. He is angry at having to make a choice again, annoyed at the ridiculousness of the options offered, and anxious about the situation in general. An aerial view of Yuan's residence. The calm and peaceful face of Gongma, who is drinking tea while covering his eyes. Gongma opens his eyes and looks intently at the guests who have come to see him. Gongma's guests, a red-haired guy with a beard, a blonde-haired guy with glasses, and a girl with a ponytail, inquire about Gongma's affairs. The light-haired guy with glasses, the second disciple of the heavenly demon, Ma Wu, good-naturedly asks Gongma about his affairs, calling him brother. A pretty girl with a long ponytail, the third disciple, Ah Ryong, is looking pensively into the distance, thinking or daydreaming about something. A red-haired young man with a quirky beard, the first student, Red Demon, Sal Ma, stares straight ahead with a stern look. Ma Wu, waving his hands in the air, is trying to check with Pu Il Ka about the state of his affairs. Ah Ryong is yawning indifferently in the background. Gongma laughs merrily, continuing to drink tea and pretending to be happy to have guests. Ma Wu, adjusting his glasses with his finger, looks around merrily, sitting quietly in his chair. He gives a different impression than he really is. Ah Ryong is sitting in the chair with his leg over his leg, wiggling his hand thoughtfully in the air and indifferently noting that it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Ah Ryong, who seems like a frivolous beauty, is in fact extremely skillful at intrigue, espionage, and intrigue. Ah Ryong's face is full of satisfaction with her life, including the powerful support of the Demon Academy's forces. Salma is the most powerful man in the sect, and the strongest disciple of the heavenly demon. He knows exactly where he is going, and sweeps away everything in his path. Young Salma, with sword in hand, takes down a very powerful enemy in front of his students. Salma fights one-on-one with numerous enemies, stopping at nothing, and his battles are legendary. Salma is hostile to Gongma, and he doesn't want to hide it. His heavy gaze is clearly filled with anger and irritation. Gongma carefully hides the anxiety in his eyes, realizing that his brothers and sister have come to visit him for a reason. Gongma turns his head and looks at the guard who has come into the room with an urgent message. The guard's impassive face with a calm look informs him that Sol Hui has come and wants to see Gongma. Sol Hui appears on the threshold of the room with a bag on his shoulder. He is alarmed by the presence of guests in the room. A somewhat tense Gongma, sitting in a chair, asks Sol Hui the reason for his unscheduled visit. Unsure of how to behave or what to do or say, Sol Hui mumbles something unintelligible. Gongma, already irritated by the uninvited guests, reacts violently to Sol Hui's unintelligible answers. Surprised, Ma Wu wonders about Gongma's reaction and who it is that showed up on his doorstep with a bag on his shoulder. Sol Hui chooses the third option from the list and, having gathered his strength, very rudely answers Ma Wu's tactless question. The audience freezes in bewilderment, puzzled by Sol Hui's insolent answer and behavior. They clearly did not expect such an attitude towards the heavenly demon. Disciples gathered together. Very surprised by his own boldness, Sol Hui stands in front of the screen, realizing that in his experience, the worst answer option actually turns out to be the best. Sol Hui, with a bag on his shoulder, stands on the doorstep of Gongma's apartment. He realizes that he has no lives in reserve, and if he fails now, that's it. Ma Wu looks at Sol Hui with interest and surprise, daring to answer him so brazenly. Sol Hui, realizing that there are no lives in reserve, and imagining what is about to begin, tries to smooth things over somehow. The point of the sword stops just a few centimeters away from the frozen Sol Hui. Sol Hui's eyes are very anxious. He realizes what he is risking. Ryong moves Ma Wu's sword away, aimed at Sol Hui. Ma Wu smilingly asks his sister why she's interfering. She's scolding him. Ryong, reasoning that she doesn't like Sol Hui, offers to deal with Sol Hui herself, to which she gets a negative response from her sneering brother. Gong Ma's face is very tense, realizing that Sol Hui's inappropriate behavior is due to some extraordinary reasons. Ma Wu, leaning trustingly towards Ryong's face, draws his sister's attention to his older brother's behavior, who, crossing his arms and standing back, does not react to the situation in any way. Ryong, without looking at her brother or turning her head in his direction, smirks contemptuously. Sol Hui, struggling to come to his senses after the experience, tries to comprehend the situation and understand what to do next. The sword that had just frozen at Sol Hui's throat snakes into Ryong's sleeve. Ma Wu, standing behind her, calmly observing the situation. Ma Wu stands next to Ryong, defiantly turning away from him. She's very unhappy that she wasn't allowed to deal with Sol Hui. A completely stunned Sol Hui is struggling to recover from what he just saw. Ryong's sword of consciousness throws Sol Hui into a state of prostration. Ma Wu, smiling and gleaming with his glasses, leans over to the annoyed Ryong, trying to comfort her and promising her another toy. Ma Wu, still having fun, puts one arm around Ryong's shoulders and turns to Gong Ma, wondering who the funny kid who insulted him is. Sol Hui, in a state of extreme anxiety, tensely watches the brothers' conversation and the situation unfold. Ma Wu, standing next to Gong Ma and waving his hands in the air, pleads with his brother not to punish Sol Hui for being rude. Ma Wu cheerfully looks out at the world and successfully demonstrates goodwill and good-naturedness. His glasses gleam cheerfully. Sol Hui looks with interest at the screen, which offers him, for his chosen option, a very useful bonus. Ma Wu, smiling in a friendly way that Sol Hui has found out, thanks to the bonus, is a good disguise for him, tries to find out from Sol Hui the reason for his visit. Ma Wu's sharp and attentive gaze as he looks out at the world gives him away a bit and makes him wonder if he's not so good-natured. Sol Hui, who is scrutinizing the other student, realizes that Ma Wu's gaze reminds him of someone very much. Sol Hui recalls the gaze of the Lord of the Supreme Court and realizes whose gaze reminds him of Ma Wu's gaze. Sol Hui's powers of observation are unbelievable. Sol Hui tensely considers his answer. His eyes read the rapid movement of his thoughts. He realizes that he only has a chance if he succeeds in getting Ma Wu interested. Sol Hui drops to his knees and places his hand on the bag. He makes the decision to tell the truth, as this is the only way he can interest those around him. Ma Wu, looking at Gong Ma with interest, asks in surprise about the spy. Some semblance of emotion and interest appears on Gong Ma's always impassive face. He asks what kind of spy it is. Sol Hui unties the bag and reveals the face of the spy he caught and shows it to the people around him. A flicker of surprise flashes in Gong Ma's eyes as he realizes exactly who is in the bag and spying on him. Sol Hui's eyes show some semblance of joy. Despite the anxiety that still grips him, he is pleased with the effect it has had. Interest appears in the eyes of Sal Ma, the first apprentice, as he scrutinizes the sack and whoever is in it. The situation interests him but does not surprise him. Sol Hui carefully observes the reactions of those around him and notes Sal Ma's reaction to Ko Woon lying in the sack. Sol Hui reads Sal Ma's characterization on the screen, thanks to the bonus, and realizes that he's an incredibly strong opponent with an unbalanced psyche. Ma Wu approaches Ryong with an offer to interrogate the captured spy, to which she responds with an indifferent refusal. Ma Wu reaches out to his sister, who is sitting on a chair, and suggests that she investigate the spy and find out who he is working for, but Ryong indifferently refuses, as she seems to know the answer. Interested in what's going on, Gongma is determined to find out from Sol Hui the reasons for labeling Ko Woon as a spy. Abawed, Sol Hui argues his conclusions. Gongma is very impressed with Sol Hui's reasoning and tries to find out more details and clarifies the details. Sol Hui, remembering all the nuances of his meetings with Ko Woon, answers all of Gongma's questions in detail. Sol Hui decides to add color to his story and, with his eyes glistening with excitement, tells another detail of his relationship with Ko Woon. The interest on Gongma's face doesn't disappear. He wants to know all the details. Sitting in his favorite pose, Sol Hui talks about all of Ko Woon's threats. Gathering his courage, Sol Hui decides to use one last argument and says that Ko Woon calls him a coward, just like Gongma, the Earth Demon, the fourth apprentice. In an instant, Gongma's face changes, reflecting a whole storm of varied emotions. The Earth Demon is taken in by Sol Hui's provocation, his always impassive face changing, a curse tumbling from his lips. Gongma stands tensely with his hands tightly clenched into fists, the accusation of cowardice having struck at the most painful strings of his psyche. Watching his reaction carefully, Sol Hui realizes that he has hit the Earth Demon's sorest spot. Ma Wu sits on the floor with his hand resting on his head, pensively discussing the identity of a spy, not realizing who he serves as a spy. With his head down, Sol Hui tries to think of an answer to Ma Wu's question, realizing that he has no proof that Ko Woon is Sal Ma's spy. The screen catches Sol Hui's attention again, informing him that he has proof that Ko Woon is a spy for Sal Ma. After reading the information on the screen, Sol Hui puts the whole chain together in a goal and realizes how to prove that Ko Woon is a spy and who sent him. Sol Hui remembers how the instructor and Ko Woon interrogated him in the basement and realizes he has all the proof. Sol Hui points his finger at Ko Woon and declares that the proof of whose spy he is in the latter's pocket. Gongma listens to Sol Hui's words with great interest. He really wants to know on whose orders Ko Woon is spying on him. Sol Hui carefully observes the reactions of everyone around him. He has no intention of risking the life he has left. Sol Hui sits beside Ko Woon, lying on the floor in a bag. Gongma is standing across from Sol Hui with a paper in his hand, which he is scrutinizing. Behind Gongma's back, with his hands down, stands Ma Wu. Gongma is scrutinizing the paper he is holding in his hand. Sol Hui warily, with concern in his eyes, watches Gongma's reaction. Gongma thoughtfully folds the paper he just read carefully. Ma Wu standing next to him, wondering about its contents. Gongma holds out the folded paper to his brother, asking him to look at its contents for himself. Ma Wu scrutinizes the paper he's handed over, Ryung peering over his shoulder with interest. Sol Hui, sitting on the floor next to his prey, looks at the reactions of the others, curious to see what will happen next. Uninterested in the document, Salma begrudgingly casts doubts on Sol Hui's adequacy. Folding his arms across his chest and tilting his head, Salma tries to find weaknesses in Sol Hui's chain of narration. Salma stares intently at the people around him, giving his point of view on the situation. His eyes burn with an unkind fire that does not bode well. Sol Hui, with eyes widened with anxiety, breathes heavily, realizing the full force of Salma's negative energy. Salma's figure radiates incredible strength and aggression. On his dark face is written cruelty and a complete lack of any sympathy. The information on the screen about the third award causes Sol Hui's eyes to fill with surprise mixed with anxiety. After reading the information on the screen, Sol Hui enters a state of incredible joy. All of his stats and skills improve dramatically. The joy in Sol Hui's eyes is just as quickly replaced by anxiety as the information on the screen about his improvements is replaced by Salma discovering his weakness. Time stands still as Salma rushes in to attack Sol Hui. Sol Hui tensely stares at the screen. The three standard in such cases, options of action, face to face, chase away or escape, plunge him into a state of extreme anxiety. He can only run away. Salma attacks the stunned Sol Hui, who who freezes in front of him, unable to even defend himself. The fire of the latter's attack is reflected in the frightened eyes of Sol Hui, who realizes that he cannot stand against Sal Ma. Sal Ma's powerful attack knocks Sol Hui to the ground. Sol Hui rises from the floor, coughing up choking smoke and struggling to regain consciousness. Sol Hui regains consciousness, blessing the moment he put on his armor, and when his stats improved, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to withstand Sal Ma's attack. Sal Ma, thrusting his sword forward, intends to continue his attack. Sal Ma's heavy gaze expresses nothing but a desire to end Sol Hui's earthly journey right here and now. With his sword slung on his shoulder, Sal Ma recognizes in Sol Hui, if not a worthy opponent, at least someone to play with. The energy emanating from Sal Ma completely paralyzes Sol Hui, who can't move an arm or a leg. Ma Wu, smiling amiably, stops his older brother, who's gone wild, and tells him to stop. In Sal Ma's eyes is an overwhelming desire to deal with Sol Hui. Ma Wu's face has a rare look of friendliness and goodwill on it as he intends to stop his older brother. For some reason, Sol Hui has taken an interest in him. Sal Ma turns around and looks at Gong Ma with a look of undisguised anger on his face. Gong Ma looks at his older brother in surprise, pretending not to understand the reason for the look. Sal Ma looks at Gong Ma with a look of undisguised hatred, which doesn't promise Gong Ma an easy life. Sal Ma walks away. As he passes by Sol Hui sitting on the floor, he turns his head and looks at the bag where Ko Woon is lying. Even the back of the leaving Sal Ma's head expresses hatred and contempt for those around him. Sitting on the floor, Sol Hui turns his head and looks after the departing Sal Ma with great apprehension. Sol Hui breathes a deep and relieved sigh. He realizes that he has just experienced a dangerous moment, but luck is on his side. Sol Hui turns his head and looks at the sack, a look of amazement mixed with anxiety in his eyes. Looking at the bag, Sol Hui realizes that Ko Woon will no longer be able to give any testimony. A hunch appears on Sol Hui's astonished face that he wasn't the only one targeted by Sal Ma's attack. Ma Wu looks kindly at the worried Sol Hui, somewhat surprised at his reaction. Ma Wu, holding out the document they pulled out of Ko Woon's pocket, gets a very kindly look from Sol Hui, which he clearly liked. Ma Wu leaves the room without looking at Sol Hui sitting on the floor. Ah Ryung asks her brother to wait for her and quickly catches up with him. As he passes, Sol Hui Ah Ryung turns his head and casts a quick and unkind glance at him. Sol Hui looks after his brother and sister as they leave, somewhat surprised by their reaction. Sol Hui stares intently at the document Gong Ma is holding in his hand, sharing his surprise at his siblings' reactions. Gong Ma stands next to the surprised Sol Hui and stares intently and thoughtfully at his brother and sister as they leave. He's intrigued by their reaction as well. Turning his head towards Sol Hui, Gong Ma orders him to follow him. Sol Hui, who has recovered from his experience, makes it clear that he understands the order and is ready to follow Gong Ma. Sol Hui follows Gong Ma around the Demon Academy grounds. Sol Hui doesn't understand where he is being led. Moving behind Gong Ma, Sol Hui tries to understand where he is being led. He realizes that this is not the road that leads to the Zhongil office. Looking at Gong Ma's back, Sol Hui is amazed by the Earth Demon's high level of health and stamina. He is especially impressed by Gong Ma's fighting strength, which tends to reach infinity. Gong Ma stops in front of a blank wall. Sol Hui twists his head around in bewilderment, trying to figure out where he's been led. Gong Ma smirks gloatingly as he answers Sol Hui's question about their current location. Gong Ma's face changes drastically, his entire figure permeated with beams of strong energy. The information that Gong Ma has found his weak spot appears on Sol Hui's screen. Sol Hui, who doesn't understand anything, tries to figure out what's going on. Sol Hui flies down, beams of strong energy around him, bright flashes in front of Sol Hui's eyes. Sol Hui looks in surprise in front of him. His face is illuminated by a very bright light. The light illuminating Sol Hui's face gets brighter and brighter. Sol Hui regains consciousness, sitting in an unfamiliar empty room. Gong Ma's feet are in the middle of an unfamiliar empty room. The recovering Sol Hui screams loudly, Not realizing where he is or what's wrong with him, Sol Hui sits tied to a chair by his arms and legs. He is breathing heavily. He is very ill. His health and stamina parameters are greatly reduced. Gong Ma, with a blackened face, stands in front of the bound Sol Hui. He notices that Sol Hui is coming to his senses. An incredibly distressed Sol Hui, with sweat streaming down his face, tries to understand why and wherefore Gong Ma is doing this to him. Gong Ma, with an impenetrable face, tries to get the information he so desperately needs from Sol Hui. Gong Ma's hand holds out to Sol Hui the document they pulled out of Ko Woon's pocket. An uncomprehending Sol Hui tries to understand what they want from him. With uncomprehending eyes, Sol Hui looks at the encrypted inscription in the document. This cipher is unknown to him. Gong Ma stands next to the bound Sol Hui. He explains to him that the inscription in the document is made by the cipher used in the Holy Night Chamber, which belongs to Gong Ma. Putting his hand on Sol Hui's shoulder, Gong Ma explains to him how the inscription in the document is deciphered. On Sol Hui's face is a deep incomprehension of everything that is happening. Looking down on Sol Hui with disdain, Gong Ma deciphers the inscription on the document. It says, "Punish the traitor." Sol Hui, beginning to realize what he's suspected of, desperately shouts that he has no idea what Gong Ma is telling him. Looking indifferently at the desperately screaming Sol Hui, Gong Ma lifts his head up by his hair and tells him that he's impressed with his acting ability. Gong Ma leans over Sol Hui's face and shouts loudly, trying to get information from him about whose assignment he's on. Sol Hui's head falls on his chest after using intense means of leverage to get the truth from him. Sol Hui is breathing heavily. An enraged Gong Ma, with blazing eyes, lays out all his guesses and suspicions about Sol Hui's true history and goals, whose main task, according to Gong Ma, is to gain his trust and spy on him. On Sol Hui's haggard face, in addition to surprise, is intense frustration and resentment for the unfounded suspicions and accusations. Gong Ma stands in front of Sol Hui, who is tied to a chair, and demands that he confirm his hunches and accusations. Sol Hui lowers his head doomedly. Blood drips from his face. He tries to figure out what to do in this desperate situation. Sol Hui's eyes blaze with fire as he analyzes the situation and realizes that it all adds up, that he is indeed a spy. But whose? Gong Ma looks carefully at Sol Hui, who finally understands that he needs to prove to Gong Ma that he is not a spy for the Lord of the Supreme Court. Interest appears in Gong Ma's eyes, wanting to know how Sol Hui can prove his innocence. A tormented Sol Hui, holding on with his last strength, offers Gong Ma proof that he's not on the Lord High Court's side. Gong Ma offers to cite this evidence. Tears are streaming down Sol Hui's haggard and tormented face, but there's a fire in his eyes, intent on doing everything he can to prove Gong Ma's innocence. Gong Ma stands in front of Sung Hui, tied to a chair, and demands that he prove his innocence. Sol Hui realizes that this is his last and only chance. Sol Hui looks at his screen, which is working despite everything. He is genuinely glad that he has such an assistant who has saved him many times before. The glowing martial arts book that Gong Ma was looking for in the library appears in front of Sol Hui. Sol Hui, desperately deciding to use every argument he has, tells Gong Ma that the proof is in his pocket. An astonished Gong Ma picks up the book. He is stunned by the fact that Sol Hui has the book. Not believing his eyes, Gong Ma gently holds it in his hands and scrutinizes